Hey everyone! Welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Jing couldn't help rubbing his head. The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. He was just an ordinary traverser. Why did he still talk about his previous life, and talk about myths and legends? Jing felt that the sense of violation was particularly strong no matter how he thought about it. Well, someone told you that you might be a god in your previous life. It is estimated that anyone will find it ridiculous. However, the clips I saw several times seem to prove that my previous life may be somewhat mysterious, and it may be really related to Mount Tai. Jing shook his head. No matter whether he had a previous life, no matter who his previous life was, he was just Jing. He wanted to figure out his identity, but he didn't like the feeling that he didn't know who he was, and that he was obviously related to him, but he didn't know it. Moreover, even if it is Taishan King, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. In the world of stalemate, the gods and Buddhas are nothing more than that. What is really strong is fate, Pangu, and zombie. Even Tathagata Guanyin is not a particularly powerful guy, let alone a Taishan King. Forget it, I don't want to temporarily, I hope Miaoshan can give me the answer. Jing shook his head and didn't think about these issues, but didn't stop there. He continued to look for some books to see, and it really didn't hurt to know more about it. As for YY, although I don't know why Jing is particularly interested in these myths, he still waits by the side cunningly. Mainly, she is afraid to leave Jing now, for fear of cursing accidents. In the end, it was almost during the day, until the administrator of the library came over and said that the door was going to be closed, and Jing stopped. Get hungry, find a place to eat first, and then go back to rest. I guess I might come to this library for a few more days. There are quite a few books in this library, and Jing is going to come and have a look in the next few days. So in the next few days, it's really a special pattern. In order to read books, Jing even temporarily put down his practice, and the exercise was greatly reduced, but every night in bed with YY doing bed exercises. In just a few days, YY was developed by Jing, which is a handy feeling. Ling-ling-ling, ling-ling-ling. The phone rang, and YY looked up and saw that Jing found his phone and said to her, "You continue." YY lowered his head and continued. Jing answered the call. "Hey! When are you coming back?" Ma Xiaoling's voice came through the phone. "Today is Wihunyani." When Ma Xiaoling asked about this phone call, Jing immediately reacted. "Do you remember? I thought you had forgotten it. What kind of woman can keep you away from home for days and make you so fascinated?" Ma Xiaoling's voice was a little annoyed. Back to the Soul Night. Ma Xiaoling proposed to come and help, but she went to Jing but heard Jillian say that he hadn't come back for a few days after going out. It seemed that he had gone to some woman's place. As a result, Ma Xiaoling waited for a long time, and she made this call until Jing hadn't returned in the evening. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. There are really few women who can make me reluctant to think about it, mainly for other things. But, forget it, I will go back, and I will talk about it when I go back. Jing didn't explain much. I have been a little fascinated by reading these days. If it hadn't been for Ma Xiaoling to call, he might have forgotten it. He patted YY's head and said, "I have to go back if I have something to do. It has been a few days without any surprises. You should be able to rest assured, too." Can I go with you?" YY said. "If you are willing to follow you, just follow, but I tell you, I have to deal with an evil spirit tonight." Jing finished speaking, looking for clothes. YY also hurried to get dressed. If she was worried at the beginning, then in the past few days, she has to follow Jing not just because of the curse. The closest road to a woman's heart is the V**********A. This sentence still makes sense. It has the same effect as making love, the more you make love. Driving back to the Jia building, you can see the dark clouds covering the moon above the Jia building from a distance, filled with resentment that is extremely strong and prosperous. Fortunately for Su Jing, YY already feels that kind of depression. After getting out of the car, Su Jing brought YY to Jia building. As soon as he got in, he saw him. Ma Xiaoling, Wang Zhenzhen, Jillian, Ouyang Jia and others were waiting for herself at the door. Among them are Kim Jong-young, Sister Kim, and a man who is probably Kim Jong-young's father. Even Kwang Tianyu and Kwang Fusheng are here. But Axiu isn't there, so I guess it's not a good show. You can be regarded as coming back, we are finally relieved now. Ouyang Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Ma Xiaoling glanced at YY. Is she the one who made you almost forget everything? It has nothing to do with her, by the way, other things, I will tell you when I turn around. Su Jing said, you all go back first, Jillian, you go up with YY. Now that Su Jing is back, the others are ready to go back one after another. Need help? Kwang Tianyu asked. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing suspiciously, and Su Jing explained, just fight him head on. Ma Xiaoling nodded. She didn't have confidence in Su Jing, but she was afraid that he would be too careless. When the magic wand appeared, Ma Xiaoling didn't show any fear. That's good. I'm with you. Su Jing shook his head, no, I can handle it. Before long, only Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling were left downstairs. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Hard. Su Jing smiled, walked to the door guard's chair and moved out and sat down and said, since he wants to pay the debt, I can only be tough. Kwang Tianyu brought Kwang to life upstairs. Su Jing smiled and said, don't worry, I can deal with Luo Kaiping. Base. You know. Blood debt is paid for by blood. Su Jing answered. Don't be careless, I asked a friend specifically, Luo Kaiping is very likely to become Hungry Shura, and Hungry Shura is very powerful, is a vengeful evil spirit, only appeared 3 times in history, the most powerful one time was during the First World War. At that time, more than 1,000 officers in the German military camp died tragically because of Hungry Shura. It is said that there is only one way to deal with Hungry Shura, which is. Ma Xiaoling has no good way to deal with Hungry Shura. Since Su Jing intends to fight head-on, let's fight head-on. How are you going to deal with him? Ma Xiaoling asked curiously. Su Jing took out the ice wool pill and placed it on his lap. Dema Jindao sits in the account. Ma Xiaoling stood beside him holding the magic wand, paying attention to the surrounding movements. Above the community, the dark clouds formed by the gathering of resentment became restless, and there was a feeling that the mountains and rain were about to come and the wind was all over the building, covering the stars and obscuring the moon, and there was no wind suppressed. Suddenly. The wind was strong outside, the leaves and dust were rolled up and stirred, and the powerful gloomy atmosphere suddenly filled. Ma Xiaoling was slightly surprised. Curiosity. Hungry Shura, it's really not easy. She turned her head and glanced at Su Jing, and found that Su Jing was only slightly squinting, half opening it as if he was dozing off. This powerful yin qi seemed to carry a sense of oppression, so Ma Xiaoling could feel it, it was difficult to deal with. She just wanted to remind Su Jing that Luo Kaiping might have arrived. Suddenly, I heard a bang, and the entrance door shook violently, followed by a bang. The door opened. A gust of wind blew in, causing Ma Xiaoling to tilt her head subconsciously, then banged. The overhead lights suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, the building plunged into darkness. Power cut. When the wind stopped, Ma Xiaoling looked up and saw a group of green light shining in front of him. It was the ghostly energy emanating from Luo Kaiping's body. The originally kind and dull Luo Kaiping's expression was fierce at this time, as if he had changed someone. Looking at Ma Xiaoling and Su Jing, Luo Kaiping's face showed hatred, especially when he looked at Su Jing, the resentment in his eyes almost overflowed. According to an old saying, if the look in his eyes can kill people, Su Jing doesn't know how many times he has died. Su Jing. I want to avenge my mother, I want you to pay for it. Luo Kaiping shouted ferociously, and rushed toward Su Jing in a whistling manner. Seeing Luo Kaiping whizzing, the powerful spiritual pressure on her body did not converge at all. Ma Xiaoling squeezed the magic wand and felt that her breathing became a little heavy. She took a deep breath and circulated the spiritual energy on her body. He smashed towards Luo Kaiping fiercely. What? Ma Xiaoling yelled, aura running in the magic wand straight to Luo Kaiping's head and smashed over. Luo Kaiping didn't dodge or evade, and his body suddenly shook. A huge force of enchantment wand shook away in an instant. Ma Xiaoling was shocked and stepped back a few steps, and then she saw Luo Kaiping continue to pounce toward Su Jing. Boom! The chair shattered, Luo Kaiping threw himself into the air and turned around sharply. As soon as he turned around, he felt a burst of cold light oncoming. Bingluo and Maru swept towards Luo Kaiping's neck. Luo Kaiping did not rush, and then slammed back towards Su Jing with both hands. Before the palm of the hand, a powerful ghost has already come oncoming. Wow! Instantly released, Su Jing's figure disappeared out of thin air, and suddenly appeared behind Luo Kaiping in the next moment. Hirinmaru cut it out, read more at hotnovel.xyz. 54 Broken Path, abolish the flame. The half-moon ghost technique was instantly released and hit Luo Kaiping's back. Luo Kaiping's body suddenly leaned forward, and the flames instantly ignited on his body. Luo Kaiping gritted his teeth and frowned, but he didn't say a word. A wave of grievances gathered from all around and gathered on Luo Kaiping's body. The flame, actually, was slowly extinguishing. As expected of hungry Shura. I'm starting to look forward to how many experience points you can bring me. Su Jing said faintly, and the magic of ghosts came out again. Hiwawamura was lying across his chest, and the wind quickly condensed in front. The 50A of Dao breaking, Tan Lan. Boom! A whirlwind came out abruptly and hit Luo Kaiping. Not only did the powerful wind not extinguish the flames, it seemed to make the flames intensified. At the same time, the wind was frantically attacking Luo Kaiping's grievances and ghosts like a sharp blade. Luo Kaiping stared in anger. The body was blown back slowly, back. Boom! Luo Kaiping's body flew out of the wall suddenly, followed closely, and the wind instantly penetrated the wall. Su Jing jumped and chased him directly. In the community. Luo Kaiping seemed a little embarrassed, but the flame on his body was actually extinguished. Neither of the two higher Dao was able to kill Luo Kaiping, which shows hungry Shura's strength. It's so hard to deal with. Ma Xiaoling followed, took a look at Luo Kaiping and said, Luo Kaiping, don't be obsessed with it anymore. Your mother is dead, and she has killed people. This is the result she deserves. Shut up. I want you to pay with blood. Luo Kaiping finished speaking, the spiritual pressure on his body climbed again, and black clouds of resentment in the air poured into Luo Kaiping's body as if he had been inspired. It can be clearly felt that Luo Kaiping's spiritual pressure is getting stronger and stronger, as if it is endless. It seems that I can only. Ma Xiaoling originally wanted to persuade Luo Kaiping. After all, Luo Kaiping was a good person before his death, but now it seems that persuasion is invalid and can only be. With that said, Ma Xiaoling was ready to release the 9-character mantra, and many more. Su Jing suddenly reached out and stopped Ma Xiaoling, and Ma Xiaoling looked towards Su Jing. Su Jing smiled lightly, just let me come. Boom! Luo Kaiping's spiritual pressure suddenly reached its peak at this moment, and immediately saw Luo Kaiping flying up violently, flying towards the sky above Jiejia building. No, he is going to hurt other people. Ma Xiaoling yelled. Don't worry. Ice Dragon Swing Tail. Luo Kaiping let out a cold snort, his body flashed away instantly. Humph. Just fly. The temperature dropped sharply. The huge Bing Bing roared out, as if to swallow Luo Kaiping. Before Ma Xiaoling had time to marvel, she saw Su Jing flying up suddenly. The Honglian Hirinmaru. The ice dragon passed by Luo Kaiping and escaped. With a swish, Su Jing rushed straight into the clouds to catch up with Luo Kaiping, and Su Jing suddenly slashed at him when he was in the air. That's right. Su Jing replied, and Bingluan Maru instantly smashed. Boom! There was a sneer at the corner of Luo Kaiping's mouth, and at the same time, a sneer appeared at the corner of Su Jing's mouth. This pair of ice wings is not a display, but can really fly. Ma Xiaoling couldn't help shivering, and then she saw a pair of huge ice wings appear behind Su Jing. Not only that, there were 12 lotus flowers floating in the air behind her. This. Avoid it. Luo Kaiping actually avoided it. Looking at the roaring and still ice dragon in the air, Ma Xiaoling didn't expect Luo Kaiping to escape. You can't stop me, no one can stop me. Today, everyone in Jie building is going to die. Luo Kaiping looked at Su Jing with a sneer, and turned around again to enter the Jie building. Su Jing was suspended in the air, as if he did not hear Luo Kaiping's words and actions. Su Jing, what are you in a daze? Stop him. Ma Xiaoling shouted eagerly below. Bingluan Maru slowly lifted up, and the tip of the knife pointed towards Luo Kaiping. Ice Dragon Swing Tail Absolute Sky. As he fell, the ice dragon that was still in the air suddenly moved. No, to be precise, the ice dragon suddenly released the ice and chased Luo Kaiping. At such a close distance, the incident happened suddenly. Luo Kaiping didn't have time to react at all, and for a moment his body was entangled and quickly frozen. Luo Kaiping was shocked, the breath on his body suddenly revolved, intending to shatter the chill. At this time, Su Jing had already flown in front of Luo Kaiping. Hirawamaru suddenly stabbed over. Boom! When the tip of the knife hit Luo Kaiping, a huge chill was released instantly. Almost in an instant, a cross-shaped ice filled Luo Kaiping directly. Dragon Shot Frame. Frozen. Luo Kaiping was directly frozen. Once the ice is sealed by the cross, when the ice is broken, you will also crush it. But. While Su Jing said, he took out a sharp gun. I have a lot of tricks, so I am willing to try it on you a few more times. On the one hand, Su Jing had pointed the tip of the sharp spear at Luo Kaiping. Shoot him, sharp spear. Wow! The sharp spear stretched suddenly, and in an instant, it pierced in from the top of the cross ice, and the ice instantly cracked. Boom! The ice shattered. The sharp spear was taken back, and Luo Kaiping looked at Su Jing in disbelief. Injured. This blow directly penetrated his body. He looked at Su Jing, the resentment in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the spiritual pressure climbed again, as if it was about to explode, and immediately followed Meng's punch to Su Jing. The huge ghost gas hit Su Jing almost instantly. Boom! Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing is broken. Broken. Up. No. Ma Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment, and shouted in grief. Nothing, no, I'm not dead. Su Jing's voice suddenly sounded, and then I saw another place in the sky, Su Jing floating there well. How is this possible? Ma Xiaoling is gone, and Luo Kaiping is even more puzzled. I have a lot of tricks. What's the problem with one or two substitutes? The trick just now is called the Remnant Ice Humanoid. It is the first time I use ice to replace me with the enemy's attack. The effect is not bad. The corners of Jing's mouth raised slightly. Hirinmaru waved it out again. Birds and icicles. Boom boom boom. A series of ice bullets hit Luo Kaiping. Although the speed was fast, Luo Kaiping felt that he could still avoid it. But what is he doing? Luo Kaiping suddenly found Su Jing's other knife. The knife was placed in front, and the blade was aimed at him. Swastika. God kills the spear. Dance. Did not see it. Luo Kaiping didn't see anything, his body twitched violently, and when he looked down, he unexpectedly was pierced again. When? Luo Kaiping looked at Su Jing in disbelief, but what he saw did indeed come from the icicles of birds, like flocks of ice birds. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Loud sounds sounded one after another, and Su Jing slowly fell from the sky. Recovered the Jai of Haiwanmaru. Su Jing walked to Ma Xiaoling, put his hand on Ma Xiaoling's shoulder, and turned to look into the air. Boom! With a loud noise, the originally dim sky seemed to become brighter all of a sudden. The black clouds of resentment above my head had dispersed, and ice cubes scattered and melted in the air. It's like fireworks. Guanghui flew slowly from the air, and fell directly into Su Jing's beads. Ma Xiaoling glanced at her hand on her shoulder subconsciously, the beads on it shone slightly, and then he returned to normal. Ended. Finish. Luo Kaiping is really a good person. Su Jing glanced at the experience value, and couldn't help but sigh. 1,000 experience points, 1,000 points, this should be the most single experience value at present. I don't know if it is because of the starvation of Shura or his hidden attribute 5-star. Brave man. What kind of Taoism are you, and what's the matter with your Zanpakutō? It really doesn't look like ordinary Taoism can do it. Ma Xiaoling couldn't help asking. Although I have long been used to it, Ma Xiaoling couldn't help but marvel at seeing such a gorgeous and special fighting style. Zanpakutō, do you want it? Su Jing turned to Ma Xiaoling and asked. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing for a moment. My Zanpaku knife is called Binglunmaru, and it is a Zanpaku of the Ice and Snow series. But I also have another one, called Shōbaishue. You have seen this before, the most beautiful Zanpaku of the Ice and Snow series. Too exaggerated. F***K off. Ma Xiaoling gave Su Jing a white look and pushed Su Jing away. You'd better leave it to Mao Yu, anyway, it's all ice and snow, so it just happens that you match. Luo Kaiping, this is, completely resolved, right? Ouyang Jijia asked Su Jing. Although Kim Zhangcheng and Sister Kim used the identity of the Xuanwu boy to deceive people at first, but when the other residents left one after another, their family did not leave, so the previous things can barely be regarded as past like this. Su Jing laughed haha, continued to put Ma Xiaoling's shoulders on her shoulders, and then turned back to the Jijia building. That's good, that's good. Ouyang Jijia breathed a sigh of relief, and the others were completely relieved. With the sound of the elevator, Kuang Tianyu and others almost all got off. Obviously they had already seen such a big movement outside just now. Su's scenic spot nodded, completely resolved. Su Jing smiled and looked at Ma Xiaoling and said, kiss me and I'll give it to you. Couple Zanpakutō. Sister Jijia, the matter is finally resolved, I think we should celebrate too. Sister Jean said. As for the battle between Luo Kaiping and Su Jing in the air, they naturally saw them clearly. They were dumbfounded, and their eyes were almost falling off the ground. This was beyond their concept of exorcising demons and catching ghosts. After all, they are hiding upstairs. The electricity has been restored. Do you want it? What are you celebrating? A clear voice came from the door, and everyone followed the voice to see Xiaoqing, who was in a green professional group, approaching and asked curiously. Xiaoqing, why are you here? Just now Su Jing and Xiaoling have settled the matter with Luo Kaiping, and we are planning to celebrate our ancestors together. You are here too, and you just have to trouble to find a tenant when you come back. Ouyang Jijia said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoqing simply agreed. The place of celebration was on the rooftop. The place was big enough. The Kim Jongchung family moved tables and chairs. Ouyang Jiejia and Wang Jinjin went to buy food and drink, and the atmosphere quickly became warm. As a great hero, Su Jing naturally didn't need to do it, so he came to the rooftop early and jumped onto the water storage room to wait. Taking advantage of no one's idea, Xiaoqing came to the bottom and whispered, "Luo Kaiping's breath was terrifying just now. My sister said that it was hungry Shura. Are you not injured? Are you here to help?" Su Jing asked with a smile. Xiaoqing nodded, "Of course, didn't you say that we can be friends? My sister originally planned to come, but later felt that hungry Shura's breath was weak, so she didn't come. Shura is just hungry, it won't hurt me." The tone is so big. Su Jing smiled and said, "It's not that I have a big tone. In fact, hungry Shura is not very strong. There are many strong people in this world, and hungry Shura is not even considered to be a strong one. It seems that you are not only not small, but also not small." Xiaoqing smiled. Su Jing smiled, "By the way, have you heard about the 10 temples, the 7 temples, the Yama King, Taishan King? Tarzan King? Anything about your identity?" Xiaoqing thought for a while and shook his head. "My sister and I are not very familiar with the underworld. You know, we are just waiting for that B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Su Jing smiled. What Su Xian? The White Snake Legend. Do you like the White Snake Legend? Jin Jingzhong moved his chair over, just in time to hear the conversation between Su Jing and Xiaoqing, and then curiously answered. Yes, the legend of White Snake. Su Jing smiled and said, what do you think of Su Xian? Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Su Xian. Not so good, just a coward. I've let down the White Lady's love for him in vain. If I were Su Xian, I would never do this. Jin Jingzhong looked down on Su Xian. Are you Su Xian? Stop dreaming. Xiaoqing said with a smile. It's just talking. Jin Jingzhong said. Su Jing smiled, suddenly jumped down, and said to Xiaoqing, he can be Su Xian, I think you can introduce him to your sister. You mean, let him pretend to be Su Xian? Xiaoqing's reaction was quick, and he looked up and down as if Jin Jingzhong was really considering this idea. Whether it is true or not, it would be great if I could make my sister wait to Su Xian. Talking and laughing, it didn't take long for everything to eat and drink, beer, soda, and all kinds of snacks, and even an oven was prepared. Is this preparing for barbecue? Su Jing, Ma Xiaoling, Jillian, as well as YY, Wang Zhenzhen, Ouyang Jiejia, Xiaoqing, and Kim Zhangcheng's family, and God Yu and Quang resurrected. As for Axiu, he still hasn't shown up. It is estimated that after turning into a zombie, his psychology should not turn it over. Eating, drinking, chatting, and the atmosphere is very relaxed. As for the content of the chat, most of the content is related to Su Jing. After all, Su Jing's extraordinary Taoism is indeed worthy of a big book. What have you been up to a few days ago? I think you don't seem to care about YY. Ma Xiaoling came to Su Jing's side, and the two leaned on the handrails of the rooftop. Su Jing glanced at YY and said with a smile, I said it was not because of her, but she just happened to be willing to send it to the door, and I have no reason to push it out. As for what I have been up to these days, I am investigating my past life. Investigate past lives? Su Jingjing nodded, yes, I have discovered some very special things through several experiences, and it is related to Mount Tai. So, I am very likely to be the god of Mount Tai, the great Emperor Dongyue. You? Emperor Dongyue? Ma Xiaoling looked disbelief. Su Jing shrugged, okay, but Taishan king of the 7 temples of the 10 temples is still possible. Of course, no matter who it is, I always have to figure it out. Are you serious? Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing. Of course. Well, I still think it's a little weird, just like Kim Jong-un said he was the reincarnation of a Xuanwu boy. But if you need help, please tell me. Ma Xiaoling said. Su Attractions nodded. As night fell, the rooftops gradually dissipated, and finally I could sleep well. Xiao Qin went back. Ma Xiaoling went to accompany Wang Jinjin, and Yi and Jillian naturally returned to Su Jing's house. Jillian went back to her room. As for Yi, she was naturally in Su Jing's room, continuing what she should have done before. Early the next morning, Su Jing let Yi leave. Anyway, she was following her because of a curse. Obviously, there was no curse. Ah Shan just died by accident. Speaking of it, Yi seems to be at a disadvantage, but just because of his worry, he gave his body to Su Jing for a few days. In fact, Yi did not regret it. On the one hand, I can be completely at ease, and on the other hand, the past few days with Su Jing, it may not have been Su Jing's advantage. Before Yi left, he told Su Jing that if he wanted to be himself, he could find her at any time. After washing, I had breakfast. Su Jing brought Jillian to go to Master Miaoshan. Just as he got in the car, Su Jing's phone rang. Su Jing quickly connected. Su Zulan's voice was on the phone. Is there any follow-up trouble about the amusement park? Su Jing thought it was a matter of the amusement park, but Su Zulan said, it's not a matter of the amusement park. In a big case, many people died, so I temporarily deployed to help. The death was a group of triads in Hong Kong. It is said that it was related to the Macau casino. It was initially judged to be a vendetta by gangsters, but I saw the corpses and found the deaths of these. The situation is really weird. Also, the last time God was here, in charge of this case, I told him, I think, you should come and take a look. Such a big battle, there can be no other clues, right? Su Jing asked casually. Su Zulan smiled bitterly and said, it's really not there. So many people died here and there are no witnesses. Either it means that the other party has a lot of people and is strong, but there is no clue left by the second party at the scene, or Su Zulan he lowered his voice and said, the other party may not be a human. Let me think. Su Jing said in a deep voice and remembered it. In Macau casinos, there are many dead, and the murderer may not be human. I remembered. Kazuo Yamamoto has come to Hong Kong. Yes, Kazuo Yamamoto also intends to find Miaoshan, and Miaoshan is in Hong Kong, so it is normal for him to appear in Hong Kong. Not only him, but also a few of his men. Recalling the plot of the TV series, it should be Demoto Shingo. He did it with another zombie. That zombie was also under Kazuo Yamamoto. I really don't remember his name, Su Jing. He can pretend to be better than Demoto. He is usually a model. He looks very ugly but thinks he is handsome. Thinking about it, and then said to Su Zulan, I'll go over. Go directly to the police station. Su Zulan said, it is good. Su Jingjing nodded, and then ordered Jillian to go to the Lantau police station. Su Zulan was temporarily deployed to help, and Kwang Tianyu was seriously responsible for this case. Jillian and Su Jing went to the Lantau police station, and saw Su Zulan in Godyu. Where is the corpse? Su Jing asked directly. The forensic doctor is examining it. Kwang Tianyu said, and led them to the place where the corpse was parked. In the dissection room not far away, there are several forensic doctors focusing on the dissection. Su Jing lifted the white cloth, and the body looked pale. He really didn't want to die in an ordinary way. Some of them seemed to be drowned. Water? It is as expected. Do you know who did it? Kwang Tianyu couldn't help asking when hearing Su Jing's whisper. Su Jingjing nodded, although there is no evidence, it's not far from 10. The police pay attention to evidence when handling a case, but that's just an ordinary case. Isn't the murderer in this case an ordinary person? Kwang Tianyu asked. Su Jingjing nodded and said, "It's not a human, it's a zombie." Zombie? Su Zulan stunned, "I haven't heard of any zombies that are so powerful and don't suck blood. Are they vegetarian zombies? But, most of the vegetarian zombies are in Yuan Long. Do your people do such things? Some zombies kill people not just to suck blood, they just treat killing as a kind of fun and game, as if people would trample on ants." Su Jing said lightly, "Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing, it's you." A voice rang behind him, and Su Jing turned around and found that it was a beautiful woman in a white coat. Su Jing was an impression. "It's you, your name is Lan Mengnan, right, forensic. You remember me, I'm not a forensic doctor yet, I was called to help, but, I should be a forensic doctor soon." Lan Mengnan smiled and said, "You came for this case. This case, is it weird? I also don't think it's quite right. The symptoms seem to be drowning, but after the autopsy, the situation is not the same. It's really weird. Do you have any clues?" Lan Mengnan asked curiously, and then, a bit hesitant to say something, it seemed that there was something he wanted to say. Seeing her expression, Su Jing smiled and walked aside with Lan Mengnan's shoulders. Lan Mengnan hesitated for a while until he didn't refuse. "Catch another one, this time it's a doctor." Su Zulan whispered. "What?" Jillian asked curiously. Su Zulan smiled and said, "He has a hobby of uniforms, police, teacher, doctor." So. Jillian really didn't pay attention to this kind of thing. They are gossiping here, but Su Jing and Lan Mengnan have already reached the corner. "Do you have anything you want to tell me?" Lan Mengnan said hesitantly, "Actually, I have a secret." Su Jing looked at her and waited for her to continue. Lan Mengnan raised his hand and took a deep breath. "I have an ability. I am called Yizhiling. My ability can resurrect the dead for a minute. If this case really has if it's weird, I can help." "A finger of spirit? Can resurrect the dead for a minute?" Su Jing looked at Lan Mengnan with some suspicion. "Is this ability a bit too exaggerated? Although it only takes 1 minute, it can be considered amazing to bring people back to life." "You don't believe me?" Lan Mengnan felt that he was underestimated when he saw the look in Su Jing's eyes. Su Jing shook his head, "I can't talk about believing or not. This is just the second time we have met, and we don't understand each other. There is no natural basis for trust, and there is no way to believe or not. And your ability is indeed a bit special. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Lan Mengnan said. Su Jingjing nodded, "Of course, although I have guessed who the murderer might be, but, your ability is worth seeing." After speaking, Su Jing turned around and said, "I need a room where no one is disturbed, and a corpse." "It is good." Su Zulan nodded, and he Kwang Tianyu quickly prepared Su Jing's request. "What are you going to do? It is not convenient for him to be here." Su Zulan asked Su Jing, taking a look at Kwang Tianyu. Su Jing smiled and nodded. Su Zulan didn't ask any more. "Close the door and look at the dead body on the bed." Su Jing nodded towards Lan Mengnan. Lan Mengnan walked over and stretched out his finger, took a deep breath and tapped on the corpse. "What?" Suddenly there was a shout, and the corpse that had been lying there sat up in a dream, and then rolled over to the ground. Don't kill me, monster, monster." He yelled in panic and wanted to run. "Don't run, you are dead. 1 minute, you only have 1 minute, tell us who the murderer is." "I'm dead. I'm already dead." The man looked down at himself, and sure enough, he was dead. "Yeah, just say, who killed you, so that we can find the murderer to avenge you." Lan Mengnan said eagerly. The murderer, not a person. Although the man was terrified that he could survive his death, he only remembered what he said for a minute. Forcibly suppressing the panic in his heart, he didn't waste time telling what he knew. "But 1 minute, 60 seconds. There was some time delay when he woke up, so even though he had already said it quickly, the time was still not enough. Fortunately, he has already said the general idea. According to his description, these people were actually killed by two people with special abilities and invulnerable. One of them can control the water, and even turn his body into water. Of course he wouldn't be suspicious of zombies, but Su Jing said it was a zombie before. So after hearing this, everyone except Lan Mengnan understood that this was probably done by zombies. What zombies can have such superpowers? Su Zulin asked Su Jing curiously. After all, after going to Yuan Long, she also knew a lot about the vegetarian zombies around Su Jing. She hadn't heard of anyone with such ability. Some zombies have different types, and they do have some special abilities. Su Jing said casually. Zombie? You mean these people were killed by zombies? Lan Mengnan asked in surprise. Su Jingjing nodded. Okay, your abilities are really good, but you don't participate in the following things. It's too dangerous. Okay. Lan Mengnan was still in a daze, and nodded subconsciously. Su Jing and the others came out of the room and walked until there was no one else. They said, I know who these two zombies are, but these two zombies are very strong. They are not the same way as the zombies I saw before, so you can handle this matter as the police handle it, and you don't need to investigate it privately. It is good. Su Zulin simply arrived. She knew she couldn't handle this situation at all. God. Su Jing waved to Kuang Tianyu, stepped aside and said, these two zombies are the same way as you. Impossible. One is called Tangben Jing'o, and the other is Herman in English, which should be called Herman when translated. This Herman should be a third-generation zombie. As for Tangben Jing'o, his situation is a bit special. Although he was wanted by the third-generation zombies, in fact, but it can also be counted as the strength of the 3 generations of zombies. And the person who bit them is called Kazuo Yamamoto. Kazuo Yamamoto. Kuang Tianyu seemed very excited when he heard this name, and clenched his fists subconsciously. Yes, it was Kazuo Yamamoto who was bitten with Yu and resurrection in Hongshi village. He also became a zombie, and his strength is stronger than you. The person who died before said that it was Takashi Yamamoto, the vice president of Nido Group. In fact, Yamamoto Takashi and Uemoto Ryuichi are both the false identities of Yamamoto Kazuo. He has already come to Hong Kong. Su Jing said slowly. Kazuo Yamamoto. Kuang Tianyu gritted his teeth and said to Su Jing, do you have a way to defeat Kazuo Yamamoto? Su Jing thought for a while and shook his head slightly. I don't know. He is a second-generation zombie, and he sucks blood all the time. He is very strong. I don't know how far his strength can reach, and he has subordinates. In addition to Tang Ben Jinwu, there is another woman besides Herman called Piga. She has superpowers before she becomes a zombie. She is very strong. I may see Kazuo Yamamoto soon, and I will know how his strength is then. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Are you going to see Kazuo Yamamoto? Kuang Tianyu asked hurriedly. Su Jing shook his head. I'm going to find someone, and he might go too. In short, this is the situation, you just need to have a mental number. Su Jing patted Kuang Tianyu on the shoulder, and beckoned Jillian to leave. Boss, are those two zombie killers very strong? Jillian asked curiously in the car. Su Jing thought for a while and said, vampires are much stronger than the zombies you've seen before. If you meet them one day, just remember to run. So strong. This is just a little girl, it's just a third-generation zombie. Their master is a second-generation zombie, who is more powerful. Before him, he will have a minister. Su Jing smiled and said, so, you saw a zombie before, vampires, compare with them, that's rubbish. Together with the vegetarian zombies around me, I'm afraid they may not be the opponent of a 3-generation zombie. The zombies of the generals are so strong. I see. Jillian nodded seriously. Driving the car, gradually away from the city. The car drove halfway up the mountain, and there was a place similar to a temple. There are all kinds of luxury cars parked at the door, which seems to be crowded. Jing and Jillian got out of the car, and Jillian took the gray cat with her back. I walked up the stairs, and soon saw a group of people standing in front. To be precise, a group of people were kneeling. After a glance, there seemed to be 20 or 30 people. There are also a few people who seem to be in charge. When they saw Jing and Jillian come over, they said, "If you can find this place, it means you are destined." Master Miaoshan sees 33 destined people every 33 years, and 2 can be here if you draw red, it means you are a real destined person. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Jing realized that there was a box next to it. How many people are there already? Jing asked. 31 people. In other words, there are 2 more places. Jing smiled and reached in directly. After a moment, his hand stretched out. A red ball. Congratulations. The person in charge said with a smile. Now there is only one last chance left. Jing thought for a while, and suddenly felt a few spiritual pressures approaching. One of them was strong and pressing, although it was not deliberately released, but its strength was definitely the strongest that Jing had ever seen. Most importantly, Jing also felt a familiar spirit pressure. Demoto Shingo. Then this strongest Ryatsu must be Kazuo Yamamoto. Come on. Jing smiled and said to Jillian, "You come." Jillian was stunned for a moment, but still gave an obedient twitch. In the end, I don't know if it was lucky, but I got the only red ball left. Boss, I got it. Jillian said happily. Not bad. Jing smiled. The last one was drawn by Jillian. What should Kazuo Yamamoto do? Sorry, there are enough destined people, please come back, please. Kazuo Yamamoto brought Demoto, Herman, Piga, and a human named Lin Guodong to see Master Miaoshan, but when he arrived here, he was told that there are enough people who are predestined, and you can go home. Kazuo Yamamoto frowned slightly before speaking, but Pika next to him was a little unhappy. Our boss wants to see Miaoshan, no one can stop it. Baiga. Kazuo Yamamoto yelled, and Pika reluctantly snorted and retreated slightly. Boss, that's Jing and his assistant. Last time, he helped us solve the female ghost in Japanese hot springs. They seem to be qualified. Demoto Shingo said in a low voice. After coming here, Demoto Shingo found Jing and his assistant. Although they hadn't asked the rules yet, they probably guessed what was going on when they saw the red ball and the box next to them. Kazuo Uemoto heard this and looked at Jing and Jillian. Especially Jing. He looks very young, handsome, and has a very special temperament, especially the eyes that look at him. The expressions revealed in the eyes seem to be looking at himself, even knowing himself. The corner of Kazuo Yamamoto's mouth raised slightly, and he suddenly felt funny, and walked towards Jing. Mr. Jing. After coming over, Demoto Shingo took the lead in saying hello. This is my boss, Takashi Yamamoto. Isn't your boss Ryuichi Yamamoto? Jing said with a smile. Demoto Shingo smiled slightly. Take Yamamoto is the son of Ryuichi Yamamoto, and the deputy director of our group, and naturally my boss. Hello, Mr. Jing, I've been admired by Takashi Yamamoto. Kazuo Yamamoto smiled and stretched out his hand, but Jing looked at it but ignored it. Hey! Do you want to die? Seeing that Jing was so arrogant, Baiga, who had always admired the boss, was instantly upset, and shouted at Jing in a vicious voice. Jing glanced at Piga and ignored it. This made Baiga even more angry, and she was about to rush over subconsciously. As soon as she moved, Jillian's hand already held the handle of the gray cat. Pika, step back. Kazuo Yamamoto yelled, and Pika turned around and said, "Boss, he is too arrogant. Get out." Kazuo Yamamoto shouted. Pika was unwilling to step back, but still glared at Su Jing. Su Jing smiled and said, "I have the place for the last destined person. Do you want it?" Mr. Su Jing has any requests, but it's okay to say. Yamamoto Takashi said with a smile. Even though his attitude seems very good, Su Jing would not regard him as a real good old person. 50 million, this is yours. 50 million. Why don't you grab it? Herman couldn't help saying. Su Jing didn't speak, but disappeared suddenly. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Hear it right after, snap. Herman's face was hit hard. Su Jing reappeared and said lightly, "I'm just robbing. Also, I'm talking to your master, how can you interrupt?" You. Herman was furious. He dared to slap himself, this human being slapped himself. Why? Do it, okay. Ask your boss for not letting it do it. Su Jing ignored Herman's anger at all, and looked at Takashi Yamamoto faintly. Yamamoto Takashi stared at Su Jing, and he didn't expect Su Jing to start suddenly. And judging from the speed just now, I'm afraid his strength is not weak. Since Mr. Su Jing is willing to cut love, 50 million is nothing. Kazuo Yamamoto smiled faintly, and glanced at Lin Guodong next to him. Lin Guodong took out his checkbook and quickly wrote a check for 50 million and handed it to Su Jing. Su Jing took it and handed it to Jillian, then threw the red ball to Kazuo Yamamoto. "It's yours." "Thank you." Kazuo Yamamoto said politely. Su Jing smiled and walked aside with Jillian. "Boss, would you like me for a while?" Baiga asked Herman in a low voice, and Kazuo Yamamoto shook his head slightly. "See Master Miaoshan first." Now that the boss said so, Baiga and Herman had no choice but to give up. "Do you have anything you want to ask?" Su Jing asked Jillian. Jillian shook her head, I don't seem to have much to ask. Your red ball sold for 50 million, what do you want? Su Jing asked again with a smile. Jillian shook her head, if you don't come, I won't come, so. Buy you a house, if you can live it, you can. Su Jing said simply. The money was earned from the red ball, after all, Jillian got the red ball, so I said that it should be. Jillian nodded until there was no objection. The destined people in front were one after another, some were ecstatic when they got the answers they wanted to know, and some were upset when they got the answers they didn't want to hear, and felt a little bit of life. Unconsciously, it was Su Jing's turn. Wait for me here, said to Jillian, and Su Jingmai stepped forward. In the room, a woman was sitting there with a guardian holding a stick that looked like a magic stick. Su Jing looked at Miaoshan, as gentle and elegant as she remembered, with a smile on her face, giving people a sense of otherworldly. Master Miaoshan, I only have one question. Su Jing said. Excuse me. Miaoshan nodded with a slight smile. Who was in my previous life, or, who my true identity is? Su Jing wanted to see Miaoshan's purpose, and this was the only one. The king of Taishan. Miaoshan looked at Su Jing and slowly said. The Taishan king of the 10 halls of Hades? Su Jing asked. Miaoshan nodded. Su Jing frowned slightly, is it really the king of Mount Tai? Yes. But. Miaoshan paused, but he stopped talking. Su Jing looked up at Miaoshan and asked, but what? However, Taishan king is only one of your previous lives. I calculate that you still have another identity, but what exactly it is? I don't know. Miaoshan Dao. I don't know. You don't even know. Yes. It seems that I have a lot of past lives, and my identity is quite special, but, it's all about knowing a Taishan king. Su Jing smiled and turned to leave. But when he reached the door, Su Jing suddenly stopped. I suddenly thought of a question. Su Jing turned to look at Miaoshan, and smiled softly. If it is not convenient, you cannot answer me, will you, be my woman? Miaoshan hasn't finished speaking, but her disciple is already unhappy. Who is Miaoshan? Su Jing dared to ask such blasphemous words for a drop of red tears that fell before Guanin's sword. Miaoshan paused, and said, I can only say that there is a cause, there must be an effect, the cycle of cause and effect. That seems to be the case. Su Jing raised the corner of his mouth and turned to go out. If there is a cause, there must be an effect. If there is no cause, then Miaoshan does not need to answer like this. It seemed that something might happen to him and Miaoshan, which surprised Su Jing quite a bit. After all, his question was just a casual question like a joke. When Su Jing came out, Kazuo Yamamoto also went in. Kazuo Yamamoto's men and Jillian were standing on the sides, and the atmosphere was a bit subtle. Seeing Su Jing coming out, Baiga and Herman glared at Su Jing even more, as if they were about to do something at any time. Your name is Lin Guodong, right? Su Jing didn't pay attention to their eyes at all. Of course, their spiritual pressure was very strong and there were many people. If they really want to fight now, they may not take advantage of them, but they will definitely not suffer. Right. Lin Guodong didn't expect Su Jing to talk to himself, and nodded slightly in a daze. Your time is running out. Su Jing patted Lin Guodong on the shoulder. The cancer cells have spread. Chemotherapy should be painful, so you followed Kazuo Yamamoto, wanting him to turn you into a zombie. Lin Guodong was panicked for a moment, and the three of Baiga also froze and surrounded Su Jing. Is the identity of the zombie exposed? In fact, if you want to become a zombie, they may not be the only ones who can do it. Think about it. Why don't you come to me? Su Jing said to Lin Guodong, glanced at the three of Bijia, and said faintly, get out of the way, otherwise it's time to do it. You know we are zombies and dare to be so arrogant, kid, the slap just now. Herman glared at Su Jing, and heard a pop before he finished speaking. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After another, I don't know if Su Jing did it on purpose. This time, it happened to be on the other side. Don't think I don't know what you two are doing for the Macau casino. Your name is Herman. If you are not convinced, you can come to me anytime. Su Jing said faintly, and then greeted Lin Guodong. Turned and left with a cry. Whether it was tolerable or unbearable, Herman immediately wanted to catch up. The shoulder was stopped by Tang Benjinwu. Roar. Turning around, Herman has entered a zombie form with his fangs open. You better let me go. Demoto Shingo shook his head slightly. If you want to deal with him, you have to wait until the boss comes out. If you go now, you will cause trouble for the boss. He is not as weak as mainland Asia you think. Herman looked at Su Jing's leaving back, and finally snorted unwillingly. Withdrawing his fangs, Herman happened to see Lin Guodong's thoughtful appearance, and immediately displeased. What? Are you really thinking about what he said? No, no. Lin Guodong quickly denied. Ha! Seeing Lin Guodong's cowardly appearance gave Herman no chance to take the opportunity to attack, so he could only grunt unwillingly and let it go. After getting in the car, Jillian asked curiously. Can Miaoshan really answer all the questions? What questions did you ask? Which sentence? 10 temples of Yama, king of Mount Tai. Who did say a lot, Su Jing suddenly asked. Jillian really didn't expect it. Su Jing leaned in the car thinking about his identity. Kazuo Yamamoto has another plan, and it shouldn't be out of the question, but that Herman was pretentious and was slapped twice by me. If there is no accident, he will inevitably come to trouble me, and I will kill him first. Is the Taishan king of the 10 halls of Hades? Boss, your previous life turned out to be Taishan king. Also, it's no wonder that your Taoism is so powerful. Jillian exclaimed. However, isn't Miaoshan the incarnation of Guanyin? You can't know your other identities with her ability. Isn't it, your other identities are more powerful than her? But this God and Buddha, it seems that there are not many more powerful than Guanyin. Right? He said, their boss said that this is a Huxia site, and Japan's Nido group wants to come in. It's impossible for any money. Su Jing said lightly, of course, it's just a gangster, maybe it's not so patriotic, but at least he can tell. So, let's leave aside Yamamoto's future, Demoto and the Herman, hee. Even if they don't find me, I'll find them. Besides, I'm counting on zombies. Upgrading. He thought it was possible before, and now it has been confirmed by Miaoshan. It's just that there is a higher level of identity. Let's not say what the higher level of identity is. Now that he has the identity of Taishan King, then the relationship with the underworld, it seems that it should be considered. After all, I'm also one of the 10 Hades, the underworld. That's a good place to upgrade. So, you did it on purpose? Su Jing shook his head. Myths are always myths, and there are many better than the gods and Buddhas. Although I don't care what my identity is in my previous life, I am me. But I still want to figure out that there is a feeling of playing a decryption game. Miaoshan can indeed answer a lot of questions, but she doesn't know anything beyond her ability. Su Jing smiled and said, for example, my identity. I want to ask her who my previous life was, and she said it was Taishan Wang, but, this is just one of my previous lives, and there are more advanced identities, she can't know. On the one hand, he really enjoys playing, and on the other hand, he is not without this idea. Just now we exposed the knowledge of their zombie identity, will there be any trouble? Jillian asked. Su Jing smiled. Jillian was a little surprised. He thought that Su Jing was just looking at Herman upset, but he didn't expect that he was deliberately angering Herman, so that he could defeat her one by one. Jillian drove back to Jejia building. Su Jing shook his head. Do you remember what the man in the hospital said when he was resurrected? The 10 temples of Yama, hearing this name, you know that it must be the underworld system. Unfortunately, there is no such post as the 10 temples in the underworld. Even if the Yama has disappeared, only the Tibetan king will carry the banner. Nothing says absolutely impossible, the reason why the previous life is because, dead. As for how to die, Su Jing didn't think about it anymore, but he was wondering whether he could take back his original rights. After all, that was the underworld. If the soul is buried, the experience is countless. It's a pity that there is no chance now, even if his previous life Taishan King now wants to go back to the underworld to take up a post, I'm afraid it will not be so easy. With many thoughts, Su Jing had already returned to Jejia building before he knew it. Upstairs, Su Jing exercised and practiced as usual. However, Jillian could see that the identity issue still affected Su Jing somewhat, and was not so attentive when she was cultivating. In fact, Su Jing was not so focused, but it was not because of his identity in the previous life. To be precise, he was thinking about how to use this identity to get more benefits. Before, Su Jing had not considered the matter of the underworld. After all, the underworld would never allow others to intervene, but if he was the king of Mount Tai, it would be another matter of course. It seems that I need to get in touch with the people from the underworld. Su Jing thought secretly. When I saw Kazuo Yamamoto today, Su Jing was really surprised by his Ryatsu, especially for his 3 subordinates. Their Ryatsu was not low, and their strength was not low. If they were to go together, Su Jing was really not sure that he could win. After all, the zombies of the ministers are completely different from those I encountered before. Regardless of whether it is Tangben Jinwu, Piga, or Herman, they are all sucking the blood of living humans, and they are very strong in combat. If they can't work together, they can only find a way to defeat them one by one. After the exercise, Su Jing rested early. The next day, Su Jing woke up amid Jillian's good morning bite and the ringing of the phone. Squinting at Jillian, Su Jing is still a little surprised. She usually asks Jillian to do this, but it is rare to see Jillian take the initiative. Find the phone and connect. An unfamiliar voice soon came through the phone. Is it Mr. Su Jing? I am, are you? My name is Lin Guodong, do you remember? The voice on the phone seemed a little nervous. Lin Guodong. The corners of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly. It seems that what he said to Lin Guodong yesterday had an effect. Otherwise, he cannot call himself early in the morning. Speaking of which, Lin Guodong is also an individual talent, read more at hotnovel.xyz. There is no shortage of abilities and talents. He is a business genius. He has been helping Kazuo Yamamoto only because of cancer and wanting to survive. Although Su Jing did not devote too much effort to commercial development, no one would feel bitter about money. Of course I remember, why? Have you considered it clearly? Mr. Su Jing, can we meet? Lin Guodong's low voice came through the phone. Of course you can, you set the time, and then let me know. Okay, how about noon? I am waiting for your visit at the Peninsula Hotel. Lin Guodong said. Okay. Su Jing answered and hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, Su Jing was provoked by Jillian, and she went straight to a morning exercise. After the end, I ate breakfast, exercised, and then checked that the time was almost the same, took a shower and changed clothes before driving to the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is considered a very high-end and famous hotel in Hong Kong. Before crossing, Su Jing had heard of its name, but after crossing, Su Jing really had no chance to come here. Coming out of the Jiejia building, Su Jing was planning to drive to the Ban Peninsula Hotel, but when he saw Ouyang Jiejia at the gate of the community, he seemed to be waiting for the bus. Where are you going? I'll see you off. Su Jing asked. It's Su Jing, no need, I'll just wait for the taxi. Ouyang Jiejia smiled unexpectedly and shook his head. Where are you going first? Su Jing said. I'm going to the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel? Then get in the car, just drop in, I want to go there too. Su Jing said with a smile. Ouyang Jiejia nodded and got into the car because of it. Why do you think of going to the Peninsula Hotel for dinner and meeting friends? Su Jing asked casually when Ouyang Jiejia got in the car. No. Ouyang Jiejia shook his head. Actually, I interviewed for a job a few days ago. Interview job, why? On the one hand, because the residents of the building have moved out a lot, the rent has naturally reduced a lot. On the other hand, I feel that I can't stay at home all the time. After all, I'm not that old yet. It's done. Ouyang Jiejia said with a smile. Su Scenic Spot nodded, indeed, people can't stay there, otherwise, I'm afraid they will be useless. But how do you get a job to the Peninsula Hotel? You don't, the Kidō group who applied for. How did you know? It's the Kidō group. The Kidō group is actually the Shanghan group. The branch of the Yamamoto group seemed to have a good business before. It just so happened that I saw their hiring advertisement, and it was like a try. Today is the day. The general manager of the East Group informed me that I would be interviewed at the Peninsula Hotel, so I am going to have a look, said Ouyang Jiejia. No wonder you are dressed so beautifully. Su Jing smiled. Ouyang Jiejia said happily, well, after all, my daughter is so old, so I'm so embarrassed to say that I am pretty. No, you take care of it very well. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say that you and Jinjin are sisters, they are indeed much younger than their actual age. What's more, whoever says that mature women are not beautiful, otherwise, they will not. Will you be interviewed at the Peninsula Hotel? Su Jing said with a smile. Ouyang Jiejia nodded and said, it's really strange to say that this is the first time I saw the interview in this kind of place, it sounds a little bit, I actually regret it a little bit, shouldn't I go? Yes, where are you going to the Peninsula Hotel? Meet someone. Su Jing smiled. Ouyang Jia nodded, seeing that Su Jing didn't say much, and didn't feel embarrassed to ask more. Peninsula Hotel. Su Jing and Ouyang Jia got out of the car, and soon a parking boy came to help with the parking. Well, you go in first, I think I have to make a call. Ouyang Jia said towards Su Jing. Su Jing smiled and nodded. He finally guessed who Ouyang Jia was going to call. If not surprisingly, it should be Lin Guodong. Okay, then wait for the meeting. Su Jing replied and turned to enter the hotel. The waiter greeted him as soon as he came in. Su Jing said Lin Guodong's name, and the waiter quickly turned to lead the way. In a private room. The waiter knocked on the door and went in. Sir, your guest is here. In the room, Lin Guodong was answering the phone, looked up at Su Jing, and quickly nodded, please come in quickly. While saying, Lin Guodong said, sorry, I have something temporarily here. If you can, please wait a moment. Will it be okay? By the way, you can order some food here, and I will pay the bill soon. After speaking, Lin Guodong hung up the phone and smiled apologetically at Su Jing. Mr. Su Jing, please sit down. You have an appointment? Su Jing sat down and asked with a smile. No, it's just an employee who wants to apply for our company. I always come out this time with a bit of name. Lin Guodong said directly. Su Jing smiled and did not answer. The atmosphere was a bit cold for a while, and the corners of Lin Guodong's mouth squirmed. He wanted to say something but stopped. My cancer cells have spread very badly. The doctor advised me to receive chemotherapy, but I can't bear the pain of chemotherapy, so I begged Mr. Yamamoto to turn me into a zombie, so you don't need to die. So, I help him like a dog. Lin Guodong spoke slowly with a bit of grief and anger, but afterwards he was inexplicably low. I know that there is no dignity to do this, but I don't want to die. Mr. Su Jing. Lin Guodong raised his head and looked at Su Jing with scorching eyes. The scorching heat in his eyes was as bright as the light in the dark. You said you could help me, is it true? What can I do for you? Su Jing asked lightly after taking a bite of the dish and tasting it. Help me become a zombie. Lin Guodong said. Do you really want to become a zombie? I don't want to die. Lin Guodong said bitterly. Su Jing smiled and said, I can really help you, but what can you do? With Kazuo Yamamoto, I have conditions to help you. Of course, I am better than him, at least I will not treat you as a dog. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. What do you want me to do? Lin Guodong said. Kazuo Yamamoto is going to transport the town's stone spirit. Su Jing asked suddenly. Lin Guodong was taken aback for a moment and lost his voice. How do you know? Yes, after meeting Miaoshan, Kazuo Yamamoto asked who could stop his plan. Miaoshan gave him 5 answers. 5. Good luck, the blood of the Ma family, the stone spirit of the town, the great sun Tathagata, what else is there? Su Jing was a little surprised. You. Lin Guodong looked at Su Jing. Su Jing was stunned for a moment and said, this is why you dare to meet me? Lin Guodong nodded, yes, they have always looked down on me, and Kazuo Yamamoto has always refused to keep his promise. When you tell me, they doubt me even more. Su Jing nodded non-committal and did not speak. Quang Tian Yu, the blood of the Ma family, the stone spirit of the town, and the great day Tathagata cleansing world curse, these are the 4 answers in the original book that can stop Kazuo Yamamoto. But now there is one more self. Since Miaoshan can give the answer, it means it can definitely be done. Thinking of this, Su Jing beckoned to Lin Guodong to let him sit next to him. Lin Guodong quickly got up and sat down beside him. Su Jing Xian. Return. Su Jing put his hand on Lin Guodong's body and gave a soft drink, and in an instant, the hand glowed. This is. Lin Guodong stared at Su Jing in surprise. Su Jing didn't say a word, just released this reply intently. Replied. The cure. Su Jing has always wanted to try to see how effective the treatment is. Now there is Lin Guodong, a cancer patient who was sent to the door, just to be tested. Of course, Su Jing will help Lin Guodong mainly to put a nail beside Kazuo Yamamoto. Of course, he does know the plot. But all I know is the incident. The detailed incident and location are not shown in the TV series. After a full 20 minutes, the light dimmed. Su Jing retracted his hand and wiped his sweat with a tissue. It takes more effort to release the revelation than to break the road and bind the road. Am I alright? Lin Guodong looked at Su Jing tremblingly. What do you want? Su Jing raised his eyebrows. You are cancer. Yes, that's right, then me. Lin Guodong smiled wryly and asked. I don't need you to do anything else, just let me know when Kazuo Yamamoto wants to do something. Su Jing stood up faintly, and followed closely, yes. Yes, the shield you called is the person who came for the interview. She is my landlord. After speaking, Su Jing went out directly. Lin Guodong was stunned for a moment, and then quickly picked up the phone and made a call. Coming out of the Peninsula Hotel, Su Jing happened to see Ouyang Jiejia who had just entered. I'm leaving now. Su Jing said with a smile. Ouyang Jiejia smiled and nodded in response, looking a little worried. After all, I have never participated in a job and have no experience. For this interview, Ouyang Jiejia really paid much attention and nervousness. Where are we going? Su Jing got into the car and grumbled, and suddenly felt a slight heat in his wrists. When he looked down, he realized that the beads flashed slightly, and Su Jing noticed that the experience value had increased. 10 experience points. Did you wipe out an ordinary ghost? It shouldn't be Laura, nor Jillian, Aya or Messi. Su Jing didn't care too much, he sent down the extra Zanpakutō knife, the purpose is for this. To help him improve his experience value. But this experience value reminded Su Jing where he was going. The car started, and soon left the Peninsula Hotel. Hospital, a place of birth, old age, sickness and death. The end of the living, the beginning of the dead. The smell of disinfectant is pervasive, although it is the daytime people come and go, it still gives people an uncomfortable feeling. The hospital where Yi Qing was before. Su Jing hadn't been here since Yi Qing and Ajin transferred out one after another. This time, Su Jing came again. In death mode, Su Jing, dressed in black, swaggered into the hospital from the door. The hospital is shining with weak spiritual pressure, not many, it should be a ghost that has been stranded here not long after death. Su Jing is here to find the god of death. The god of death in the underworld. Remember, this is the jurisdiction of those two unlucky death gods. On the corridor, Su Jingshi walked around, and did not deliberately bury those ghosts. Suddenly, Su Jing stopped. Behind him, 2 bursts of spiritual pressure came. Not particularly strong, but much stronger than the spiritual pressure of those ghosts. As soon as they appeared, the ghosts seemed to feel it, and they ran away in a hurry. Su Jing turned around. It was the 2 unlucky death gods who saw them. They were also dressed in black, but Su Jing realized that the clothes of the 2 men were a little different from last time. Last time they were only suits similar to tunic suits, but this time they became long black trench coats, with a feeling of déjà vu. There was a slight embarrassment on the faces of the 2 gods of death. Look at Su Jing, then look at the 2 of them. Obviously, the clothes of these 2 guys borrowed their own styles. This really makes Su Jing a little bit dumbfounded. It just happened, I have something to look for you. Su Jing said towards the 2 gods of death. What's up? The god of death who was almost killed by himself last time asked. I want to go to the underworld. What? I said, I want to go to the underworld. Su Jing repeated it again. It's impossible. The Reaper shook his head. You sure? Whoosh, read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Hiramomaru has appeared in his hands. The god of death stepped back a few steps with a squeak, only to find that Su Jing just took out the knife but didn't pull it out, which made him a little embarrassed and slandered. Do you know who I am? Su Jing said lightly. What's your identity? Another tentatively asked. Regarding Su Jing's identity, the underworld has not been found out yet. Fortunately, Su Jing didn't seem to be targeting the underworld, and he rarely came here. The two of them gradually did not care so much. I don't know. Su Jing raised his eyebrows. Since I don't know, what qualifications do I have to prevent me from entering the underworld? You are arrogant. Su Jing shook his head and said, forget it, I don't bother to waste time with you. You take me to the underworld, and then, what should I do? Even if there is a problem, then no one will blame you. But if you don't bring it, if I go, I will kill you, and then I will look for other gods of death until all the gods of death are killed. So, either die or take me to the underworld. Isn't it simple? The two gods of death stepped back and looked at Su Jing warily. Answer me, Jane, is not easy. Su Jing frowned, and the spiritual pressure on his body was suddenly released. Boom! A huge force field erupted from Su Jing's body, like a torrent, instantly causing the two gods of death to kick back several steps. Just like death's suppression of ghosts, Su Jing's spiritual pressure also suppressed them. This kind of suppression seems to have affected the operation of their cultivation bases. Although I knew that Su Jing was very strong for a long time, the two gods of death hadn't even thought about it as soon as the spirit pressure came out. Too strong. We will take you there. The two gods of death looked at each other and finally compromised. After all, Su Jing's strength was too strong, and it was meaningless for them to die in battle. Look, it's that simple. Su Jing said with a smile. Simple. Try another person to see if Jane is not easy. The two death gods did not speak, but suddenly released their magic power. Suddenly, rippling ripples suddenly appeared on the wall. The two gods of death led the way and walked in, and Su Jing followed closely. Step towards the wall. There is no sense of collision, but more like the feeling of entering the sea. There is a feeling of floating, but this feeling quickly disappeared and appeared in a gloomy corridor. The side of the corridor was very dark, exuding bursts of blue light. Su Jing remembers that the underworld in the TV series is not the same as the one in the imagination, it is very modern. Even white impermanence appeared through the elevator, it is indeed advancing with the times. The two gods of death looked at Su Jing and found that there was no expression of surprise on his face, which made them very surprised. It should be known that this reform of the underworld has not been implemented for long, and many ghosts will be surprised when they come to the underworld. At first, these gods of death would not be used to it. Have you been to hell? One of the death gods couldn't help asking. Why are you not surprised at all? Perhaps I have been here in a previous life. Su Jing said lightly. The god of death couldn't help saying, even if you have been in a previous life, let alone you don't remember, even if you remember, now it's changed. What on earth did you come to the underworld for? Death said hesitantly, I don't know. Grim Reaper is a bit at a loss. Su Jing stopped suddenly. Who is in charge of the underworld now? How did you know about this? Death was very surprised. For the ghost. Didn't the Xitigarbha king reincarnated? Su Jing asked with a smile, bullying me and not knowing the situation of the underground palace. The two gods of death were stunned when they heard Su Jing's words. Come for the ghost. Su Jing said lightly. What did he just say? Seeing the nervousness of the two death gods, Su Jingken smiled, don't be nervous, I'm just talking casually, now, it's not time yet. At this time, the three had reached the end of the corridor. What do you think? Seeing Death tentatively asking his own purpose, Jing asked with a light smile. Want to occupy, Underworld? A door stood in front. The two gods of death who asked this sentence became quiet for an instant. They looked at each other and they didn't speak. After a while, one of them said, "Of course it's the Xidigarba." Jing didn't answer. Looking at the door in front of him, he suddenly smiled and said, "The Xidigarba is not there. I guess there are not many people who have defeated me in the underground palace. If I occupy the underground palace, it seems, it should be quite simple, right? What are you going to do?" Hearing Jing just talk casually, the two gods of death were relieved immediately. It's a pity that this tone hasn't let go, and I heard the latter sentence that it is not yet time, and immediately made the two of them nervous again. The two gods of death looked at Jing, as if they wanted to tell from his expression whether he was joking or had a real idea. It's a pity that Jing didn't have any special expressions on his face, and he couldn't tell at all. Who is in charge of the underworld now? Jing asked. The two gods of death glanced at each other and said honestly, during the reincarnation of the Xidigarba, the underworld will be temporarily managed by the Yama. King Yama? Take me to see him. We probably don't have this qualification. Death hesitated. Boom. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a woman came out with a blank face. Meng-pa, the two gods of death hurriedly saluted. Pameng. Jing looked at the woman in front of him. Wei Wei's hair is tied, and the clothes on her body look quite modern, and she looks like her age in her 20s. Walking on the street is no different from an ordinary woman. This woman is Pameng. Wrong. Pameng is just a title, so. This is Ma Xiaoling's mother, Tang Jinbao. Tang Jinbao gave birth to Ma Xiaoling and Ma Dalong, and because he had the blood of the Ma family in his body, he was bitten by the king, so he was called the first purple-eyed zombie, but there was no chance of performance at all, and he was later extradited by the king when he arrived at the Jifu. He replaced Pameng, and at the same time, the Xidigarba king was reincarnated and became Ma Xiaohu. Although Jing was puzzled, how could Tang Jinbao have the Ma family bloodline on his body? Maybe it was because Ma Xiaoling and Ma Xiaohu had just given birth and the remaining bloodline had not disappeared. But, it was an accident to see Meng-pa Tang Jinbao when I first came to the underworld. Tang Jinbao may have become accustomed to the actions of the god of death, nodding slightly and did not react too much. But when she looked at Jing, she couldn't help showing an unexpected look. Who are you? Jing. Jing. Tang Jinbao looked at Jing suspiciously. She could feel that Jing looked like a ghost and a person, very special. Who are you and why come to the underworld? I'm here to find King Yama. Jing said. Tang Jinbao looked at Jing, then at the two nervous reapers, and said, "Since you are going to see Lord Yama, then, come with me." With that, Tang Jinbao turned and led the way. Jing naturally followed. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. When they left, the two gods of death let out a long sigh. On the way, Tang Jinbao didn't speak, and it didn't take long for him to bring Jing to an office. Pushing open the door, there was a man in the office sitting in a black suit. Is this the Yama King? Really keep pace with the times, it's hard to scare ghosts like this. Master Yama, this man wants to see you. Pameng said. Who are you and what happened to me? King Yen Luo asked toward Jing. Jing looked at it a few times, then smiled and said, Don't you know me? King Yama froze for a moment and looked at Jing. Should I know you? I really don't know, so to speak. You shouldn't have been the Yama King for a long time, right? If the other party is really the Yama King of the 10 temples, then he is the same as the 10 temples, and you should know yourself. Who on earth are you? King Yama looked at Jing in surprise, and he had indeed become King Yama not long. Of course, it didn't take long for this to be a relative term. For some ghosts in modern times, he is the Yama King. Who was the Yama King before you? Is there anyone else in the 10-temple Yama King? Jing did not answer, but continued to ask. 10 temples of Hades. Speaking of this, the expressions of Yama King and Tang Jinbao changed slightly. Looking at your expressions, you seem to know something. Jing squinted and said with a smile. Who on earth are you? That's not important, you can't find out anyway. So, just answer my question. I don't want to make things so stiff for you. Jing said lightly. Hiranumaru, a sharp gun, appeared in both hands at the same time. Jing slammed 2 knives around his waist, and said faintly, I just want to know what happened to the king of the 10 palaces. Now that the Xidagarba king is not there, it seems that there is no Xidagarba agent. If something happens, you, the Yama King, are probably to blame, so keep it simple and just answer my question. Of course, you don't have to answer. Then. I might be making trouble in the underworld, I don't think you two, really can stop me. Boom. The spiritual pressure erupted in an instant, and in an instant, all the ghosts and death gods near the Yama King's office were sensed. This is, what's going on? What a powerful sense of oppression. King Yama looked at Jing and frowned slightly, looked at Tang Jinbao next to him, and slowly said, the netherworld is not a place where you can go wild, but, you seem to have special abilities, and you must be an extraordinary person, since you understand the situation in the netherworld, then it's okay to tell you. Persuaded. King Yama is persuaded. 10 Palace Yama, this is a taboo in the underworld. Before I became Yama King, there was no 10 Palace Yama, and now. I am the only Yama King. It is said that many years ago, the 10 Palace Yama had an accident in the underworld. I don't know the details of the coup, but in the end, the king of the 10 palaces fell, completely, the smoke disappeared, the vitality of the underworld was greatly injured, and even the underworld was reduced by a lot, and it was forcibly divided. Since then, the king of Xidagarba to manage the underworld, I am called King Yama. I only deal with some other things. I took over the underworld when the Xidagarba was not reincarnated. But the Xidagarba has made arrangements, and soon there will be suitable people called Xidagarba agents. Coup. Underworld Division. The fall of the 10 temples. Jing frowned slightly, do you know who led this coup? 7 halls, King Taishan. Me. Jing was slightly surprised. Looking at the situation, the previous life himself led the 10 halls of Yama to stubbornly defeat the Xidagarba, and then Xidagarba ruled the Xidagarba. I'm afraid there are other reasons for this. Jing's senses for the Xidagarba king are good, and he also has the human book in the 3 books of heaven, earth and human. Normally, he should not conflict with the king of 10 temples. But thinking about fate, Jing felt that it might not be impossible. There are not many people who can really get rid of the mercy of fate. The reincarnation of the Xidagarba king and Wang Xiaohu also means that those who have a fancy to the Ma family have the opportunity to change their fate. So if you were Taishan king in your previous life, you might be controlled by fate and clash with Xidagarba. After all, destiny really wants to get the 3 books of heaven, earth and human. But what about the division of the underworld? Weaken the power of Xidagarba? Or is it another reason? This matter is really getting more and more complicated. Jing pondered for a moment, and suddenly said with a chuckle, okay, that's all about the secrets of the underworld, it's all over, it's useless to think about it, we still have to look forward. For example, how to reduce the pressure on the underworld. What do you mean? King Yama looked at Jing. Jing said with a smile, there are too many souls accumulated in the underworld, and there are countless ghosts in the world. The most important thing is that the catastrophe is approaching, and the end of the world will soon appear in the world, and the underworld will also be affected. Together with the catastrophe in the world, you, the Yama King, may not be able to deal with it. So, you can transfer part of your soul to me to deal with the problem of too many ghosts in the underworld, and secondly, I can help with the problems in the world. Solve. In short, it is cooperation. After all, you are in charge of the underworld now, you have this right. The character of the Yama King is not that strong, and he is somewhat unwilling to know that there will be a Kidō agent to replace his position soon. Su Jing said while looking at Tang Jinbao and said, "Ma Shaoling, my good friend." Tang Jinbao's face changed slightly and quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. "You promise, we cooperate. If you don't agree, I'll trouble you, trust me. I have a very legitimate identity to do this. So, choose one of the two, Jane is not easy." Su Jing asked with a smile. Jane is not simple. Choosing one of the two sounds simple, but things are that simple. How could the soul of the underworld be transferred to others? Even the unforgivable evil spirit has to be punished in the 18th hell of the underworld. How can it be easily handed over to others? The changes in the underworld are so great. Obviously, they understand the meaning of advancing with the times. What I said is nothing more than subcontracting part of the underworld business to me, which is very common in the world. Su Jing continued. This is impossible. All beings of the 3 realms and 6 paths, every soul has to pass through the underworld, how can it be handed over to others? King Yama said, read more at hotnovel.xyz. My sword is called Zanpakutō. It can make ghosts and souls fly away. It can also send people to bliss. I am not the only one who owns this knife, so. If you are not interested in cooperating, I am afraid that I will grab the business of the underworld. Su Jing held the Zanpakutō knife, and said lightly. Where will the person you die go? Reincarnation? Tang Jinbao asked suddenly. Su Jing shook his head, perhaps in a peaceful, heavenly place, maybe, has been reincarnated, who knows? The underworld can be divided, and it's normal to have different treatments. I have a villa in the world, where the gate of life and death once appeared. I can renovate the neighborhood, and the netherworld can bring the soul to me through the goal of life and death. Or flies away, or rebirth in bliss. Although many people have to endure the suffering of the 18th hell before they can be reborn, but I think, not all evil spirits have the opportunity to enter the 18th hell. But King Yama seemed to hesitate a little bit. Netherworld, there is such a precedent. Tang Jinbao said. The next thing is simple. Su Jing needs to go back and prepare. As for the underworld, King Yama will also consider the first batch of ghosts sent over. Now that the Kidō king is not there, the Kidō agent has not yet appeared. Well, then, give it a try. Back in the hospital again. Tang Jinbao nodded, the most recent time was before the affairs of the 10 temples. King Tai Shan once made a similar move. He created a middle ground between the underworld and the human world. He called it Soul Street. The backlog of the underworld was built. A part of the souls and newly dead souls are sent to the soul of the Soul Street, guarded by people with special abilities, and managed by the soul of the Soul Street, waiting for review. Then enter the underworld, reincarnate or enter the 18th hell. But, it didn't take long to execute the matter of the 10 halls of hell broke out, and then nothing happened. However, this method can indeed alleviate the pressure on the underworld. When people arrive at my place, naturally. I'll do what I say. Su Jing said lightly. If I can't even do this, I won't be here. As long as the hell is not cleared, the Kidō king will not be able to return, so when the Kidō agent is on top, nothing can be stopped. Su Jing nodded, yes, I will let people hand over with the people from the underworld, and I will talk about the crimes and the results of the review. However, if these ghosts want to mess up or escape, then I can't guarantee that they are still alive. You must ensure that these souls will not cause chaos in the world, and you must not dispose of these souls privately. King Yama said in a deep voice. King Yama thought for a while and said, since there is an old example, even though it didn't work out, you can try it. It's just that the enchantment on Jinhuan Street is no longer there, and if you bring your soul into the world, I'm afraid it will cause trouble. Tang Jinbao also specifically sent Su King House out of the ground. Is there such a precedent? This also happened to be Su Jing's opportunity, although at first glance it seemed a bit like helping the underground palace. But Su Jing knew very well that even if Yama King promised, he would not send those kind souls. Most of them were evil spirits in the 18th hell. These evil spirits were tortured and would never be superborn, and had the opportunity to leave hell. How can you be so honest when you come to the world? When the time comes, you can naturally kill. This is a fishing plan. Really wait until these souls stay here honestly, haha. It's not that easy to cancel the cooperation. So. King Yama said slowly. After all, he was the king of Mount Tai in his previous life. Thank you. Su Jing said towards Tang Jinbao. If it weren't for Tang Jinbao, it is estimated that King Yama would not easily agree. Bingqi, you go and check what is going on near your original home. Can you buy it all by any means? Su Jing contacted Bingqi when she left the hospital. She remembered that the villa was very deserted. Although a few villas were built later, there were not many people living there. Since they were to be used as a transit station, they must take care of it. Bingqi was explained here. On the other hand, Su Jing was still considering the issue of guarding these things. Manpower, enchantment. It's all needed. The basic condition of manpower is to be able to see ghosts and be able to suppress them. The latter can be used with Zanpakutō, but the former requires a natural yin and yang eye or a talented person with good practice. Su Jing came out of the hospital and drove back to Jejia building. I just went in and waited for the elevator. Before the elevator came, I saw Ouyang Jejia with a happy face coming back. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Su Jing and Ouyang Jejia got on the elevator. Looking at you with a happy face, the interview was successful. Su Jing said with a smile. Ouyang Jejia nodded and said, yes, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After meeting the general manager of Kidō Group, I passed the interview after asking a few questions. I thought at first. So why not need to say? Going to the hotel for an interview, this is really easy to misunderstand. By the way, do you know Lin Guodong, the general manager of Kidō Group? He mentioned you to me. Ouyang Jejia said. You know it. Su Jing smiled. No wonder, I'm afraid Mr. Lin made my interview successful for this reason. Ouyang Jejia smiled, otherwise, I don't know how, and I don't have any work experience, how can I pass Kidō so smoothly? Interview for the group. Su Jing, I really want to thank you this time, you are my lucky star. First, Luo Kaiping's matter was solved and Jejia building was in danger. This interview may be because of him. It is normal for Ouyang Jejia to think so. I really don't know how to thank you. For you went in so quickly and came out before, maybe you haven't eaten yet? I haven't eaten after the interview, otherwise I come home and I make something for you. Ouyang Jejia. Don't be so troublesome. No trouble, what's the trouble, anyway, you go home. I'm afraid it's just a bite. Speaking of, Su Jing, don't blame me for talking. I know you are handsome, and you have the ability, vision. Of course I will be picky, but it is better to stabilize the relationship earlier. Ouyang Jejia said, the elevator has arrived. Emotions, I haven't considered this yet. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Moreover, it's not bad to know more about different scenery. Su Jing said with a smile. Ouyang Jejia smiled, and said nothing. Opening the door and entering the house, Ouyang Jejia said enthusiastically, sit down and I will pour you a glass of water. Ouyang Jejia helped Su Jing pour a glass of water, and then went to the kitchen to cook. At this time, Wang Zhenzhen should still be in school. Damn. Ouyang Jiejia opened the refrigerator, only to find that there seemed to be nothing left in the refrigerator. After hesitating for a while, Ouyang Jiejia came over and said apologetically, "I'm so confused, all the food at home is gone. Let's sit here for a while, and I will go and buy some food." "No, really don't have to be so troublesome, just do whatever you want," Su Jing said. "I can eat anything." Ouyang Jiejia hesitated and said, "Or, I will give you something to eat below." "I'll give you something to eat below." This talk made Su Jing subconsciously look under Ouyang Jiejia's. For the interview, Ouyang Jiejia was specially dressed up, wearing a very formal hip skirt and black silk on his legs. "Anything." Su Jing looked up and said. Ouyang Jiejia apologized to read a few words, and then went to the kitchen. Not long after, Ouyang Jiejia had already come over. They didn't go to the dining room either, but on the coffee table in the living room, the two of them simply ate and then chatted. Obviously Ouyang Jiejia was very excited and worried. After all, the first time she was going to work, she was a little bit nervous, who had no experience, and asked Su Jing many questions. However, Su Jing didn't have much experience in workplace matters, and she just comforted her that she didn't need to worry too much. Finished a bowl of noodles. Ouyang Jiejia got up and wanted to remove the bowl and chopsticks, but the hand that had just picked up Su Jing's bowl shook slightly. As a result, the bowl was sprinkled and it was directly buckled on Su Jing's lap. "I will do it myself." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." When the door closed, Ouyang Jiejia was still in embarrassment. Ouyang Jiejia yelled, but he didn't expect to be so careless. He hurriedly picked up the bowl, looked at the pants wet by the soup, and hurriedly reached out to wipe it. "I'm going back first, thank you for your face." Su Jing got up to leave. Seeing Ouyang Jiejia hadn't reacted yet, Su Jing grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Kidō Group is going to transport the Zhenguo Lingshi to Hong Kong for an exhibition. Su Jing didn't expect to take a bowl and just spill it. Seeing Ouyang Jiejia bending over and rubbing his pants, Su Jing's expression was a little weird. Ouyang Jiejia was stunned for a moment, only then did he realize where he was just wiping, and his face flushed. Su Jing let go, and Ouyang Jiejia got up in a jealousy. Looking at the wet pants and the bulging place, Ouyang Jiejia hurriedly diverted his attention. "It's okay, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself." Ring ling ling. Back at home, Su Jing simply took a shower, changed into big pants like those on the beach, and sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. The phone rang suddenly at this time. "That, or wait for you to change over, I'll wash it for you," Ouyang Jiejia said embarrassedly. This incident, judging from the media reports, seems to be very praising the actions of the Kidō Group. After all, this is a good way to promote cross-strait relations. This should be done by Lin Guodong. I have to say, Lin Guodong is indeed very capable. "No, Zhenzhen usually washes my clothes for me, so I'm ashamed to let you wash me," Su Jing said, opening the door and going out. News about the Kidō Group was just broadcast on TV. Su Jing picked up the phone, the number was familiar. Should it be Lin Guodong? "Is the result of the check out?" Su Jing answered the phone and said lightly. "Out." Lin Guodong's voice was a little excited. "The doctor said that my cancer cells have stopped spreading, and there are signs of reduction. The doctor said that if the control is good, there is a possibility of recovery. Mr. Su, when can you continue the treatment for me? How much to do and how much to eat? You should understand this truth," Su Jing said with a smile. I understand. If you have anything, you can directly tell me," Lin Guodong said quickly. No wonder he is so excited. He doesn't need to be a zombie or chemotherapy. The cancer cells have been reduced. There is hope of recovery. Can he not be excited? The most important thing is that this is a change that can be seen in real life, unlike Kazuo Yamamoto who promised to turn himself into a zombie, but he never saw the slightest hope. In his current mind, the balance in his heart has slowly tilted towards Su Jing. When will Jinghua Shiling arrive? What arrangements does Kazuo Yamamoto have? Jinghua Shiling will be sent to Hong Kong in a few days. At that time, people from the mainland will be responsible for guarding with the guards of the Nido group. I don't know what Kazuo Yamamoto's plans are. Lin Guodong said. Watch out more. I will. For treatment, wait for my call. Su Jing finished speaking and hung up the phone. Just after Lin Guodong's phone was hung up, Su Jing received another call from Bingqi. Before asking Bingqi to investigate the piece of land near her home, it was quite efficient. According to the results of Bingqi's investigation, most of the land is okay, but the nearby villas are a bit troublesome and may cost more money. Also, there is a piece of land nearby that has been sold. I heard that an engineering team is planning to build a community there. This is the most troublesome. Firstly, the land may not be so easy to obtain. Secondly, people have already started construction. How can developers with little money give up easily? The spare money, Su Jing's hands are more real. Not to mention the income from Kote's Hotel and Jingli perfume, it is only the money made last time when I went to Japan, and the 50 million I got from Kazuo Yamamoto this time, even if it was a little costly. I also promised Jillian. If you buy a house, there will be almost 50 million left. Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to go back to the villa. With Jillian, Su Jing came out of Jiejia building, took 50 million yuan, and returned to the villa. When I arrived at the villa, I discovered that besides Mei and Xiaolan, ACI was also at home. Why are you here, not busy? With the increasing business of Jingli perfumes, ACI and Ajia have long ceased to be just salespersons, and each has a responsible branch. As for Pat, he has become the financial director of Jingli perfume, which is a busy one. Of course, her income is also considerable. The host. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. ACI smiled and came to Su Jing's side and said, "It's rare to have a rest today. Come back and gather with everyone. I didn't expect you to come back. That's a coincidence." Su Jing smiled and sat down on the sofa. ACI followed Su Jing's arm without letting go, and Wuyue and Xiaolan were not idle either, serving tea and pouring water. Is everything okay at home? Su Jing asked towards Mei. Mei nodded, everything is fine, but there is nothing to do, and some are not so good. After all, everyone is so busy. Do you want to find something to do? Su Jing smiled and looked at Xiaolan. How about you? Me too. Xiaolan said. I see, I will arrange it later. Su Jing replied. If the zombies ACI and Ajia were really just doing business, it would be a waste. There is a suitable opportunity for Xiaolan and Mei to replace them, so they can do other things. Master, I miss you. ACI said greasily. Su Jing smiled, why did you think about it? I thought about it. Asti said. I'm going back to the room first. Jillian said and turned upstairs. She knew. I'm afraid it will be ridiculous next time. She hasn't seen this kind of thing less before, and now she is with Su Jing every day. It's not good to grab them with them. Sure enough, with Jillian's departure, ACI became even more proactive and presumptuous. ACI looked at Su Jing with blazing eyes. Not long after, Su Jing's pants were already taken off. Looking at Su Jing, who was alive and well, it seemed, stronger than before. Su Jing smiled and brought ACI over. In the distance, Wuyue and Xiaolan's faces were reddened, but they were accustomed to them. During this period of time, Su Jing rarely came back here, and really missed it a bit, so instead of leaving at this time, the two women took the initiative to get together. It didn't take long for the living room to appear scattered all over the place, all kinds of clothes, and the sound of battles rang one after another. The whole body seemed to be lying in Su Jing's arms, and his little hand unfaithfully helped Su Jing untie his belt. In fact, if something happened temporarily last time, Yamamoto might be the first one in the future. But it never failed to break through that last step. At this moment, the look in Assie's eyes, that kind of strong impulse became very obvious. In May, Xiaolan, who was defeated one after another, lay aside to rest. Roar! Assie's face was reddened and he directly lowered his head and leaned forward, leaning over and moving. Assie's fangs were exposed, and his expression was a little bit painful. The wrinkled facial features and exposed fangs not only did not feel the horror, but also had a special taste. After the sun ghost, Su Jing finally killed the zombie. But that's okay. ACI has been with herself for so many years, others will not say anything. At the same time, if the zombies are preempted by Yamamoto Miku, she will definitely be depressed. It's so strong today, probably because of Yamamoto's future. After all, Yamamoto will be on Aya's side in the future, and ACI and Aya have the best relationship, it's impossible not to know it. Moreover, Su Jing is interested in Yamamoto Miku purely because she is Yamamoto Miku, and ACI is better than Yamamoto Miku in every aspect, regardless of body shape or appearance. Although she does not serve less, she will participate. Well, don't watch it, it's your turn. Fight. Go on. The fangs were exposed because ACI couldn't control it for the first time, and it didn't take long for him to retract the fangs, and then, completely conquered by that special feeling. The combat effectiveness of zombies is indeed not Mei, Xiaolan can compare. Wait until Mei and Xiaolan get up to rest and go to the kitchen to make dinner, and even when the dinner is over, Su Jing and ACI have just finished. It can be seen how powerful the combat power is. This is Su Jing, or he has not put down exercises during this period of time, and his physical fitness has been steadily improved. Otherwise, if he has solved Mei and Xiaolan, and then dealt with this amazingly powerful zombie, I am afraid that he is really not an opponent. 2. Take a shower and rest for a while, tidy up the living room. All the talents sat down to eat together. Looking at the moisturized Mei and Xiaolan, and then at the unspeakable ACI and Jillian who eat well, Su Jing still feels very fulfilled. Not long after dinner, Bingqi came back. Su Jing handed the money to Bingqi, chatted a few more words, and went back to the room to rest. Bingqi naturally got in at night, but after teasing a few times, she found that Su Jing didn't have much interest and gave up. Early the next morning, Su Jing got up and went out with Bingqi. He was busy with the land. After all, there were a lot of follow-up procedures after he bought it. Su Jing needed to come out in person. It sounds simple, but it is not that simple when it is implemented. For several days, Su Jing lived at the villa and ran with Bingqi on the ground during the day. Of course, it was natural when no one was around. We'll also do some secret things. At night, it's either Xiaolan or Mei, or Jillian. Anyway, I won't sleep alone. As for she wanted to stay, but unfortunately things were too busy, and she had no choice but to leave. In the living room, Xiaolan and Wuyue were lying in Su Jing's arms. Next to Bingqi, Bingqi was recording the land acquisition. Jillian sat next to him holding a newspaper, seeming to be looking at the house. Ring ling ling. The phone rang suddenly. Xiaolan took the phone and handed it to Su Jing. Su Jing connected, and the call was from Su Zolan. What's happening? In a case, I suspect it was done by the zombies you mentioned last time. Su Zolan said, do you know about Zhengguo. It was transported from the mainland to Hong Kong to prepare for the exhibition immediately, but just now he was in charge of guarding. The guard was killed, the blood of the corpse was drained, and there were tooth marks on the neck. In the past few days, Su Jing hasn't paid too much attention, and Zhenguo Shiling has already arrived. Zhenguo Shiling on display in Yuanlong. Su Jing was a little surprised. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Zula nodded and said, "No, it was not originally planned to be in Yuanlong, but the above suddenly decided to transfer the Zhenguo Ling stone to Yuanlong for the exhibition, and handed over the safety to me. It seems that the public order in Yuanlong is more reassuring." Su Jing smiled. "There are so many zombies guarding Yuanlong, can it be unsafe? But I'm afraid it will be difficult to do next. The murderer's goal is probably Zhenguo Shiling. I am afraid it will appear again. I think, you need to pay attention. What about this? I'll be there in a while." Su Jing finished speaking and hung up the phone. The phone rang just as soon as it hung up. Su Jing quickly connected, this time it was Lin Guodong. "Mr. Su, Jing Guolingshi has arrived in Hong Kong. Demoto Shingo and Baiga wanted to destroy them, but found that the Jing Guoshirling had a certain degree of restraint against zombies. In the end, he killed the guards and left without leaving. Kazuo Yamamoto decided putting Jing Guoshirling on display in Yuanlong. I think he might be targeting you. Because I heard him say that Jing Guoshirling can stop him, but now he does not plan to do it himself, but wants let the enemy help to solve the Jing Guoshirling, so." "I know." Su Jing interrupted Lin Guodong and said that he knew it. Hanging up the phone, Su Jing got up and said, "I'll go out." Jillian got up afterwards. The two came out of the villa and Jillian was in charge of driving. "Go to Stanley, Jinjin's school first," Su Jing said. Jillian nodded to show that she knew. The primary school Wang Jinjin teaches is the only primary school in Stanley. After Kuang Tianyou's family moved over, Kuang Fuxing naturally transferred to this primary school. Although he is an old man, who made him grow up. Kazuo Yamamoto suddenly changed his mind to display Jing Guoshirling in Yuanlong, and he must have a plan. After all, the name Su Jing in Yuanlong is not just a casual talk. He wants to use the enemy to deal with Jing Guoshirling. He must be one of the goals. However, it is only one. In the TV series, Kazuo Yamamoto approached Ma Shaoling to investigate, and at the same time kidnapped Kuang Fuxing, threatening Kuang God to destroy the town of Shiling. Su Jing is not very interested in Jingguo Shiling, but he will not let Kazuo Yamamoto's plan succeed. After catching the situation, he will break the precept and kill people and suck the blood. Su Jing said to Jillian, then got out of the car and went to the direction of the alley. The corner of Su Jing's mouth lifted up and smiled softly. "Do you want me to help you protect Jingguo Shiling?" "All right, one price, 50 million. Near the school. One is Kuang Fuxing, and the other, but it is not Tangben Jinwu who was supposed to kidnap Kuang Fuxing on TV, but Herman." Su Jing replied casually. People had already walked to the entrance of the alley and saw Kuang Fuxing and Herman in the alley. Just after getting off the car, the phone rang again. After taking a look at the number, Su Jing suddenly guessed why the kidnapping resurrected was not Tangmoto Jing'e but Herman, because this call was from Tangmoto Jing'e. Jillian stopped the car to calculate the time. Should it be over for school soon? Su Jing sensed it, and quickly felt two strands of spirit pressing in the alley not far away. At this time, Kuang Fuxing and Herman had already seen Su Jing. Boom! At this time, the two are working. "It seems that you have forgotten, don't talk about interests with me, talk about money." Su Jing answered the phone and walked to the alley. Kuang Fuxing was grabbed by Herman and threw it behind him. With a plop, Kuang Fuxing fell in front of Su Jing. "You are waiting here." Kuang Fuxing has entered the form of a zombie, but unfortunately, the other person is too young, and he is a vegetarian zombie. He does not drink living blood and is not Herman's opponent at all. "Hello, Mr. Su Jing, I am Tangben Jinwu. There is a business, do you know if you are interested?" On the phone, Tangben Jinwu's voice came. Quan Fusheng and Herman didn't expect Su Jing to appear here suddenly, but their reactions and emotions were different. Quan Fusheng hurriedly got up and hid behind Su Jing in excitement. Herman stared at Su Jing coldly and angrily. "Don't be afraid," Su Jing said to Quan Fusheng and told him to hide from the side, followed by holding the phone in one hand and hooking towards Herman with the other. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Herman was unhappy with Su Jing. If his boss hadn't allowed him to take action, he would have gone to Su Jing a long time ago. Now that he ran into it, Herman couldn't control it, and he rushed to Su Jing's face in an instant. Boom! A punch came, but Su Jing took it with one hand. When the instant step was released, Su Jing appeared behind Herman instantly, slapped him with a palm, and said at the same time, "Do you not understand the meaning of a price tag? If you don't understand, I can explain it to you, just don't accept anything. Bargain. This guy is too arrogant." Herman avoided the palm, but saw that Su Jing didn't pursue it at all, and looked like he was focused on making calls. Too arrogant, this is simply contempt. Nothing at all, put it in your eyes. Roar. Herman yelled, and instantly entered the zombie form, followed by a long chain suddenly appeared in his hand and slammed towards Su Jing. "Okay, I'll let someone check the bank account." Su Jing tapped his toe lightly, and instantly changed his position. The moment he left, the chain hit a hole in the ground. Su Jing looked at Herman and didn't speak, but the look in his eyes seemed to mock him for not hitting him. This caused Herman's anger to reach its limit, and the spiritual pressure rose instantly, and at the same time the chain seemed to be alive, rushing towards Su Jing frantically. "I will protect Xinghua Shiling, but if anything happens to Xinghua Shiling, I will not be responsible." Then it's settled. In addition, Su Jing's hand suddenly appeared Zanpakutō. The sharp spear swung, slashing the chain instantly, a bang-bang sounded, the chain was cut by the Zanpei knife instantly, and the tip of the knife was aimed at Herman. "Also, tell you, don't wait for Herman to go back, he can't go back." After speaking, Su Jing hung up the phone, put it in his pocket, and shouted softly. "Shoot him. Gunslinger." Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Boom. Ryatsu broke out. Herman felt that Su Jing's sudden surge of aura was slightly caring, but he didn't care too much. In other words, he has been a little angry and irrational by Su Jing's humiliating behavior. Instead of avoiding it, he intends to take the initiative to meet him. As soon as it moved, I heard a chuckle. A bright light flashed, and he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Whoosh! He took the sharp spear back, and Herman looked down. There was a hole in the shoulder of his left arm, and the shoulder bone was broken directly. How is this possible? Herman's eyes widened in disbelief. He is a zombie, even a bullet can't penetrate his body, how could it be? Run. Herman tried to escape instantly when he moved his body. Zombies, especially the 3-generation zombies of the generals, are very fast. Herman just had an idea and made an action, and people have appeared far away. Shoot him. Gunslinger. Su Jing's voice sounded behind him, and Herman subconsciously turned his head to look, but he saw only the retracted gun. There was a sharp pain in the leg, Herman's body instantly lost balance and fell to the ground with a plop. Struggling, looking up. Su Jing has appeared in front of him. Looking at the injuries on his shoulders and legs, Su Jing said faintly, "Sure enough, Zanpaku does not have strong restraint against zombies of your level, just like ordinary wounds caused by ordinary weapons." Why, how could it be so fast? Herman couldn't help asking. This Zanpaku knife is called a sharp spear, and its speed is 500 times the speed of sound. It is quite powerful. 500 times the speed of sound. That's not all. The moment the sharp spear stabs you, the blade will turn into dust for a moment. This dust contains deadly toxins that can dissolve cells. Even if you are a zombie, you should not be able to resist it. In an instant, Hermann's head in the gusty wind was directly pierced. I have said so much, I should also send you on the road. God kills the spear. Dance. After the swastika, the lethality of the sharp gun has been greatly improved. This is indeed the boss's plan, but Su Jing didn't expect to know it, and it was destroyed. With a light swipe of the Zanpakutō, a huge whirlwind appeared and hit Hermann directly. In the gust of wind, Hermann was seen flying higher and higher, flying higher and higher. The speed didn't drop the wind, even Hermann couldn't avoid it. And it is poisonous. As long as you hit a zombie, even if it is not a spike, it will have a strong impact. Su Jing said while watching Hermann's expression become extremely ugly. To be honest, the sharp gun is definitely a weapon against you zombies. Swastika. The 50A of breaking the road Tanlan. Your boss is very interesting. Just a call from Tang Ben Jinwu, 50 million asked me to protect Jinghua Shiling. Although I know that your boss actually wants to kill people with a knife, on the one hand, let me protect Jinghua Shiling, while the kidnapping situation is revived and forced. Besides, Tian Yu helped you destroy Jinghua Shiling, he succeeded, Jinghua Shiling was destroyed, your boss is missing one thing that can stop her. He failed, I should kill him, and also one less trouble. For your boss, it doesn't really matter whether Kuang Tianyu succeeds or fails. It just so happens that I am still short of money, so your boss will send the money to the door. If he knew, you could not take Kuang Tianyu away, and you could not let Kuang Tianyu go. I don't know if I will be depressed if I shoot. With a bang, it exploded directly. Immediately after the body was blown away, I heard a bang to the ground after a while, followed by bursts of noise and screams coming from a distance. God kills the gun. The white light was like a beam of light, almost hitting Hermann in the blink of an eye. After Su Jing finished speaking, Hermann's body was picked up with his toes, and in an instant, Hermann was picked and flew up. Call. Su Jing retracted the sharp spear and turned around, and saw Kuang Fu grow out of a sigh, looking like he had survived the disaster. Go back by yourself, are you okay? Su Jing asked towards Kuang Fusheng. Kuang Fusheng nodded. It should be okay, thank you, otherwise I will be miserable. I will hurt him. By the way, how did you know he would kidnap me? I know a lot. Su Jingdan said with a smile and walked out of the alley, separated from Kuang Fusheng and got in the car. Resolved? Jillian asked. Su Jingjing nodded, Hermann came to catch the situation and resurrected, and I killed him. Then Kazuo Yamamoto doesn't. Jillian was a little worried, after all, Hermann is Kazuo Yamamoto's. Su Jing shook his head, no, if I can kill Hermann, Kazuo Yamamoto will be jealous. At the same time, there will be Ma Shaolin with the situation. God, without full confidence, Kazuo Yamamoto won't go to war so soon. Okay, let's now you can go and see Jinghua Shiling. Okay. Jillian nodded and drove to Yuanlong. The exhibition area of Jinghua Shiling. There are many policemen guarding the entrance of the exhibition area. Su Zulin walked up to him, followed by Bauer. Are you there too? Su Jing greeted Bauer somewhat unexpectedly. The previous group Su Zulin was transferred from the shareholders' warehouse, but Bauer was still in the antique warehouse, but Su Jing also cared too much. After all, it was a drunk accident with Bauer, and there was not much contact afterwards. Now it seems that Bauer seems a little more capable. Yes, I have been investigated by the police station in Yuanlong. Bauer replied slightly nervously. She didn't know what she was nervous about. Pushing open the door of the exhibition hall, Su Jingkai discovered that although it was a temporary decision to exhibit here, the arrangement was fast. Many valuable antiques are placed in the spacious exhibition hall. There are all kinds of ancient clothes, as well as other antiques, and so on. In the middle is Jinghua Shiling, a huge crab-like stone. Two people were standing in front of Jinghua Shiling. These two were sent by the central government to protect the town's Shiling, Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, said Shua, who was introduced by Su Zulan. Su Scenic Spot nodded, and walked over to look at Jinghua Shiling. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. It seemed that there was nothing special about this thing, and I did not sense the existence of ray pressure after I sensed it. But what's behind it is the famous Fahai. What does the autopsy report say? Su Jing asked Su Zulan. The previous corpse has been examined by a forensic doctor. The last time the forensic doctor named Lan Mengnan was specially appointed by me. Through his abilities, it is certain that there are two zombies, one male and one female. It is very likely that it was the last time. 2. Su Zulan whispered. It was their group who did it, but not the last two. One of them was just killed by me. Su Jing said. Leave it to me. Okay, I will deploy the police outside. Su Zulan said, by the way, I plan to arrange Lan Mengnan to Yuan Long. Her ability is very helpful in solving the case. Whatever. Now that Quan Fuxing has not been arrested, Quan Tianyu will naturally not come to destroy the Jinghua Lingshire. If the Jinghua Lingshire is not destroyed, Fahai will not come out. Green Snake and White Snake will have less trouble. Su Jing is really looking forward to it now. What will Kazuo Yamamoto do? Will Baiga and Tang Benjin will come back to destroy the Jinghua Shiling, or will they go out in person? The door opened. Su Jing turned around and looked around, and found that Lin Guodong was walking in with Ma Xiaoling, and he was still following Ouyang Jiejia. Mr. Su. Lin Guodong walked over, although he restrained, but there was a hint of flattery in his tone. Su Scenic Spot nodded. Nido Group also found Ma Xiaoling? Yes. It was Ma Xiaoling who Mr. Takashi Yamamoto from our Japanese group went to find in person. Lin Guodong said. It's definitely not more than a day. Tsutenkaku. You sure? It's not clear for the time being, but I think, it should be just a coincidence. After all, he took our business and collected our money. He knew who we were. It would not be surprising if Herman was really killed. After all, Herman had conflicts with him before. Demoto Shingo said after thinking about it. However, he was able to kill Herman, which is always a threat to us. On the phone, Su Jing said so, and Herman hasn't come back for so long, I'm afraid. Obviously, Piga knew what the plan was, and nodded excitedly, turned around and went out. Aaron, let everyone pay attention to what is happening in Yuan Long. If there are any foreign zombies, please notify me as soon as possible. In the exhibition area, Su Jing took out the phone and called Assie's father. He was in charge of Yuan Long. Vegetarian zombies are also their own intelligence network. Unknowingly, Yuan Long is still very famous in the zombie circle. Many zombies who have been bitten in other places will come to Yuan Long. Join this circle. Kazuo Yamamoto shook his head. No, just advance the original plan a little bit. Piga, you can do it. At this time, Kazuo Yamamoto heard Demoto's report and his face was slightly ugly. Okay. Su Jingjing nodded, and according to the plan, he and Ma Xiaoling dealt with the situation God blessed to destroy the spirit stone of the town. Let alone whether it succeeded or not, Kazuo Yamamoto can also know if he and Ma Xiaoling can kill the second-generation zombies after the minister. I have to say that Kazuo Yamamoto is really smart. The matter of Jinghua Shiling can give him a lot of information and results he wanted. It's a pity. The most important point was destroyed by himself. Do you think it was a coincidence, or, he knew my plan? Kazuo Yamamoto's base. Boss, what should we do next? Should we continue to catch the situation and revive, or, to destroy the town-state spirit stone? Baiga asked. In Yuan Long, Su Jing wanted to know something. Yes. Kazuo Yamamoto was naturally angry at the loss of a capable man, but the most angry still failed to act according to his plan, which disrupted his deployment. However, Kazuo Yamamoto is Kazuo Iwamoto, who is really good at cultivating chi, and soon adjusted his mood and asked Emoto Shingo. "What's your plan?" Seeing Su Jing taking back the phone, Ma Xiaoling walked over and asked in a low voice. "I have notified my people to pay attention to outsiders, but I don't know what the other party will do." Su Jing smiled, and simply told Ma Xiaoling about Kazuo Yamamoto, Godyu, and the resurrection of the situation, so that nothing happened. Clear. Misunderstandings and accidents are often caused in this way. You said that Kwang Tianyu and Kwang Fusheng, who have just moved to the Jiejia building, are zombies. Yamamoto Ryuichi and Yamamoto Takashi of the Yamamoto group are all alone, and Kwang Tianyu are the same zombies who were bitten by generals decades ago. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing in surprise. She suddenly found out that she didn't know, there were so many things. Kwang Tianyu and Kwang Fusheng will not say that they are vegetarian zombies, and they also know cayenne. As for Kazuo Yamamoto, it is indeed a trouble. He intends to turn this world into a zombie world, and there are only a few things that can stop him: Ma's the blood of Kwang God, Zhenguo Shiling, and the great sun Tathagata purifying world curse. Zhenguo Shiling was specially obtained by Kazuo Yamamoto. Before, I wanted to catch the situation and threaten Kwang God to destroy Zhenguo Shiling. I used the knife to kill, but I didn't know what he planned to do next if I destroyed it. Su Jing said. What's so special about Shiling in this town? Ma Xiaoling asked curiously. Su Jingdao, Zhenguo Shiling originated in Sichuan, and was later sent to Tianjin. It was thought to have the ability to guard the fortune of the country. In fact, it was Fahai sealed in it. Fahai. The Fahai that White Snake teaches. Yes. Well, why do I feel that the more I listen to it, the more confused it is? Then there is Fahai, are there green snakes and white snakes? Ma Xiaoling mumbled. Su Scenic Spot nodded, yes, and you should have seen one of them. Xiaoqing, and the wife of Waiting Bar. It's them. Xiaoqing and Susu. I've been to Waiting Bar before, but I didn't expect them to be monsters. Ma Xiaoling sighed. I'll look at Shiling of Zhenguo. Kazuo Yamamoto is looking for your name to investigate whether a zombie is committing a crime, right? Then you can investigate. If anything happens, I will notify you at any time. Ma Xiaoling nodded, then turned and left. After Ma Xiaoling left, Su Jing went to the two Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng who were sent by the Central Committee to protect the stone spirit of the town and chat with Zhang Sheng. In the TV series, although these two people are just tricks, they seem to have special abilities. But Su Jing didn't care about this, mainly because he wanted to learn about the situation in the mainland. After all, before crossing, he was a native mainlander, and when he had time later, Su Jing planned to go back to the mainland to have a look. Where the responsibility lies, Zhang Bao and Zhang Xing didn't want to talk to Su Jing duo, especially Su Jing is not a policeman yet. It is said that he is an exorcist. For this, Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng are actually quite disdainful. 8 or 9 are all liars. But seeing Su Jing was just curious about things in the mainland, and many local dialects can say a few words, so that they feel that Su Jing is different from other Hong Kong people, and they talk a lot. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Unknowingly, half of the day passed. Although the police provided meals, Jillian went out to help Su Jing pack a bit of takeaway, and there was a special restroom. In the room, Su Jing and Jillian were eating. I heard that the exhibition will last a full week, and it will be officially open tomorrow. Are we going to stay here this week? Jillian asked. It's okay during the day, but mainly at night. Su Jing said. Ring ling ling, ling ling ling. Jillian's phone rang. After answering the call, Jillian glanced at Su Jing unexpectedly, and then hung up. It's the information from the Anti-Magic Alliance, saying that the traces of vampires have been found. Yuan Long. No. Are you sure of yourself? Should be no problem. That's all right, you can deal with those vampires. By the way, you can tell Kazuo Yamamoto's affairs to the Anti-Magic Alliance and see if they will take any action there. It is good. Jillian got up, took the gray cat and left. Just after pushing the door out, I saw Ouyang Jejia standing at the door carrying an insulation box. Sister Jejia. Jillian shouted towards Ouyang Jejia. Did you come to see the boss? He is inside. After that, Jillian let herself leave, and Ouyang Jejia came in with the insulation box. You haven't gone back to rest yet. Before, Ouyang Jejia followed Lin Guodong, and Lin Guodong returned to the company after explaining the things here, and Su Jing thought she would also go back. Ouyang Jejia said, going back, Mr. Lin asked me to take charge of the exhibition. I think, it should be because I know you. After I went back, I made some chicken soup. It should not be cold yet. Drink it while it is hot. Right. Thank you. Su Jing never expected that Ouyang Jejia would come to deliver chicken soup, but he was not polite. Watching Ouyang Jejia help herself, Su Jing casually said, leave things here, it's not too early, you go back and rest soon. Ouyang Jejia shook his head, I plan to stay here these few days. After all, I have just started to work. This is my first task. Also, you have to stay here too. You are a man who is careless. If anything happens, I can help you too. Su Jing didn't care. While drinking chicken soup and eating takeaway, while chatting with Ouyang Jejia one after another. What do you think of Lin Guodong? Su Jing remembers that in the TV series, Ouyang Jejia and Lin Guodong seem to have an affinity for each other. This is also normal. Ouyang Jejia's own conditions are very good. Her husband died early and Wang Jinjin was raised by herself. She was not short of money and her daughter was filial. Moreover, as the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. There is a blank period in both body and emotion. It is normal to be tempted when meeting the right man. Mr. Lin. He is very good and takes good care of me. But it should be because of you. Ouyang Jejia said. Su Jing smiled, I'm talking about other aspects. Ouyang Jejia was taken aback, blushing and said, I'm all this age, how can I still think about this? Lin Guodong is actually very good personality and capable. Plus he doesn't look like a middle-aged boss, he has a big belly and a bald head. This is a very good choice. However, I don't know if something has gone wrong. Judging from Ouyang Jejia's reaction, she really doesn't seem to have any special thoughts about Lin Guodong. Is it because of yourself? Su Jing didn't think Ouyang Jejia would feel about him. After all, the age is here, and Ouyang Jejia is a relatively traditional woman, not the kind of open and chaotic personality. Su Jing felt that it was because of himself, because Ouyang Jejia and Lin Guodong both knew him. When the two of them were in contact with each other, or the first impression was lost. Since Ouyang Jejia didn't have that idea, Su Jing didn't talk about this topic anymore, and he didn't plan to be a matchmaker to pull the line for Ouyang Jejia and Lin Guodong, just because there is no special topic, just find a topic to talk about. After drinking the chicken soup, Su Jing got up and walked to the bed aside to rest. Ouyang Jejia tidied things up briefly, but did not leave afterwards. After all, there is nothing to do after going out. She is not familiar with the people here, so why not stay here? Su Jing lay on the bed and closed his eyes, ready to draw. Kazuo Yamamoto's things can be set aside, no matter what plan he has, the soldiers will come to cover the water and earth. What he is thinking about is the cooperation with the underworld. Place, manpower, enchantment. The problem of locality and manpower is easy to solve, mainly enchantment. How to make ghosts stay in your specific area honestly is the key. When you look back, you can go and see Uncle Chiu, maybe there is something to do, but before that, let's take a look at the lottery. Lottery. As Su Jing's thoughts fell, a warm current poured into his body. This feeling is a ghost. Rewarded, 8 Yeo Shuanjia. 8 Yeo Shuanjia. Su Jing comprehended the content of the Ghost Dao technique, only to realize that it was a high-level enchantment in disguise. After releasing the enchantment, most people would subconsciously avoid it. The principle is similar to that of a ghost hitting a wall, and they would subconsciously unconsciously just avoid it. At the same time, it can also prevent external pressure detection. From the outside, it is just an ordinary house shape. There is no way to count, just like Hui Dao. Unexplained ghost art. Especially the enchantment I need, but, from the content point of view, this enchantment is good as a concealment, and it does not seem to help me much in cooperating with the underworld. Can be used as an aid, not suitable as the main body. Continue to draw. Get a reward, 30 bound Dao, the mouth flashes 3 times. Use 3 huge pointed beams to fix the opponent's hands and waist to the wall to seal his actions. It is a relatively advanced technique of binding the Tao. Su Jing thought for a while, and continued to draw the lottery. Get reward, Senbon Sakura. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Senbon Sakura. Su Jing didn't expect to get this Zanpakutō knife. This is Kuchiki Byakuya's saber, very powerful. Put aside the Zanpakutō knife in other hands. There are a total of 3 Zanpakutō sabers in Su Jing's hand. Gunslinger, Shirayuki Shu, Bingwan 1. The characteristics of sharp guns are very useful against zombies, and he often uses them. As for Shio Baishua and Binglan 1, the 2 Zanpakutō knives are of the ice and snow type, but Su Jing is more comfortable with Binglan 1 and can deal with more situations. As for Shio Baishua, Su Jing has made arrangements. Now that Chiban Sakura has been drawn, Shio Shirayuki can arrange it even more. There is still 1 lottery draw left. Su Jing thought that he was about to finish the draw, but suddenly heard Ouyang Jiejia's tentative question in a low voice, Su Jing, are you okay? Su Jing opened his eyes and shook his head, it's okay, what's the matter? Nothing, I think you seemed a little uncomfortable just now. Ouyang Jiejia shook his head and asked. It should be too accidental when I drew Senbon Sakura, so there might be some slight changes that Ouyang Jiejia can see, right? However, Ouyang Jiejia might have looked too carefully, didn't she keep staring at herself? Su Jing looked at Ouyang Jiejia with strange eyes. This look made Ouyang Jiejia also react, and got up a little embarrassed. It's fine if you're fine, I'll go out and have a look. And many more. Su Jing suddenly spoke, turned over and sat up. Let me go out. Su Jing, Ouyang Jiejia felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit wrong, and she wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to explain the situation. I was indeed staring at Su Jing just now. As for what to look at, Ouyang Jiejia didn't know it himself. After all, there is only Su Jing in the room, and it makes sense to stay on him. Boa nodded. Yeah, after all, this is the case I just transferred to Yuan Long. How have you been? Don't you rest? Bao asked rhetorically. So, that. Then, opened the door and went in. After a while, it seemed that a police officer on patrol came here, originally leaning on the direction of the door of the room. I don't know why they were walking, but they suddenly stepped aside, as if something was blocking them, and avoided. You didn't go back? Su Jing asked casually. P.S. 8 Yeo Shuanjia, there is a ghost way created by Akita Hachijin. Senbon Sakura, Kuchiki Byakuya's Zanpakutō sword. Su Jing smiled, the night is the critical time, so naturally there is no way to rest. What about you personally? 8 Yeo Shuanjia. Seeing Baoer's slightly dazed appearance, Su Jing raised the corner of his mouth, walked over to hold Baoer's waist, and released the barrier at the same time. Su Jing turned and went out. The exhibition hall had already been closed. The police, Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, were all guarding the town's spirit stone loyally. There was no news from Aaron, and Su Jing didn't feel any unfamiliar spiritual pressure nearby, so after a round, Su Jing was about to go back. When I went back, I happened to see Boer coming out of another room. When I saw Su Jing, he was slightly taken aback, hesitating about how to say hello. I'm okay. I finally fell out of the antique warehouse, I hope there can be a good development. Boer said. When it comes to personal aspects, Boer can't help thinking about that night. Almost an hour later, Su Jing came out of the room to remove the barrier, and returned to his room contentedly. Boer didn't mean to stop him at all, Su Jing just tried a little bit and Boer fell. As a result, the 4 words of contentment are enough to explain. Back in the room, Ouyang Jiejia is no longer there. I guess he has already gone back to where he rested. Su Jing didn't think much about it, and went straight to rest. One night, the calm and the waves passed away. The next morning, Su Zulin came to take over, and Boer went back to rest. Ouyang Jiejia seems to have gone home too. Su Jing stretched, took a brief wash, and ate the breakfast delivered by Su Zulin. Outside, tourists have come in one after another to visit. Basically nothing happens during the day, but Su Jing is not idle either. Naturally, he can't delay his exercises, especially Lingzi, who is almost 8,000. By the way, he called Jillian and asked about the situation last night. Jillian solved the vampire smoothly, and he took a look at the experience value and it did increase. However, because other clues were discovered during the mission, Jillian did not come over for the time being. In addition, Bingqi's progress is pretty good, and he has successively bought a lot of nearby land. Now I am negotiating the situation of the residents and the construction community of the engineering team. It is not particularly smooth, but it is also no big trouble. Unconsciously, the day passed like this. When the exhibition area was about to be closed, a group of people suddenly came. A group of police. Quang Tianyu, Gao Bao followed behind a man. I really forgot what this man was called Su Jing, but he knew his identity, and God and Gao Bao's boss. What's the situation? Su Zulin asked. The above attaches great importance to the affairs of Jinghua Shiling, and asks us to come and help. The man said, and the police behind him quickly went into work. Su Zulin was slightly upset, but she didn't stop it. After all, the matter of Jinghua Shiling is really important. You can help, but you have to follow my request. After all, this case is mainly handled by our Yuan Long police station. Su Zulin said. No problem. That person didn't force it, he seemed very cooperative. He didn't wait much, and left after making a proper explanation. Thank you for saving your life. Quang Tianyu walked over and whispered. Su Jing shook his head, what's the situation with your boss? No problem, right? You mean bangs? He usually does this, so he's so happy. This time Jinghua Shiling is so big, he must come to get in. There is nothing wrong here, is there any action by Yamamoto? Quang Tianyu said. Not yet. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. That's good. By the way, don't get close to the town stone spirit, that stuff will make you uncontrollable revealing the zombie form. Su Jing reminded. Quang Tianyu nodded to indicate that he knew it. If things happen, God, and the new policeman, Su Jing doesn't need to come out often, just feel the ray pressure in the room. Ouyang Jiejia came here at night, it was chicken soup, and there were some more homemade side dishes. When I arrived at the province, I wanted to take out. Knowing that Tianyu is also here, Ouyang Jiejia is really a little surprised. After Su Jing finished eating, Ouyang Jiejia took it out. Time just passed by quietly. Unknowingly in the middle of the night, Su Jing's eyelids were fighting, and his sleepiness surged, and he fell asleep slowly. Quang Tianyu was standing at the entrance of the exhibition hall. There were 4 guards in the 4 corners of the exhibition hall. There was Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng in front of Jinghua Shiling. It was heavily guarded. What? In the innermost corner, a policeman slapped Hatche slightly, seeming to be a little sleepy, and mumbled softly, "No way, too sleepy, I'll wash my face and refresh myself. It's not time to change shifts." Someone on the other side said. "I know, that's why I have to wash my face for a while." After speaking, the man walked out. Others shook their heads, and Zhang Bao and Zhang Xing showed a disdainful expression. "You can't even do this kind of simple task. This quality, haha. What's happening? I'll wash my face and get some energy, and I'll be back soon." After Kuang Tianyu asked, he didn't follow up. About 10 minutes later, the man came back, and it seemed that he was very energetic. He said hello to Kuang Tianyu and went in. With his hands in his pockets, he walked in, and paused slightly when passing by Jingguo Shiling. "I really don't know what is special about this crab-like stone, it needs so many people to look at it." "It's none of your business, go back and continue to perform your mission," Zhang Bao said in a deep voice. "Cut, what's magical, let me tell you, this task, you don't have to do it." The man cursed and suddenly rushed towards Jingguo Shiling. This behavior is very surprising. Who would have thought that this policeman would pounce on Jingguo Shiling? Zhang Bao and Zhang Xing reacted quickly. They immediately caught the policeman and pressed the policeman on Jingguo Shiling to be dragged down. "What are you doing? Quickly come down!" Zhang Bao and Zhang Xing shouted, and the other policeman came over for a moment to get him off. Hearing the sound inside, Kuang Tianyu slammed the door in. As a result, everyone was surrounded by Jingguo Shiling, and it seemed that there was some chaos. Out. Besides, Tianyu just wanted to ask what was wrong, when he heard a loud boom. The explosion suddenly remembered, the huge impact instantly shook the people around Jingguo Shiling away, lying on the ground motionless. The stump on the ground flew horizontally. Kuang Tianyu heard a bang before he could react. Jingguo Shiling, it's exploded. A powerful breath came out from inside, and the rubble flew around. One was wearing a cassock, holding a pot, and glaring crossbrows. "Green snake, white snake, where are you? 800 years, 800 years." The man shouted, then turned and ran towards the door. Kuang Tianyu immediately wanted to stop. "What are you?" Fahai glanced at Kuang Tianyu, and then said, "I am looking for green snake and white snake, and I won't accept you today." Finished. Fahai slapped Kuang Tianyu fiercely, and Kuang Tianyu flew out instantly. Fahai had already seized the door. The sound of the explosion awakened Su Jing from his sleep, and almost immediately after waking up, Su Jing had already sensed the spiritual pressure outside. So strong. This is Fahai. That powerful spiritual pressure seems to be stronger than Kuang Tianyu, except for Fahai, it can't be anyone else. The appearance of Fahai's spiritual pressure means that Jingguo Shiling is destroyed. Su Jing rushed out with a vigorous stride, and as soon as he came out, he saw Fahai wearing a robe, rushing out. It really is Fahai. Su Jing hesitated for a moment without chasing after him, turned and looked at Kuang Tianyu, who had just gotten up. "What's the matter? There is no other zombie spirit pressure, and God is not threatened. How did Jingguo Shiling be destroyed?" "Human. It's a colleague of my police station," Kuang Tianyu said in a deep voice, and the two entered the exhibition hall again. After entering, Su Jing was not only a little surprised. "It's too awful. Those policemen, including Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, seem to be dead, their stumps flying across the air, and the sound of explosions filled the air. What happened?" Boer, Ouyang Jiejia also followed, and not only took a breath after seeing this scene. "Let Su Zolin come over," Su Jing said towards Boer. Boer nodded repeatedly. On the other side, Ouyang Jiejia looked at Su Jing, and Su Jing nodded slightly. She took out the phone and notified Lin Guodong. I'm still thinking about what method Kazuo Yuban would use to destroy the Jingguo Shiling. I didn't expect that he would use people in the end. And he was from the police. Did this guy have any problems before? Su Jing asked Kwang Tianyu. Kwang Tianyu shook his head. He usually performs very well, there is no problem, but before the accident, he once went to the bathroom and said he wanted to wash his face. Su Jing turned around and went to the bathroom, and found a bag in a partition of the bathroom. He should have come here for excuses and brought explosives, that is to say, he may have an accomplice to help him put things here. God, you can investigate this matter, I have to deal with Fahai. Really, that Fahai? Yes. Su Attractions nodded. Su Jing didn't chase Fahai just now because he knew where Fahai would go. His goal is simple. Green snake and white snake. 800 years later, it may be difficult for ordinary people to find green snakes and white snakes in the vast sea of people, but it is not too difficult for Fahai. He can sense the evil spirit of green snakes and white snakes. Perhaps, read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Green snake and white snake have already felt the breath of Fahai. From the exhibition hall, Su Jing drove to waiting bar. On the way, Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to call Ma Xiaoling. The phone rang a few times and then it was connected. What's happening? Fahai has come out. I should go to waiting bar to find green snake and white snake. Are you interested in watching a modern version of the White Snake biography? I'll be there soon. Ma Xiaoling hung up after speaking. At this time, waiting bar has closed. At the moment when Jingguo Shiling was destroyed, even though it was far apart, Xiaoqing and Susu still felt the breath of Fahai. They knew that Fahai would come to them once they got out of trouble, so they closed the waiting bar so as not to hurt others. Just walked not far. There was a deep and proud laugh. Immediately afterwards, I saw a person slowly falling from the air. It is Fahai. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Fahai laughed wildly and turned to look at green snake and white snake. It's been 800 years, a full 800 years, green snake, white snake, we finally meet. Today I see where you two are running. Fahai, we didn't plan to avoid you at all. Su said. Xiaoqing shouted, yes, we have the ability to trap you for so long, and we have the ability to trap you for 800 years, who is afraid of you, a stinky monk. Okay. Fahai said solemnly, holding a pot, Lao Na will have a break with you. Wait. Susu said suddenly. I know that today's catastrophe is definite, but after all it is the grievance between us, I hope you let Xiaoqing go. Sister. Xiaoqing stunned for a moment and hurriedly shouted. If I hadn't given birth on the bridge that day, I wouldn't have been afraid of you. The same is true today. But my luck is exhausted, and the 5 failures are about to appear. Whether you accept me, I will die soon. But you are willing to let Xiaoqing go, maybe reduce your sins. Humph. Surging the demon and the demon is to walk the way for the sky, besides, with you two evildoers, what kind of people should you learn to intercede? Yeah. You, especially you, the green snake, if you didn't use the strategy, I wouldn't trapped in a cancer for 800 years. Do you know how I spent these 800 years? I think every day, I will break your corpses into pieces. Beat you into 18 layers of hell, ha 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 ha. Sister, don't talk nonsense with him, he is crazy. Xiaoqing said solemnly. It seems that you won't give up if you don't accept us today, Xiaoqing. Susu glanced at Xiaoqing, and the two suddenly became capable. The breath filled the body, and the two turned slightly. The clothes and dress on his body have changed. One green and one white, long swords appeared in their hands and attacked Fahai. The 3 of them fought together in an instant. Xiaoqing and the Susu sisters have worked well in cooperation for many years, but Fahai has a high level of strength and profound skills. The 2 long swords were suddenly clamped with both hands, and the mana on his body suddenly agitated. With a boom, Jing and Susu flew out instantly. At the same time, Fahai instantly rushed toward Susu and slapped him over. Susu suddenly turned around at this moment, and his long sword pierced Fahai. Fast, accurate, ruthless. At the same time, Jing on the other side waved his hand abruptly, his long sleeves directly wrapped around Fahai's neck. Sister. Fahai was inevitable, Jing shouted loudly. At the moment when the sword was about to stab Fahai, Susu suddenly felt the world spin and his strength was out of control. 5 failures of heaven and man. The opportunity was fleeting, after all. Fahai's mana directly shattered Jing's long sleeves, followed by a kick to Susu. Boom! Susu, who hit a kick, instantly fell from the air and fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Jing hurried over to support Susu. Fahai was not polite to Jing and Susu when you were sick, and he immediately picked it up and prepared to take the opportunity to kill them. 4th of Tai Dao, this rope. Suddenly, a soft drink came, and a rope-shaped beam of light slammed Fahai's feet, and then heard a pop. Fahai in the air was directly dragged down and hit the ground heavily. Although he was unable to injure Fahai this time, he also fell to the ground. The paralyzing effect of this rope made Fahai unable to leave on the ground. Jing and Susu thought they were in a catastrophe, but they didn't expect to turn around. Jing. Seeing Jing, Jing shouted in joy. At this moment, another car drove over from a distance and stopped by the side. Ma Xiaoling opened the door and got off. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of purple boots, followed by a set of dark purple dresses. Ma Xiaoling has a lot of skirts, but most of them are light-colored, and rarely wear this dark color. Dragon clothing? Looking at Ma Xiaoling, Jing quickly recognized the origin of her skirt. The dragon battle suit, the Ma family ancestor battle suit, can greatly protect the Ma family descendants from harm, but it is not the only one. Jing remembers that there is also one Ma Dingdong in the TV series. Maybe it's because I've been with Ma Xiaoling for a long time, and I'm too familiar with it, so I haven't felt so much in the past. Today she was wearing a dragon suit with long legs, which made Jing a little surprised. Gorgeous. Jing said to Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling's face blushed slightly. She was anxious to come over to help. She didn't expect Jing to say that as soon as she got out of the car. After a white glance at him, Ma Xiaoling looked at Jing and Susu. The two of them looked like they appeared in a TV series at this moment. The green shirts and white shirts were indeed green snakes and white snakes. Looking at Fahai lying on the ground, it really feels like a modern white snake. Drink! Fahai suddenly yelled, his mana surged. Boom! The rope was broken, and Fahai suddenly got up immediately afterwards. Jing and Ma Xiaoling stood in front of Jing and Susu, and Fahai glared at him. It is the right way to subdue demons and demons. You two are confused by evildoers, so you don't have to quickly get away. Humans have good and evil, as well as demons. They are my friends, and I promise them to protect them. Jing said lightly. Ming is stubborn. Fahai lunged at Jing with a cold snort. Ma Xiaoling flicked her arm and the magic wand appeared. At the same time, Jing took out the Zanpakutō knife and blocked Fahai's pot. Ma Xiaoling's magic wand followed and hit Fahai's wrist. Fahai snorted coldly, his mana shaking. The magic wand was shaken in an instant, followed by a wave and hit Jing's chest. So fast. Jing thought slightly. Xuanbu release instantly came behind Fahai, and immediately attacked again with Ma Xiaoling. Jingle bells. Fahai leaned on the pot to block Jing and Ma Xiaoling's attack, and his clear voices kept flowing. Dozens of tricks in a blink of an eye, incomprehensible and inextricable, regardless of top and bottom. This Fahai's strength is really strong. I remember that in the TV series, the three generations of zombies could not help Fahai when they joined forces, and God Yu was not an opponent at first, but in the end he turned into a gray hair and defeated Fahai. Fahai. The strength of at least the second generation of zombies. Su Jing thought secretly, but did not rush to start. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After all, this is Fahai, and it is a rare opportunity to have a few more moves with Fahai. Especially his kung fu is really worth learning. Shaoling, you take Shaoqing and Susu to go first. Su Jing said as he hit Ma Shaoling. How about you? I will stay to block Fahai. No, let's go together. Ma Shaoling said without hesitation. Su Jing thought for a while and said, all right, then you go drive first. Ma Shaoling glanced at Su Jing and made sure that he had not lied to herself, and then she pulled away and planned to drive. Stop! Fahai yelled and wanted to chase him, but suddenly felt a strong wind. The 50A of Dao breaking, Tan Lan. The wind was raging, and the Fahai that was blowing instantly couldn't move. Although he released the weight, his body had been blown back slowly, and the robes on his body screamed. Ma Shaoling, Shaoqing, Su Su got into the car. Su Jing. Ma Shaoling started the car and shouted. Su Attractions nodded but didn't worry. The wind stopped. Fahai was a little embarrassed by the blow, and looked at Su Jing slightly shocked. What a powerful spell. But Lao Na won't let them run away like this. Fahai said, turning sideways to deal with Shaoqing and Susu. As soon as his body moved, he suddenly saw Su Jing actually blocking the front. Zanpakutō slowly raised. This knife is called Senbon-zakura. It's the Zanpaka knife I just got. Let's use you to test its power. Fahai stopped and looked at Su Jing vigilantly, his mana flooding his body. Spread it. Senbon-zakura. With a soft drink, the spiritual pressure on Su Jing's body suddenly increased, and after that, Qian Ying's blade disappeared. The blade is missing. Fahai looked at Su Jing in surprise. Pieces of cherry blossom petals fell suddenly. Fahai stared at Su Jing. Pouch! Suddenly, the robes on Fahai's body showed small marks, and blood spurted out instantly. Fahai's face was stunned, and he knelt on the ground with a spit of blood. In the air. The cherry blossoms flew, slowly flying towards the hilt in Su Jing's hand, and quickly turning into the blade. That's Fahai. Entering the house, Shaoqing sat down with Susu and asked with concern, Sister, how are you? But this time is different. The two cars stopped. Jia building. Shaoqing and Susu had also changed back to casual clothes, and then they went up the elevator to Su Jing's house together. Fahai, like being stabbed thousands of times by others, had numerous injuries on his body, which was very harmful. Su Jing got out of the car. Let's go. At the beginning, I saw Su Jing and Ma Shaoling teaming up to fight Fahai and thought, but Su Jing's move just now almost killed Fahai in seconds. Although Shaoqing went to Luo Kaiping's last time, it was over when he went there and he didn't see what happened in person. They know that Su Jing is very strong, but they haven't seen Su Jing make a move. Only then did Ma Shaoling wake up like a dream, and hurriedly started the car and followed Su Jing's car away. I'm fine. Susu shook his head and looked at Su Jing and Ma Shaoling, thank you. Shaoqing and Susu watched Fahai drifting away, and their horror was a little beyond words. When they fought with Fahai for so long, they naturally knew how strong Fahai was. Even if they were not prepared for a while, this injury was enough to show his strength. Holding Qianben Sakura in his hand, slowly putting it in the scabbard, turning around, Su Jing walked to his car. Ma Shaoling shook her head. The story of the legend of White Snake is well known, and she naturally knows the grudge between Green Snake and White Snake and Fahai. Although they have not known each other for a long time, Ma Xiaoling feels that Xiaoqing and Su Su are not the kind of evil monsters, not to mention that Su Jing is involved in this matter. It is estimated that Fa Hai's injury will not heal in a short time. You can rest at ease for the time being. Su Jing said, walked to the window and released it directly, Bio Shuangya. This Ghost Dao enchantment is very supportive and really useful. After release, it can be changed according to the environment. It will not just turn into an ordinary house. It is very suitable to block the evil spirits of Xiaoqing and Su Su. After releasing the barrier, Su Jing turned around and said, "You can live in Jillian's room first. Sister, let me help you go to the room to rest first." Su Su's complexion is indeed not very good looking, and the 5 decays of nature and human beings have a great influence. He was beaten by Fa Hai just now, and now his face is pale. Xiaoqing helped Su Su to go to the room, and Ma Xiaoling came over and said, "What are you going to do next?" Fa Hai will definitely not give up looking for Xiaoqing and Su Su. He is so stubborn that he wants to cast down demons and eliminate demons. I'm afraid it's hard to convince him to let Xiaoqing go with Su Su unless. Decide as things go. Su Jing said faintly, Kazuo Yamamoto destroys Xinhua Shiling and releases Fa Hai, the purpose must be to solve Fa Hai. If we take action, it would be too cheap for Kazuo Yamamoto. That's right. Ma Xiaoling nodded. Senbon Sakura's initial solution just now was actually to try the power of the trick, and Su Jing was very satisfied with the effect. Although he didn't really kill Fa Hai in a second, and Fa Hai may not have seen such a move, he couldn't deal with it, but at least it shows the power of Senbon Sakura. If it is a solution, it should be able to solve Fa Hai. It just happens, I have something else to ask you. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling walked to the sofa and sat down. Su Jing's eyes inadvertently aimed at Ma Xiaoling's leg. What are you looking at? Ma Xiaoling stretched out her hand to block Su Jing's gaze. Su Jing smiled, look at the legs. Ma Xiaoling gave Su Jing a white look. Don't you have something to ask me? It's about enchantment. Do you know of any magic that can make a large area form an enchantment that can resist many ghosts? Su Jing asked. Ma Xiaoling thought for a while and said, I really don't know this. The Ma family is not good at this kind of enchantment. I can ask uncle. Why are you asking this suddenly? Are you worried about Xiaoqing and Su Su? Haven't you already set up a barrier? Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Su Jing shook his head, I have other uses. I went to the underworld before and talked about a business with King Yama in the underworld. He will send some ghosts, evil ghosts, and other Taoists to the world. I have to find a way to settle, why? Ma Xiaoling can't figure it out. Su Jing explained, 2 reasons, one is to deal with Kazuo Yamamoto, I need more ghosts to improve my strength. The other is because, one of my previous lives was King Taishan. Although I don't remember it at all, but I have the right to take a share in the underworld. I'll go ask uncle tomorrow. Ma Xiaoling said. Okay. Su Jingjing nodded and looked at the time and said, it's not too early, let's rest early. I'm going back. Ma Xiaoling stood up and said. Go back so late? Su Jing grabbed Ma Xiaoling's wrist, and Ma Xiaoling said, I'll go to Jinjin's house. Jinjin is already asleep, don't wake her up, just stay, it's not that she hasn't slept before. Su Jing smiled and stood up. Ma Xiaoling was silent and did not speak. But he did not leave. Su Jing went to the next room to talk to Xiaoqing and Su Su, and then returned to the room. In the room, Ma Xiaoling was already lying down, and Long Zhani took off and put it aside neatly. Undress and turn off the lights. Su Jing came up. Ma Xiaoling turned her back to Su Jing, as if she was already asleep. Su Jing smiled secretly, turned over and hugged Ma Xiaoling, and fell asleep next to Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling was a little nervous at first, but slowly fell asleep. Let alone Su Jing, let alone the injured Fahai left to find a place to heal his injuries, let alone Kazuo Yamamoto. Zhenghua Shiling was destroyed and Fahai was seriously injured by Su Jing. After learning this news, Kazuo Yamamoto was slightly surprised. I thought that even if Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling were able to win Fahai together, it wouldn't be too easy, but I didn't expect it would turn out to be like this. Boss. It seems that this Fahai is not that strong either. He is seriously injured now, do you want me to kill him? Baiga said in a deep voice. I really don't think it is necessary. Fahai is definitely going to deal with the two snake monsters. This time he was injured by Su Jing. After he recovers, he will definitely go to their troubles. Su Jing will help us deal with it. Hi, we don't need to do it at all. Tang Ben really enlightened. The boss wants to kill Fahai, he doesn't need to rely on others at all. Baiga snorted. Baiga, you stare at Fahai. If he goes to trouble Su Jing, remember not to do it for the time being. From now on, apart from the great sun Tathagata purifying world curse, the most troublesome thing is not only Kuang Tianyu, but Su Jing. Kazuo Yamamoto said. Boss, why don't you deal with Su Jing directly, so many of us are still afraid that he won't succeed. Bijia said dissatisfied. Baiga, don't always think about fighting and killing. Kazuo Yamamoto said with a smile. If you only know how to fight and kill, if we complete our hegemony. Su Jing is very strong, and his influence in Yuan Long is very strong, and he has a lot of zombies. From this point of view, if he is willing to cooperate with me, that would be even better. But he killed Herman. Baiga angrily said. Boss, I'm afraid he may not agree to cooperate. Tangmoto enlightened him. It's man-made, by the way, haven't you found the future? Kazuo Yamamoto asked. Demoto Shingo shook his head, I will find it as soon as possible. This girl is still angry with me in the future. What's wrong with being a zombie? Now there are more people and fewer zombies, and zombies are monsters, but when this world becomes a world of zombies, those talents are monsters. Get the future back as soon as possible. Yes, boss. Demoto Zhenghua whispered. In the early morning, the sun was swaying. Ma Xiaoling woke up slowly from her sleep. Just opened his eyes and saw a strong chest. Immediately afterwards, I found myself lying in Su Jing's arms. Su Jing was holding his shoulder with one hand, but he was hooking Su Jing's neck with the other. This posture made Ma Xiaoling feel ashamed and embarrassed for an instant. She lowered her head and took a look, but she was still wearing her underwear. Su Jing didn't seem to be awake yet. Ma Xiaoling took a look and got up quietly. As a result, I saw that Su Jing's mouth was slightly raised, and he hadn't woken up yet. It seemed that he had had some kind of dream. Seeing Su Jing's subconscious smile, Ma Xiaoling suddenly looked a little silly. Explaining arms, warm chest. Under the sunlight, Su Jing smiled. This made Ma Xiaoling suddenly feel like she didn't want to leave and couldn't bear to destroy this kind of atmosphere, early. Su Jing suddenly opened his eyes and blinked a few times. When Ma Xiaoling woke up and looked at herself, Su Jing said hello lazily. Early. Ma Xiaoling was a little flustered, and subconsciously wanted to leave Su Jing's arms. Su Jing smiled and hooked Ma Xiaoling's shoulders, letting her lie in her arms. You, what are you doing? Ma Xiaoling asked nervously. Xiaoling, you are so beautiful. Seeing Ma Xiaoling's flustered expression and reddish cheeks, Su Jing couldn't help saying. The second time. This is the second time he said he was beautiful. Ma Xiaoling felt her heart beating fast, as if she was about to jump out. She didn't know how to answer for a while. She knew that Su Jing was never hypocritical in his life, let alone rhetoric. In other words, what she said was sincere. With jet black eyes and slightly opened mouth, Ma Xiaoling's appearance at this moment made Su Jing not only a kind of heart-stirring feeling, especially the two of them were still hugging each other. Su Jing looked at Ma Xiaoling, slowly, slowly lowered his head and leaned over. You. Ma Xiaoling suddenly realized that she was about to speak, but Su Jing had already kissed her. The bursts of numbness left Ma Xiaoling's brain blank. After lightly touching, it seemed that something was ignited. Su Jing's aggressiveness became stronger and stronger, and his breathing became even hotter. In a daze, Ma Xiaoling was pushed down, followed by the feeling that Su Jing was coming again. Wait, you can't do this. Inexplicably, Ma Xiaoling thought of Mao Yu, which made her sober up and pushed Su Jing away. No, I can't, sorry Mao Yu. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. So, you just because of Mao Yu? Su Jing said with a smile. Ma Xiaoling blushed and said, no, I don't like you. What's more, I am a descendant of the Ma family, Duplicity. After Su Jing finished speaking, she interrupted Ma Xiaoling's words strongly, and kissed him again. Ma Xiaoling struggled, but this time, Su Jing didn't seem to want to let go. It seemed that it was only a moment, and it seemed that a long time had passed. Su Jing let go of Ma Xiaoling. I didn't force Mao Yu at the beginning, so naturally I won't force you. You are really beautiful. Su Jing said in another way, then stared at a tent and got up to get dressed. For some reason, Ma Xiaoling, who was still a little angry at first, found Su Jing's tent amused. At the same time, he was relieved. Just now, she felt that she had given up resistance. If Su Jing wanted to do anything next, Ma Xiaoling was really not sure that she could hold on to it. Seeing Su Jing getting dressed and going out, Ma Xiaoling put on her dragon suit. Su Jing pushed the door in and saw Ma Xiaoling neatly dressed, not only took a few more glances. Ma Xiaoling cast an annoyed look at Su Jing smiled, and suddenly took out the Zanpakutō knife. Sleeve by Xue. Su Jing handed it to Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment and shook her head. I don't need it, my magic wand is enough. Besides, Xiu Bai Xue, you should leave it to Mao Yu. When Mao Yu comes back, I will naturally prepare it for her. Su Jing smiled and said, I know you prefer to use the magic wand, but you also know the power of this sleeve of Bai Xue, if you encounter any trouble in the future. I can also help. After speaking, Su Jing stuffed the sleeve by Xue to Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling hesitated, but finally did not decline. Get out of the room. Xiaoqing and Susu are naturally awake, Ma Xiaoling is a little embarrassed, she is calm. After all, she came out of Su Jing's room. What does this mean? Many people understand. How's the injury? Su Jing walked over to Susu and sat down. Bai Susu's complexion is much better, but she is still very weak. The 5 decays of heaven and human beings are approaching, even if there is no injury, I am afraid I will not have much time. Bai Susu smiled faintly, unfortunately, I have never been able to wait for Su Xian. Su Jing, I have something to ask you. Or die, enter the reincarnation of the underworld, reborn as a human being. Maybe, disappear into this world. Xiaoqing choked. Bai Susu looked at Su Jing before speaking, but Xiaoqing said excitedly, Su Jing, can you save my sister? 10 halls of hell. Regardless of whether it is a complete death or reincarnation, the sisterhood will disappear. After all, once reincarnation, after drinking Menpa tea, you will forget all the past. Ma Xiaoling was silent. Xiaoqing and Bai Susu were stunned for an instant. They didn't expect Su Jing to have such an identity. Not sure. Su Jing shook his head, but you can give it a try. Sister. Xiaoqing hurried to Susu's side when she heard this, holding Susu's hand and said, I don't want to be separated from you, I don't want the sisterhood relationship that has been so many years, no more. What happens after the 5 declines of heaven and man? Ma Xiaoling asked curiously. Su Jing smiled, my previous life was the Taishan king among the 10 Hades. Let's talk about it first. This is a destined thing, the heavens, and the human beings have 5 failures, and you can't hide them. Bai Susu could see clearly. I hope you can help take care of Xiaoqing. Tarzan King. But it doesn't matter if you fail. After the 5 declines of heaven and man, if you enter the reincarnation of the underworld, I have my own way to let you continue to live as Bai Suzhen. Susu, if you don't mind, how about let me try? Su Jing said suddenly. What's the solution? Xiaoqing asked curiously. Hui Dao can heal internal injuries, external injuries, and even cancer, but it won't work for the 5 decays of heaven and man. Lie down first. Su Jing let Bai Susu lie on the sofa, and then let go. In an instant, the light gleamed in Su Jing's hands. As if a special energy entered Bai Susu's body through his palm. Bai Susu looked at Su Jing in surprise. Xiaoqing and Ma Xiaoling also waited nervously. After a long time, the light faded. Su Jing looked at Bai Susu, and Bai Susu shook his head slightly. My injury has healed, but, the 5 decay of heaven and man. Isn't it successful? After all, the 5 failures of heaven and man are not physical injuries, and Su Jing's expectation is that the answer will not work. After all, this is the 5 failures of heaven and man. Although he was a little bit disappointed when he didn't succeed, Bai Susu and Xiaoqing's mood improved a lot. Even if the 5 decays of heaven and man come, wouldn't there be Su Jing who entered the underworld? Let's stay here for the time being these few days. Before the matter of Fahai is resolved, it would be dangerous for Xiaoqing to go out with Susu. Ring ling ling. The phone is ringing. This call seemed to have started some prelude. The first call was from Su Zulan and talked about Jinghua Lingshi. The Jinghua Lingshi was destroyed and so many people died. Even Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng were dead. The central authorities were very dissatisfied, but because the murderer had already died on the spot, this matter could not be stopped. After Su Zulan's call ended, Kuang Tianyou's call came in. He suspected that this matter had something to do with his boss Lu Hai. Originally, this case had nothing to do with their police station, but Lu Hai suddenly pushed in and sent someone to help. As a result, something went wrong that night. What a coincidence. However, Kuang Tianyou wanted to investigate further, but Lu Hai told him that he could stop. After all, the case has been taken, and he warned Kuang Tianyou not to be nosy and cause more trouble. Kuang Tianyou tried his best, but Lu Hai was suspended from his job. It's not over yet. Kuang Tianyou's call ended, and he received a call from Demodo Jinwu. It was the matter of Jinghua Shiling. First of all, it showed that the money would definitely not be recovered. Of course, they would not agree to take it back to Su Jing. Secondly, they wanted to meet with Su Jing and talk about the follow-up of Jinghua Lingshi. Okay, you have a good place to notify me. Su Jing simply agreed. He wanted to see what other tricks Kazuo Yamamoto plans to play. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Not long after, Demodo Jinghua called again to tell Su Jing the location. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling came out of the house. Ma Xiaoling was going to ask her uncle about enchantment, while Su Jing drove to meet Tang Ben Jinwu. The meeting place is a coffee shop. When I entered, Tangmodo Jinwu was already waiting for Su Jing. Su Jing smiled and sat down to order a cup of coffee, and then realized to Tang Ben, "What is it? Let's talk about it." Demodo Shingo smiled and said, "I want to find someone." Fahai. Demodo Jinghua wants to talk to himself about the follow-up of Jinghua Shiling, so Fahai should be what he is looking for. Demodo Jinghua shook his head. My boss is already very troublesome facing the central government's handling of Jinghua Shiling. As for Fahai, he has no interest. The person I am looking for is Miku Yamamoto, the daughter of our boss. He paused. Demodo Jinghua continued, Ming people don't talk secretly. Since Mr. Su Jing already knows our identity, then I have nothing to hide. The future is a zombie. It should not be difficult for Mr. Su Jing to find a zombie with the ability. Okay. Su Jing responded with a smile. Demoto Jinwoo was stunned. Mr. Su Jing agreed so easily. Do you know any news? You came to me, aren't you sure you know that I know that Yamamoto Miku is there? Su Jing said lightly, Hong Kong is such a big place. If you want to find Yamamoto Miku with your skills, you would have found it a long time ago. The only thing left is the place I haven't looked for should be Yuan Long. Because it is my site, as long as you show up, I will know it, and you don't plan to go to war with me for the time being. Then, I also hope that Mr. Su Jing can return the future to us, and our boss will definitely not treat you badly. Demoto Shingo said with a smile. Su Jing looked at Tang Ben Jinwoo and said with a smile, I think you might have misunderstood one thing. I am an exorcist, killing zombies is only good for me, but there is no harm to me. I can allow vegetarian zombies, but it is good the zombies with living blood will not be let go. How are you doing in the future? Tangmoto Jinwoo was stunned for a moment and suddenly furious, and nervously questioned Su Jing. Su Jing raised his eyebrows and glanced, Are you sure you want to lift the table with me? You are the only one here. To be honest, if you turn your face with me, I'm afraid there is no chance to return to Tongtian Pavilion. Tangmoto Jinwoo frowned and looked at Su Jing. Yamamoto is still alive in the future, I'm helping her to quit her blood addiction. Su Jing said lightly. Why? Hearing that the future was still alive, Tangmoto felt relieved and looked at Su Jing inexplicably. Only by giving up the blood addiction, can she stay by my side. Su Jing said with a smile. Stay by your side. It's you. Demoto Shingo still remembers that Yamamoto Miku said that he found a boyfriend who didn't mind her zombie status, and it was Su Jing. At that moment, Demoto Jinga felt that his anger was about to be uncontrollable, and his eyes glared at Su Jing as if he could transform himself at any time. Su Jing drank coffee and looked at Tang Ben Jinwoo. Slowly, Demoto Shingo's mood seemed to calm down. Su Jing shook his head. People are in Yuan Long. Come if you have the ability. After speaking, Su Jing got up and left. Kazuo Yamamoto didn't find himself to find Fahai and deal with Fahai. This shows that he doesn't care about Fahai anymore. Maybe he wants to continue killing people with the knife. TSK, look down on Fahai but it costs you. You can use it. After coming out of the coffee shop, Su Jing thought to himself, and then drove to the exhibition hall. The exhibition hall has been closed. The citizens already know that Shiling of Jinghua has been destroyed. After the on-site evidence collection, the exhibition hall has been emptied. However, the souls of those who died before are still here. Su Jing came for this too. The exhibition hall is a bit dim. Although it is daytime, there are no windows and no lights. Everything has been removed, and the exhibition hall appears empty. As soon as Su Jing came in, he felt a burst of dark air, and saw several figures fighting together in the exhibition hall. A closer look can tell that Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng are facing the group of Hong Kong police. Obviously, because the Hong Kong police bombed the town of Shiling, everyone was killed as a result, and everyone turned into ghosts. Zhang Bao Zhang Sheng not only failed to complete the task, but also died here. Even if everyone became a ghost, this resentment would be hard to dispel. Although other people have grievances against the policemen, they are still colleagues after all, so it turned out to be like this. Zhang Bao Zhang Sheng, 2 on 4. Although the number of people is small, they have the upper hand. After all, both of them have real abilities before they are alive, and they are naturally stronger after death. Stop it all. Seeing how hard they were fighting, Su Jing walked forward and shouted in a deep voice. With his shout, the Hong Kong police stopped instantly. Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng were still angry, just glanced at Su Jing, and then continued to rush towards the guy who killed them. I said, stop it. Su Jing took a quick step and suddenly stood in front of Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng. So fast. Zhang Bao Zhang Sheng was slightly surprised. He looked at Su Jing and said, "It's none of your business, get out of the way." "You try." Su Jing raised an eyebrow and asked. Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng looked at each other and rushed toward Su Jing. "Fourth of Tai Dao, this rope." Su Jing let out a soft drink, and the rope instantly entangled Zhang Bao and immediately slammed the rope towards Zhang Sheng. Boom! Zhang Sheng flew out instantly and hit the wall heavily. But this kind of attack could not reach him, he was about to get up. But I heard Su Jing drank lightly again. The 30 of Tai Dao, the mouth flashes 3 times. 3 huge sharp-mouthed beams suddenly struck over. Before Zhang Sheng could react, his arms and waist were suddenly fixed, and he instantly settled on the wall. He struggled hard, but couldn't break free at all, unable to move. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. You go over to me too. Su Jing raised the rope, and Zhang Bao flew over in an instant, followed by another mouth flashing 3 times, fixing Zhang Bao on the wall. Saw Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, turned around, Su Jing said to the 4 Hong Kong policemen. "Who I am, you should all know. Now give you a chance to let you die, stand in line one by one." Su Jing said lightly, and the Zanpakutō had already been taken out. The Hong Kong police did not refuse at that time. After all, no one wanted to be a lonely ghost. It didn't take long for one policeman to be buried. In the end, only the detonating bomb was left. The policeman was a little guilty and nervous. "How much benefit did Kazuo Yamamoto give you for you to do this kind of thing?" Su Jing asked lightly. The policeman froze for a moment. "Kazuo Yamamoto is, who is it? Who asked you to destroy the town Shirling?" Su Jing changed his approach. The policeman reacted and said slowly, "I don't know who it is, but the other party has my handle. If I don't do this, I will be exposed, and I will have to go to jail for the rest of my life. My family will also be in trouble. He promised me that as long as I do this, he will give my family a lot of money. Threats, benefits. A very simple way to let him die." "What handle?" Su Jing asked casually. "I injured someone with the wrong hand and found someone to go to jail for me," the policeman said. "Mr. Su Jing, I know that I am heinous and killed so many colleagues. I don't expect myself to be reborn. I just hope that Mr. Su Jing can help me take a look at him. He should be released soon, and I have put a certain amount of money in advance, and I intend to give it to him." The police intentionally wounded people, and being dismissed was already minor, and it was inevitable that he would go to jail. That's why he took the risk to find someone to commit the crime. He didn't expect that the incident would be discovered in the end, but he was threatened and even his life was lost. Although he regrets it's too late. "Why should I help you?" Su Jing said lightly. "Although I don't know who the other party is, I have a suspicion. Lu Hai. My boss. This mission has nothing to do with me. He specially assigned me to participate, and then I was threatened. And I got my bomb in the toilet. I remember. Lu Hai went to the toilet first," the policeman said. Quan Tianyu also suspected Lu Hai before, and now the policeman also said the same. It seems that his suspicion is really great. With Kazuo Yamamoto's method, it is too easy to control the bangs. "Let's talk," Su Jing said lightly. The police froze for a while and quickly exclaimed, "That man is called Miao Wei. He has a childhood sweetheart named Winnie. I have her address. Just find her and find Miao Wei. Also, let my money go." "Here." "Nothing." Turning around, Su Jing looked at Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng. Su Jingjing nodded, let the 2 of them regain their freedom, and then said, "You have seen Lu Hai. The first task for you is to investigate the situation of Lu Hai to see if he is related to this matter. Then you can go to death." With a swish, he slashed it down with a single knife. After a while, the police had turned into brilliance and got into the beads. This matter is not too troublesome, and this Miao's prison in Stanley, his girlfriend also lives in Stanley, find a chance to help. The most important thing is that everyone has committed the crime for 3 years, and now the policeman is dead. If the money has not been received, that guy would be too unlucky. When the police hurriedly said the matter, Su Scenic Spot nodded. Gone. Or, die. Su Jing faintly said, and the Zanpakutō slashed out abruptly. Or, temporarily follow me, help me with things, and when I go to the mainland, I can take you back and let you fulfill some unfulfilled wishes. Give you 2 choices. Although the relationship with Su Jing was pretty good before, to be honest, they really didn't think much of Su Jing, but the strength that Su Jing showed now made the 2 of them nervous. It is good. Seeing that he has contributed experience points, it doesn't hurt to help. Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng looked at each other and quickly said, we choose the latter. The 2 are a little nervous. After coming out of the exhibition hall, Su Jing went to the old house. Aya and Messi are both here. Su Jing looked at Yamamoto's future state and nodded slightly. Although he looked a little embarrassed and his state was not very good, it was still effective. Tangmoto Zhenwu knows that you are in Yuan Long, and your father is also looking for you. Su Jingdao. Yamamoto Miku was stunned for a moment. I don't want to go back. Yes, if you don't want to go, no one can take you away. Su Jing gently slapped Yamamoto Miku's somewhat messy hair. What's more, I also feel that Danmoto Zhenga does not have the courage to come to Yuan Long to be a beggar, so, you will follow me in the future. Does he know? Yamamoto Miku hesitated. What's his reaction? Angry, but restrained. I knew he didn't have the guts. Yamamoto Miku sneered. You continue to work hard, you have restrained your blood addiction earlier, and soon, you can leave here. Su Jing patted Yamamoto Miku on the head, smiled and got up and left. Leaving the old house, Su Jing went back to Stanley and went to Stanley Prison. Prisons in this era are very dark, especially Stanley Prison, which is the best. It is not that easy to visit the prison, but this matter is easy for Su Jing, so I called Su Zulin, and as soon as Su Zulin contacted the prison, someone soon brought Su Jing to see Miao Wei. Although Su Zulin is in Yuan Long district, the level is placed here after all, not to mention it is not a big deal. If there is no one, you have to spend money to manage it. What is your relationship with this Miao Wei? The prison guard asked the interviewer while leading the way. I don't know him, but someone asked me to see him, he seems to be out of prison. Su Jing said casually. It's his girlfriend, right? This kid talks about his girlfriend every day, what a pity. What a pity, the prison guard did not say. After passing by a cell with some unpleasant smell, I quickly came to a cell and stopped. The guard did not open the door, but opened the small window on the door. Su Jing glanced inside and was stunned. I saw a man in a prison uniform lying on the ground. The most important thing is that the pants have been taken off and the legs are separated. From this posture and this picture, Su Jing quickly thought of certain things. He turned his head to look at the prison guard. The prison guard apparently knew what had happened, and whispered to Su Jing, this kind of thing is normal in the prison. After all, this place can drive people crazy. Su Jing frowned slightly, only to feel evil. Not only disgusting things, but also disgusting darkness. Do you still want to see him? The guard asked. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing shook his head, this Miao Wei, I'm afraid it will be useless. After lying on the ground for so long, there is no response, and, for 3 years, this kind of thing must be indispensable in the past 3 years. If you are lucky, you can adjust after being released from prison. If you are not lucky, it is really a waste. Has anyone seen him? Turning to leave, Su Jing asked the prison guard. Are you talking about his girlfriend? This kid is still beautiful and dreams of going out and marrying his girlfriend. It's a pity, he's almost out of prison, and his girlfriend has never been here, hee. I see in all likelihood, there will be another new love. The prison guard pouted and said, he has seen such things a lot. Su Jing did not speak. After coming out of prison, Su Jing felt uncomfortable. He asked himself that he was not a good person, but this kind of thing still made him feel unacceptable, and he felt a little depressed. Boom! The car started violently, and Su Jing was going to find Miao Wei's girlfriend Winnie. Winnie's house is not very good, it can only be said to be average, similar to the house in May. Su Jing stopped and was about to go down when he saw a car approaching from a distance. A man and a woman got out of the car. The men look in good condition, and the women are very beautiful, a bit like Su Ruoxuan's feeling. I'm going back, you drive back by yourself and be careful. The woman said to the man. Winnie, we are all engaged, I can't go up yet, the man asked expectantly. Winnie smiled and shook her head, wait for us to get married, okay? Okay. The man was disappointed, but nodded, then turned into the car and drove away. Winnie smiled and waved, until the car left before she was about to turn around. Are you Winnie? Suddenly, a voice remembered next to her. Luxury car, handsome guy. It seems that the prison guard really got it right. Miao Wei suffered all the insults in prison, but the so-called childhood sweetheart has already found a new love, and even got engaged. That's all. For Miao Wei, Winnie may be the only motivation for him to persevere. If he looks at this situation after he comes out, he will probably collapse. That's George, it's my fiancé. Are you? Winnie looked at Su Jing suspiciously, she didn't seem to know this person, right? Fiancé, haha. Winnie was stunned and nodded, I'm Winnie. Miao Wei is coming out of prison soon. Su Jing looked at Winnie and said lightly. Winnie was obviously embarrassed and explained, I hope he can live a good life after he comes out. Winnie turned her head to look, and saw a man stepping out of the car next to her. Winnie was stunned for a moment, do you know Miao Wei? It's really sad to think about it. That's right. Su Jing curled his lips and said, but in the past 3 years, you haven't even seen him. No. Winnie explained, shaking her head. I am indeed a childhood sweetheart with Miao Wei, and we do have feelings, but I don't agree with his original approach. If you don't have money, you can work hard together. But he doesn't listen. 3 years, how can I spend 3 years alone? Over. In the past 3 years, many things can happen and many things can be changed. I only hope that he can live a good life after he comes out. I heard that you are childhood sweethearts, right? Is your relationship less than 3 years old? Su Jing asked. Or, it's not time, but money. Who was that just now? Su Jing asked. I don't know it, but Miao Wei is a substitute for the crime. He is coming out soon. The promise that should be fulfilled is naturally about to be fulfilled. I don't know why he agreed in the first place. Maybe it's because the money will allow you living a good life, now it seems. Su Jing looked at Wen Ni with a mocking expression. She can confidently say that it was not easy for her to pass 3 years, even if she had a new love, there is no problem. After all, emotional matters cannot be reluctant, not to mention the loneliness of being alone in the past 3 years, just seeing the people around you in pairs, the impact is also great. What's more, it's not that childhood sweethearts must be together. But on the one hand, he said that it was not easy for him, but he never visited the prison from the beginning. This is a bit too much. Looking at the silent Winnie, Su Jing said with a sneer, being a b****ch and setting up a memorial archway, it's really nice. Forget it, I don't bother to say anything to you, get in the car, and take a trip with me. Go, where? Winnie asked in a panic. Take the money. Su Jing said lightly, and then turned into the car. Winnie hesitated, but finally followed. In the beginning, did you find Miao Wei to commit the crime? Winnie couldn't help asking after getting in the car. It doesn't matter to me, that person is dead, but he still has a conscience, remember to ask me to help before he died. Otherwise, Miao Wei was insulted in jail for 3 years, and his girlfriend also ran away. If you haven't got the money yet, why don't you die of depression? Winnie was silent and did not speak. Su Jing didn't say a word, and drove directly to the place where the police said to save the money, and asked Winnie to wait in the car. Su Jing took the money out. Not much, 200,000. But 200,000 squatting in a 3-year prison is still very tempting to many people, but unfortunately, this prison meal is not so delicious. 200,000, the money is given to you, you can give it to him when Miao Wei comes out. Get off. What? Winnie was stunned for a moment. I said to get off the car, do you still expect me to take you back? Su Jing said lightly. Winnie was a little annoyed, but hesitated, and got out of the car with the money. Then, Su Jing drove away. Back home, Su Jing still felt depressed. Especially after seeing by Susu, a woman can wait for years to see her reincarnated lover again, but a woman can't wait for 3 years. Su Jing didn't say that Winnie was wrong, but just became AB****ch and set up an archway, which made people look down upon. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Xiaoqing asked Su Jing, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing shook his head, it's nothing, it's just something that can be considered a heartwarming encounter, let alone this, I am ready to exercise. Okay. Xiaoqing nodded, followed Su Jing and started to exercise. His exercises are more regular, just in terms of improving physical fitness. The intense exercise caused Su Jing's negative emotions to dissipate. At night, Zhang Bao and Zhang Xing found here and briefly reported the situation. There was indeed a problem with Lu Hai. He should have followed the orders. As for whose orders, although it hasn't been found out yet, there is no need to check it. Besides Kazuo Yamamoto, who else can it be? Go and stare at Winnie and Miao Wei. Su Jing thought for a while and asked Zhang Bao and Zhang Xing to pay attention to the situation between Winnie and Miao Wei. He now sympathizes with Miao Wei a little bit, and wants to know that Miao Wei will follow him after he comes out. What will happen to Winnie? After the matter was explained, Su Jing did not pay attention. Apart from exercising every day, I just chat with Xiaoqing and Susu, or just pay attention to other things. For example, if Tang Ben Jinwu went to Yuan Long, for example, Bingqi's acquisition plan. During this period, he also met Lin Guodong once. On the one hand, he helped Lin Guodong treat cancer cells, and on the other hand, he learned about Kazuo Yamamoto's situation. Recently, Kazuo Yamamoto is very quiet. Demoto really realized that he had told Kazuo Yamamoto about Miku Yamamoto in Yuan Long, but Kazuo Yamamoto did not take action. It's just that Baiga keeps staring at the situation of Fa Hai. It is worth mentioning that Fa Hai's injury healed very quickly. And there is no meaning to give up on the recovery of green snakes and white snakes. If Fa Hai is fine, remember to notify me. Su Jing confessed to Lin Guodong and hung up the phone. At this time, a figure floated in from outside. It's Zhang Bao. There's a situation. Zhang Bao said. Miao Wei went to Winnie after she was released from prison. Winnie gave him the money, but he already knew Winnie already had a fiancé, and it was very painful. And Winnie, it seems that she changed when she saw Miao Wei again. Something is different. Last night, Winnie asked Miao Wei to send herself home, but Winnie's fiancé felt that she had an old relationship with Miao Wei, thinking that Winnie was with him just to wait for Miao Wei to come out, so. Ni broke up. And then. Zhang Bao said with a weird expression, it looks like Miao Wei is going to repair the old with Winnie, but, Miao Wei is sick. Even if she is still guarding her body like a jade, her character is destined to be the kind that can't bear loneliness. Once she finds that Miao Wei can't stand up anymore, she's afraid, sooner or later, she will still have to divide. I think the relationship between the two is probably. Su Jing asked sarcastically. P.S. This plot is Naked Angel, which is also an old film. When I watched it, I felt very heartbroken. Are they affectionate? Mentally ill? Su Jing shook his head. Where is Miao Wei now? Miao Wei's experience deserves sympathy, especially for men. If he could, Su Jing didn't mind helping him out and letting him come out of the shadows. Where is Winnie? It should be with another woman. This Winnie, what did she say before that she hoped Miao Wei could live a good life after she came out, but the fiancé dumped him and she was with Miao Wei again. Of course there may be some emotional factors, but, hee. Go and see. Su Jing thought for a while, ready to see Miao Wei. Winnie is very beautiful, has a very good figure, and has that kind of temperament. For Miao Wei, she finally got out of jail and was together again, but she found that she was not good enough for her. This is indeed a man. The thing that collapsed. Yes, something may have happened to him in jail. I paid attention to Zhang Xing in private. He seems to be unable to harden it anymore, and, it should only be to Winnie. No, it's just that I noticed Miao Wei's situation in private. Miao Wei was in pain. He went to find a certain woman, and there was no problem. In the bathroom. Miao Weiwan sat on the ground with his hands headshot, letting the water wash his body. He felt like he was about to explode. That feeling can't be described in words. No problem, it's okay when he faces other women, but when he faces Winnie, he finds that he doesn't react at all. I don't know how long it took. Miao Wei slowly got up to dry his body, put on his clothes and came out. This is an hourly room. He wanted to tell the woman to leave, but when he came out, he found that the woman had disappeared. Instead, there was an extra man. A very very handsome man. Who are you? Miao Wei asked suspiciously. Su Jing looked at Miao Wei and said faintly, my name is Su Jing. The policeman you helped to commit the crime is dead. I gave Winnie the money and let Winnie give it to you. You, what do you want to do? Miao Wei was a little nervous. Su Jing shook his head slightly, I know everything about you. The experience in prison has caused some psychological problems for you. When facing Winnie. Because you regarded Winnie as a goddess, as a spiritual pillar. This paragraph feelings are very sacred to you, and because of this, you will feel inferior. Because I care, I feel inferior. You, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you are talking about. Miao Wei blushed and shouted with some anger. Su Jing smiled and said, it's normal to become angry from embarrassment. After all, no one can bear the most private thing when someone comes out so directly. But in fact, you don't need to be like this. This is a psychological problem, not a physical problem. I just coming to tell you this is nothing more than thinking that you are worthy of sympathy. As a man, I have a few words to tell you. Winnie is not as good as you think. She is a woman who is afraid of loneliness. She has such a personality. So before you entered the prison, your relationship was very good. When you entered the prison, she forgot you. So I will help you feeling worthless. Good women deserve to be treated well, but some women are just for riding. If you don't ride, someone else will ride. What she needs is not who rides, but whether someone rides. You talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence that Winnie is that kind of person? Evidence? Why do I need evidence? I just kindly remind you. If you believe it or not, it's your own business. Su Jing said lightly. You should be thankful. If it weren't for you to be so miserable, I wouldn't even be interested in reminding you. You have money now. Although it is not much, it is enough for you to start again from a different place and find a woman who is safe and secure. After Su Jing finished speaking, he got up and was about to leave. As he said just now, Jing is not a nosy person, nor the character of the Heart of the Virgin. If it weren't for Wei to be really miserable, he would not bother to take this trip. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. You can't go. Wei blocked Jing. Jing didn't speak, but looked at Wei faintly. At first, Wei seemed to be a little angry, but slowly this anger became annoyance and helplessness. His voice was choked. What should I do? K her, or leave her. Jing said lightly. Although he didn't like Winnie's character, at least Winnie didn't cheat when Wei was still there. She was just afraid of loneliness. She didn't necessarily like the former fiancé, but was very good to her. She just needed such a person by her side. So if Wei is okay, then it may be good to live on. If Wei still can't do it, it's best to leave her, and treat them all. I can't do it. It's been 3 years, 3 full years. I have fantasized about my life after I came out, but now, I can't do her, nor can I leave him. You say you sympathize with me, please tell me what should I do? Wei said, sitting on the ground in a decadent manner. Get up. Jing said solemnly. Wei looked at Jing and stood up slowly. You also know that if this goes on, you will separate sooner or later. If she is not crazy, you will be crazy. So the best way is to change someone and start over. Jing said lightly. I can't do it. Wei said bitterly. That's your own business. How do you want me to help you? Can you make up your mind only if she can't help but cheat? Jing said grimly. You will be more painful then. Long pain is worse than short pain. Perhaps you are right. Wei stared at Jing blankly. I'm deceiving myself, maybe only when things happen, I have the courage to make a decision. Now that you know, don't be so mother-in-law. After Jing finished speaking, he was about to leave. Wait. Wei called Jing again. There are some things that may not be possible to do. I still can't do it. Can you help me? Help you on her? Jing said lightly. Unexpectedly, Wei nodded. I want you to test her. If she really is like that, I think I have the courage to start a new life. If she doesn't have it, I will try my best. How to live with him? Aren't you sick? Jing said grimly. Perhaps. But otherwise, I really don't know what to do. I am not afraid of you laughing. Do you know what I just thought? I even wanted to destroy that useless thing just now. It's also a man. Can you understand my pain? Wei said painfully toward Jing. Jing shook his head and said, No, I'm fine. Wei stared at Jing blankly, then smiled bitterly. Anyway, since you can sympathize with me, then a good person will do it to the end. Do you like being cuckolded so much? Jing is also drunk. The mud can't support the wall. It's better to wear now than later. I thought about it when I was inside, and when I came out and got rich, I would marry her. Nima is really sick. This is a favor, I don't bother to help. Originally, Jing still felt that Wei was very pitiful and worthy of sympathy. But now he understands a word, the poor man must be hateful, this guy's brain should be broken. I beg you. Wei knelt down with a plop. Kneel to the sky, kneel to your parents, this is the first time I have seen someone kneeling and begging another man to seduce his own woman. Wei, you're so G amazing. Wei didn't speak, but just knelt on the ground and looked at Jing, his eyes full of pleading, and even a trace of madness. He is about to collapse. He spent the 3 years of miserable life in prison by imagining the beauty after going out. However, fantasy is beautiful, but reality is miserable. He can't forget the scenes of humiliation in the prison. He can't make affection with Winnie. This kind of contrast is like a huge axe hanging over his head, which can be chopped off at any time. He knew that he should leave Winnie, so it would be good to him and Winnie. But long-term persistence made it impossible for him to take the initiative to leave Winnie. Even if Winnie was really with others, he would feel painful. But this kind of pain is better than the current pain. Seeing Miao Wei like this, Su Jing really didn't know what to say. Shaking his head slightly, Su Jing looked at the begging Miao Wei and said, "You think about it. I'm not a good person. Although I don't like Winnie, and even a little disgusted, her condition is really good, and I won't treat her polite." Miao Wei said bitterly, "If she agrees, it is her own choice. I will tell him, you can't." Su Jing said. Miao Wei nodded, "This is the best, I really can't say it. If she knows that she can still be with me, then I can rest assured." "Okay, don't kneel," I promised. Although I was angry that Miao Wei couldn't help the wall with mud, he was persuaded. He had to be like this. Su Jing wouldn't be hypocritical. Anyway, Winnie was good in appearance, body and temperament. As for her personality, what does it matter? Anyway, she just wants her body, not her heart. "Thank you." Miao Wei hurriedly got up and thanked. "Do I need to do anything?" "No need." Su Jing shook his head, and then went straight out. Miao Wei's gratitude is true. On the one hand, he thanked Su Jing for not discriminating against him, and on the other hand, he also thanked Su Jing for his help so that he could make a choice. Just like what Su Jing said, his personality is like this. He can only let others push away. After coming out, Su Jing got in the car and said to Zhang Bao, who was following, "You continue to follow Miao Wei." "Yeah." Zhang Bao nodded, still in a daze. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. It was the first time Zhang Bao saw Miao Wei in this situation, and he really opened his eyes. Su Jing drove directly to Winnie's house. About 10 seconds after knocking on the door, Winnie opened the door. A white pajamas, looks very pure and very home. Why are you here?" Seeing Su Jing, Winnie was a little surprised, and her tone was not so good. After all, whether it was meeting or separating last time, it was not so pleasant. "Are you here to ask about money?" "I have handed it over to Miao Wei," Winnie said. "I know," Su Jing said lightly and walked in directly. Winnie opened her mouth, and finally closed the door helplessly. "Then what else are you here for?" Su Jing walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at Winnie with his legs folded. "I heard that you were dumped by your fiancé, and then you were with Miao Wei again." Didn't you say that you want him to live a good life?" "What you call a good life is to be with you," Winnie said with some confidence. "This is between me and Miao Wei. Miao Wei loves you too deeply, and you are on the contrary. Maybe you love Miao Wei too, but this love only works when he is by your side. Of course, this is indeed between the two of you things," Su Jing said lightly. "But, I am interested in you now. My name is Su Jing and I live in Yuanlong. Jingli perfume is my property. I also have a hotel in the United States worth tens of millions of dollars. Simply put, I am rich and rich. What are you telling me about this? You should have heard the saying that a man gets bad when he has money. Of course, even if he doesn't have money, I'm also bad. I have a lot of women, and then, I am very interested in you now," Su Jing said lightly. "Please leave immediately. I won't agree to your request. Miao Wei and I will get married." Winnie took a half step back in shock, but saw Su Jing reached out and hooked her chin. What did you say? For example, your body, after staying there for 3 years, will there be any problems with your body? Or, let's go and check it up tomorrow?" Winnie asked tentatively. Winnie's face changed, and she said coldly, "What do you mean, who do you think of me?" She wanted to break free, but she didn't know why, but the look at Su Jing made her a little guilty. After Su Jing finished speaking, he turned around and left. You can be your Miao Wei's wife, live your life, and enjoy your love life. As long as I need you, you will be my slave girl obediently. If you have money, you can be cool, why not do it? Think about it, this is my phone. After Su Jing finished speaking, he took out a one-sided piece and stuffed it directly into Winnie's neckline. Also, I only give you 1 day to think about it. I don't have too many things to waste on you. Before this time tomorrow, if you don't call, I won't be interested. It just can't be tough, so if you are with him, you will be a widow. This should be very painful for you, right? Su Jing said as he stood up suddenly. Woman. Su Jing said lightly. Miao Wei, you. Do you have anything you want to tell me? Only Winnie stood in the living room blankly. Night fell. Miao Wei came to Winnie's house. Say what? It doesn't matter whether you get married or not. Su Jing said calmly, I give you 20,000 yuan a month, all you have to do is to satisfy me when I need it. Oh, yes, forget. Let me tell you. Miao Wei can't be tough anymore. Winnie had calmed down at this time, and she didn't seem to be abnormal. First chatted a few words, and then slowly, she couldn't help but ask. Miao Wei hesitated. I have checked it, no. No problem. Really? Winnie looked at Miao Wei. Miao Wei nodded somewhat dodgingly. Although Winnie didn't believe it at first, looking at Miao Wei's guilty conscience, she knew that Su Jing was right, and Miao Wei might really be dead. What should I do? Should you continue to be with Miao Wei, or consider Su Jing's proposal? Winnie's silence made Miao Wei not know what to say, and left after a while. Everything is waiting for tomorrow. That night, Winnie suffered from insomnia, and Miao Wei also suffered from insomnia. After tossing and turning, thoughts are plentiful. The next day, Winnie woke up early, and she couldn't sleep at all with something in her heart. After washing her face and refreshing her face, Winnie was about to go out for a walk. She hasn't decided yet. Unconsciously, Winnie found that she seemed to have come to the Jingli perfume shop, which was a branch of Stanley. Pippi's poster was posted at the door. Although it was still morning, the business seemed very hot. Winnie also has a bottle of Jingli perfume, which she bought frugally. For her, Jingli perfume is already considered a luxury item. Standing at the door of the store, Winnie thought of Su Jing's words yesterday. I am about to continue to be with Miao Wei, get married, and live life, as long as, just occasionally, and I still have money to get it every month. Like, a big boss like Su Jing, a rich man, shouldn't have been interested in himself for too long, maybe. Winnie took out the business card left by Su Jing yesterday, glanced at the number on it, and hesitated whether to make the call. Looking at the customers coming and going in the store, thinking about Miao Wei's situation. Finally, Winnie aired the number. Hearing the beep of the phone, Winnie became nervous and almost wanted to hang up several times, but she finally held it back. The phone rang for almost 10 seconds before being connected. I'm Winnie. Winnie reported herself to her family, and then. I didn't know what to say. Think about it. Yeah. Winnie replied in a low voice. Go here to open a room, wash it up and wait for me. On the phone, Su Jing said casually and then hung up. This tone and attitude made Winnie feel very ashamed, but her body involuntarily walked towards the hotel Su Jing said. When he came to the hotel and opened the room, he stood alone in the hotel room and hesitated for a while, then went to the bathroom. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Before long, the patter of water rang. On the other side, Su Jing rushed over from Jiejia building, and at the same time called Miao Wei. On the phone, Su Jing didn't say much, just told him that she was going to the hotel, and Winnie had already opened the room and waited for herself. After hanging up the phone, Miao Wei's emotions were very complicated. He hugged him together, and his mood was beyond words to describe. She really agreed. Su Jing was right. Su Jing asked for the room number, knocked on the door and walked in. Winnie opened the door, wrapped in a bath towel, and her hair was still a little wet. It seemed that she had just finished the shower. Seeing Su Jing, Winnie lowered her head and was a little nervous. In front of Su Jing, she could say that she had no dignity. First, I was said to have been ****ch and set up a memorial arch, but now I agreed to Su Jing's request. Not bad. Su Jing looked at Winnie carefully after coming in. Putting aside her character, her body is really amazing. Pure appearance, perfect body, really make men have that kind of desire. What you said before, is that still true? Winnie lowered her head and asked Su Jing. I've said so much, are you referring to that? Su Jing said casually. Yes, it won't affect the lives of me and Miao Wei, as long as I can come when you occasionally need it, and there are 20,000 more per month. Winnie whispered. Su Jing chuckled, of course it counts. Miao Wei can't be tough anyway. It's not a big deal for me to raise a female slave at 20,000 per month. Take off the bath towel. Winnie lowered her head and took off her bath towel. Winnie was not very old, she looked like she was in her early 20s. It was when the young girl in the season was the most beautiful woman. The hook made Winnie walk over, and Su Jing became unruly and wanton. Winnie gritted her teeth and endured, until Su Jing pushed her onto the bed, a bit rough, and after entering without mercy, the physical pain and mental humiliation made Winnie tears in her eyes. But what's interesting is that although she is crying, her body cooperates on the other side. I have to say that this pure body still makes Su Jing very satisfied. After a long time, Su Jing lay down and glanced at Winnie with tears. Su Jing took out her wallet, took out 20,000 yuan and threw it over. This is this month. Winnie didn't speak, and didn't take any money. Su Jing didn't urge, but just turned on the TV casually. A piece of news is being broadcast on TV. On the rooftop, a monk stood on the edge and looked around. Many people stood behind him. Gao Bao seemed to be persuading something from behind. Fahai's injury is healed. This monk can recognize at a glance that it is Fahai. The robes on his body are still a bit tattered, but the condition should be almost healed. The picture swept across, and a picture of a person flashed on the roof not far away. Long black leather jacket, blue hair. It is Piga. It seems that Fahai is looking for the green snake and white snake, but there is its own barrier, which blocks the evil spirit of the green snake and white snake. It should not be so easy to find. Since Fahai's injury has healed, I can do something. That's it. Thinking of this, Su Jing beckoned to Winnie. Get my clothes here. Winnie froze for a moment and took Su Jing's clothes over. Seeing Su Jing wearing clothes, Winnie hesitated and said, You are going to leave? Well, I'll look for you next time. Su Jing said faintly, and then he opened the door and went out. Watching Su Jing leave, Winnie was a little bit worried about gains and losses. Driving out of the hotel in the car, Su Jing is going to find Fahai. On the roof. Fahai ignored the noise behind him or the police Gao Bao's persuasion. A pair of tiger eyes looked around, looking for the evil spirits of green snakes and white snakes. After being locked up in the stone spirit of Jinghua for 800 years, he finally got out of trouble, only to be injured again. The anger in Fahai's heart can be imagined. After recovering from the injury, Fahai immediately came out to continue searching for the green snake and the white snake. Master, there is actually nothing that can't be solved. You have to look at everything, aren't you a master? This should be clearer than us. Let's come down and talk slowly, there is no need to get to the point of jumping off the building. Gao Bao said with a smile, and slowly tried to prepare to pull Fahai over. What do you know? Fahai was a little impatient at his quarrel, turned around and waved. The generous sleeves of the cassock were raised, and a strong wind blew by in an instant, and it was staggering in an instant. It's him. At this moment, Fahai felt a familiar breath. This breath is a deep memory for Fahai. Looking down, he saw a car under the building. Su Jing looked up and looked down. It seemed that he saw Fa Haijing looking down and beckoning on purpose. Provocative. In Fahai's view, this is a provocation. With a cold snort, Fahai jumped straight down. Master, don't jump. Gao Bao yelled and hurried over and looked down, only to find that the monk landed steadily and left quickly. This. Gao Bao was dumbfounded. This building has at least 10 floors, which is too unscientific. It's you. Fahai came to the car, glaring at Su Jing and shouted. It's pretty fast. Su Jing smiled and teased. Green snake, white snake, where are you hiding? Fahai questioned. Want to know? Su Jing raised an eyebrow and asked. I can bring green snake and white snake to see you, but you have to do one thing first. Are you threatening Lao Na? Forget it. Don't you want to kill demons? Don't tell me you didn't feel a zombie following you all the time. As long as you defeat her, I will bring the green snake and white snake to see you. Su Jing lifted his chin slightly and gestured towards a short distance. Fahai turned his head and looked around, and happened to see Piga's figure flashing past. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. If you want to do it, you may not be my opponent, at least I have to go, you can't keep me. My enchantment will not be discovered easily, so if you really want to catch the green snake and white snake, you should listen to me first, defeat that zombie. Seeing Fahai hesitated, Su Jing said lightly. Humph. Fahai snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and suddenly chased in the direction of Piga. The corners of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and he entered death mode and got out of the car and followed up. Piga has been responsible for tracking Fahai during this period. When Fahai's injury healed, he came out to look for green snake and white snake. Piga thought that her job was almost over. She hadn't seen her boss for a few days, so she really thought about it. Unexpectedly, Fahai chased him up. At the beginning, Baiga didn't plan to stop, just wanted to leave and go back to see the boss, but seeing Fahai getting closer and closer, this made Baiga a little angry. Piga, Tangben Jinwu, Herman. Among the 3 subordinates of Kazuo Yamamoto, Piga has the strongest strength and is also the most loyal to Kazuo Yamamoto. How can I say, some Electra complex? Fahai himself was one of the people who could stop the boss, and now seeing Fahai chasing after him, Piga stopped abruptly. A remote place. Just now, Piga stopped, turned around, and saw Fahai chasing him up. Bald donkey, are you following me, looking for death? Baiga yelled at Fahai unceremoniously. Wonderful. If you are not ashamed, Lao Na will accept you first. Fahai yelled and rushed towards Piga fiercely. Piga responded with a sneer, and the two quickly fought together. Not far away, Su Jing stood shoulder to shoulder, looking at the fighting Fahai and Piga. In terms of strength, Fahai should be stronger than Bai, but Fahai's injury should not be completely healed, and Bijia is stronger than ordinary 3-generation zombies, so the two fights are very fierce. Fahai's kung fu is as advanced as that of Buddhism, but Piga has released all kinds of superpowers. For example, space distortion, enchantment and so on. There was even a thick fog surrounding him. In the thick fog, Biga's body kept flashing, and Fahai felt a little bit overwhelmed for a while. But Fahai is Fahai after all. The sleeves suddenly rolled, the strong wind whistled, and the smoke was blown away in an instant. Baiga had just flashed out, and before he could do it, Fahai slapped it with a palm. Boom! Baijia's body flew out in an instant. Fahai was unforgiving, catching up with him and kicking in the air several times. Baijia fell heavily and hit the ground. Fahai is better. Su Jing said secretly. Fahai had already rushed towards Baiga, ready to solve him completely. At this moment, a surge of spiritual pressure suddenly appeared, and immediately after that, Tang Ben Jinwu was standing in front of Piga, and he pushed back Fahai. Go! Demoto Shingo pulled the injured Pika and disappeared. Fahai wanted to chase, but it was already a little late. He stomped his feet bitterly and turned to look at Su Jing. Bang bang bang! Where is the green snake and the white snake? Fahai shouted. This kick didn't kick Fahai's back, but instead kicked on his pot. The Zanpakutō raised, blocking the pots and bowls. The next moment, Su Jing appeared behind Fahai and kicked it. Ha! Su Jing shrugged. I asked you to beat her, but now she ran away, so my previous conditions naturally became invalid. Fahai. Are you really obsessed with it? Fahai stepped back a few steps and attacked with surging mana. There was an explosion in the place where Su Jing was, the sound was shaking, and the smoke was filled. Fahai was furious and rushed towards Su Jing, hitting a pot in his hand. Su Jing in the state of death made Fahai a little bit stunned, frowning and wondering what he was. Ding! Fahai's reaction was quick, and he backed away fiercely, watching the sharp Zanpakutō showing a vigilant look. The pots and bowls suddenly lifted up, suddenly. Slashing out, Fahai's robes were cut instantly. Boom! You dare to play with Lao Na. Immediately following Su Jing's hand, the Zanpakutō sword came out of its sheath. Swipe! Instantly released, Su Jing's figure flashed around one after another, the speed seemed to leave an afterimage. Fahai has a pot of pots in one hand and a wave of his palm in one hand, with a steady flow of mana. He has a posture that he will never give up unless he hits Su Jing. The 21 of Bound Dao, red smoke escape. Su Jing drank abruptly, pressing his hands on the ground, and for an instant red smoke spread. At the moment when the smoke was filled, Su Jing shot again. 54 Broken Path, abolish the flame. The half-moon-shaped disc-shaped flame flew out instantly, flying directly into the thick red smoke. Whoosh! In a flash, Su Jing's figure has flashed away. There was a loud bang, and there was an explosion in the dense fog. After a while, a strong wind was felt and the smoke was blown away. Fahai's figure was revealed. Seeing his left arm was burning hot, the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. Cut! Fahai urged his mana, and the pot slammed down at the burning arm. Puff! The arm was smashed abruptly by something not sharp like a pot. With blood splashing, Fahai's body shook slightly. Fahai! Are you still obsessed with comprehension? Su Jing looked at Fahai, and another Zanpakutō appeared. The tip of the sharp spear pointed at Fahai, and Su Jing said solemnly, the story of the legend of the white snake is well known. You say that the demons are subdued, but in this story you are the big villain. You have no way to subdue the demons throughout your life. The Buddha doesn't realize it, it's unreasonable. As long as you are willing to wake up, I will let you go, otherwise. Fahai's expression kept changing, his face pale. It seems that some figured out, and some can't figure it out. I don't understand. People are humans, monsters are monsters, how can humans be the same? Even if Fahai loses today, I will definitely not give up. Fahai said in a deep voice, and slowly got up. Holding a pot and looking at Su Jing again. Fine. Su Jing shook his head. Fahai is too persistent. Since they can't agree, then. Beginning. Shoot him. Gunslinger. The sharp spear extended in an instant, and Fahai had no time to react, but barely kept the pot in front. Ding, read more at hotnovel.xyz. With a crisp sound, Fahai's magic pot was directly pierced, followed by Fahai spit out blood, looking at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. Fahai. Suddenly, there was a voice in the air. Immediately afterwards, I saw a golden light shining in the clouds, and a figure appeared in the golden light. Tathagata Buddha. Jing was a little surprised, but he didn't expect the Tathagata Buddha to appear. I remember that in the TV series, it was because Fahai was defeated, Baisusu said that Fahai was enlightened, and the Buddha of Tathagata appeared and extradited Fahai to become a Buddha. Now Fahai's life is not long, and he obviously did not realize it. Are you here to save Fahai? Taishan King, Fahai was originally a golden arhat, and now the fate is exhausted. I return the true Buddha, and a lotus flower will welcome him up. I wonder if it is possible. Tathagata said toward Jing. The tone is very polite, and it is worthy of the Tathagata. You know your past life identity at a glance. Seeing Fahai who was dying, Jing nodded slightly. Since Tathagata mainly takes Fahai away, then take it away. Anyway, Fahai's absence, Xiaoqing's and Susu's issues could also be resolved. Moreover, even if the algorithm Haiqing Buddha is still obsessed with finding trouble, there is nothing to worry about. Tathagata, do you know what else I have? Watching a golden lotus fall from the air and connect to Fahai, Jing raised his head and shouted at the Tathagata in the air. Tathagata shook his head slightly. After Jin Lian floated to his side, she saw a flash of golden light. Tathagata and Fahai are gone. I don't even know the Tathagata. It seems that the background should not be small. Jing murmured, retracted the Zanpakutō and left. Jia building. Jing returned home and removed the barrier. Xiaoqing couldn't help asking, how did you remove the barrier? Aren't you afraid that Fahai would come here? Fahai's matter has been resolved. Jing said with a smile. Really? You killed Fahai? Xiaoqing asked in surprise. Jing shook his head, no, I killed Fahai, but the Buddha suddenly appeared and took Fahai away. It is estimated that he should not die, but he won't come to trouble you anymore. That's good. Xiaoqing was really relieved, and Baisusu next to him was relieved. Baisusu and Xiaoqing left Jing's house and reopened the waiting bar. Although the problem of Baisusu's 5 decays has not been resolved, at least there is no need to worry about Fahai, you can continue to wait. Nothing to do, Jing is going to visit Yuan Long. On the one hand, see how Bingqi's progress is, on the other hand, go to the police station to find Su Zulan. Lu Hai has obviously been controlled by Kazuo Yamamoto. I remember that in the TV, Lu Hai turned into a zombie at last. This matter can be prepared early and operated in advance. Maybe Su Zulan can be brought to the next level. This is also true for myself. Great benefit. Yuan Long Police Station. As soon as Jing got out of the car, he saw someone greeted him, as if he was still holding a recorder in his hand. Mr. Jing, did you come to the police station for the matter of Zhenghua Shiling? There are rumors that there were zombies killing people, and Zhenghua Shiling was destroyed, and someone got out of it. Is it true? Jing looked at her and smiled. Reporter. Yes, my name is Qian, the female reporter said in a low voice in a daze. Mr. Jing, he is much more handsome than he is in the picture. You are also very beautiful. Jing smiled and stroked the female reporter's cheek. This action made the female reporter's face flushed. Is there a phone? Yes. The female reporter hurriedly took out the phone. Are you going to accept my interview? Jing looked at the female reporter with a smile, and finally walked straight to the police station and went in. Su Zulan's office. Su Zulan was at the window when Jing opened the door and came in. Turning her head slightly, Su Zulan said to Jing, this reporter has been pestering me for several days, help me teach her a lesson. How to teach? K her cry. Su Zulan smiled. Jing laughed dumbly and looked at Su Zulan and said, do you want to be promoted? Do you have a way? Su Zulan turned her head to look at Su Jing in surprise. Su Jing smiled, "It depends on your performance." 2 hours later, Su Jing came out of the police station. Although Su Jing said to watch Su Zulan's performance, she didn't really do anything. She just told her guess to Su Zulan and asked her to pay attention to it. If the police station has a meeting, she can push it. Don't leave Yuan long. Of course, even though he didn't do anything, Su Jing was naturally unavoidable in the process. When he took out the key and was about to drive, Su Jing's phone rang suddenly. "Connect the phone here, open the car door here." As soon as the door was closed, the co-pilot's door opened, and the reporter Cici sat up nervously. Su Jing glanced at her with a smile that was not a smile, and then he heard the voice on the phone and remembered. I'm Winnie. Miao Wei broke up with me." On the phone, Winnie's voice was a little low. While starting the car, Su Jing casually said, "Your boyfriend broke up with you, what's the use of you telling me?" "He told me. It was your collusion, right?" Winnie's voice was a little excited. Su Jing sneered, "Did I force you? I just gave you a condition, but you are the one who makes the choice." Silence. Winnie on the phone was silent. "Me, what should I do now?" Winnie was a little dazed. "Think of it for yourself. Come and ask me, don't you think I will be responsible for you? Then you think too much of yourself. I am still very satisfied with your body, thinking of it, I will play with you." Su Jing said lightly, and hung up the phone directly. Just one day that Winnie had kept the virgin body for more than 20 years so that Su Jing was broken. Now that she agreed and made a choice, then Miao Wei would definitely break up with him. This is a relief for Miao Wei. As for Winnie, it's good to ride once in a while. Don't you think this is a little irresponsible?" Suddenly, Cici couldn't help but ask. Su Jing turned to look at the uninvited female reporter, and said indifferently, "What do you talk about responsibility for things you like? If you are responsible, then the marriage law must be changed. Is your attitude towards women always the same?" Cici asked. Su Jing smiled and said, "What attitude? I didn't drive you out of the car. My attitude was already very good. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. The attitude of the rich." Cici murmured and asked, "Did you go to the police station just now for the case of Zhengguo Shiling? Or the case of zombies? These cases have been closed." Su Jing said lightly. "Where are you going now? Can I interview you?" Cici asked. Su Jing smiled, holding the steering wheel with one hand and putting the other on Cici's lap. She is wearing a skirt covering the hips and no stockings. Cici froze for a moment and looked at Su Jing. Su Jing did not appear to be embarrassed or guilty. She stroked her finger and said, "Of course you can interview. I even talk about zombies, but, it depends on your skills." What technique?" Cici asked in a flustered manner. Su Jing smiled without saying a word, but just started the car to continue forward, and when one was approaching Bingqi's house, Su Jing stopped the car abruptly. Cici couldn't help feeling a little nervous when she stopped suddenly. She wanted to get out of the car, but saw Su Jing turned her head and smiled and looked over. That smile and that look made Cici hesitate. Even if you know that Su Jing is not a good person, whether it is the attitude towards women on the phone or the hand and foot with himself just now, you can see that he is a very romantic man, but, he is too handsome. Beauty is justice. Even if that face makes any excessive actions, it will make people feel angry. It's like the salted pig's hand just now. If you change it to someone else, I'm afraid you would have already pulled your mouth out, right? If he wants to be here, Cici was still thinking about it, but suddenly heard a bang. Su Jing opened the door and got out of the car. Cici froze for a moment and hesitated to follow her. When she got out of the car and looked around, she suddenly realized that she was a little familiar. Isn't this near Huangshi village? Huangshi village? Yeah, haven't you heard of it? Just below that is Huangshi village, which has long been deserted. It is said that there was a tragedy in Huangshi village where 66 people died in 3 days. It is considered a more famous and violent land. In fact, this film hasn't been developed very much. But recently it has become lively, ready to redevelopment. Cece said slowly. But this place is still very evil. I don't think it can be developed. A few days ago, my brother and my friends came here to play a ghost game, and some people died. My brother said he saw a ghost, but there is no evidence. By the way, you went to the police station before, but are you here again to investigate this case? Cece suddenly realized that she looked at Su Jing. Su Jing shook his head slightly. I have a house here. Do you have a house here? Cece looked at Su Jing in surprise. Su Jingjing nodded and took out the phone to call Bingqi, and said a few times. It didn't take long before I saw Bingqi coming over from a distance in a red dress. Boss. Seeing someone else next to her, Bingqi greeted her well. Cece looked at Bingqi with a strange expression. There is a house here, and you call it the boss. Is it Jinwo Cangjiao? How is the progress? Su Jing asked Bingqi. Bingqi whispered, everything went well. The few residents were not willing to move out before, but something happened a few days ago and someone died here, so the haunted rumors appeared, and I added some more. The price, those houses are already in hand. It's just that the engineering team is still a little troublesome. Although it's not too close, according to our plan, we must still buy that one. But the owner is very rich, and basically will not sell. But wait a minute, it should be fine. There was originally a dead ghost's bone buried there, because the engineering team's excavation has awakened that ghost, she will definitely get revenge. Bingqi whispered. Ghost? Su Jing sensed the spiritual pressure around him, but this sense surprised him a bit. Many. Before the vegetarian zombies lived here, by the way, I researched Yamamoto's future blood, but later because of the acquisition plan, it was not convenient for people to come and go, and only Bingqi lived here by herself. However, Su Jing felt a lot of spiritual pressure around here, most of them were weak, and they should not be strong, just not far below, should it be Huangshi village, right? 66 dead souls. Another one is very strong. The location is not far near Huangshi village, and very close to the location of the engineering team. Su Jing glanced in that direction, there seemed to be a lake over there. Perhaps the engineering team found the skeleton of this ghost in the process of excavation and threw it in the lake. That's why the ghost was revived. After all, Su Jing didn't really feel any ghost here before, even Huangshi. None of the ghosts in the village found it. This reminded Su Jing of the cursed paradise. For these people to make money or to save money, there is really no taboo at all. Cursed paradise is because it is a cemetery, forcibly flattened and something went wrong. This engineering team is the same, if the bones are buried properly, it really may not happen. I see, you continue to do yours. Su Jing said lightly. Bingqi looked at Cece, and whispered towards Su Jing, should I go to the villa? No, I'll go to Huangshi village to have a look. Now that there are so many ghosts in Huangshi village, Su Jing will naturally not miss it. Then I'll go back first. Bingqi said, then turned and left. How did she go? Seeing Bingqi leaving, Su Jing walked in the other direction, Cece asked curiously. Su Jing came here specially, Cece thought it was for a tryst with the woman in red. Is it because I am here? If it is inconvenient, I can go back by myself. No inconvenience. Su Jing shook his head. I'm going to Huangshi village, if you are afraid, you can stay. Are you going to investigate this case? Cece naturally won't stay, this is big news. Su Jing didn't say much. The two quickly came to the foot of the mountain and saw the dilapidated Huangshi village. One by one bungalows are located, in dilapidated conditions, and seem to have been abandoned for a long time. The village is quiet and has a gloomy feeling. Cece followed Su Jing approaching Huangshi village with the courage. She still felt gloomy even in the daytime. Suddenly, Su Jing stretched his hand to hold Cece. Cece stopped subconsciously and said nervously, "What's wrong? You almost ran into someone." Su Jing said lightly, "Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Bump on people?" Cece looked at the front. No one was there. Could it be? Cece shivered in an instant, and ran behind Su Jing violently. "Yes, are there any ghosts?" "Of course there is a ghost," Su Jing said lightly. In Qianqian's view, this place is just gloomy and ruined, but in Su Jing's eyes, all he sees are ghosts. There are men and women, old and young. "Tell me what happened here," Su Jing asked towards the ghost Cece almost hit. "This ghost is an old lady." Hearing Su Jing's voice, her eyes widened, and she seemed to look at Su Jing in surprise. Can you see us? Even the folds on your face can be seen clearly," Su Jing said lightly. "Let's talk about it, what happened here, and then I will send you to life." Su Jing communicated with the ghost here, but Cece behind him was a little frightened. She couldn't see the ghosts, but she could see Su Jing talking to herself, thinking of Su Jing's identity, thinking that there was a ghost. Cece shuddered. "You are unlucky," Su Jing said lightly. What did you say to him?" Cece asked in a low voice curiously. Su Jing explained, "Didn't you say that your brother and friends came here, and then a ghost killed someone? That ghost was called Chu Renmei. Originally a famous Cantonese opera actress, her husband was a teacher in this village. As a result, the teacher is a well-dressed beast and a snake-hearted. In order to have a good reputation and get a wealthy daughter, the establishment of adultery killed Chu Renmei, and Chu Renmei was beaten to death by rocks and threw her corpse into the wilderness. After she died, she learned the inside story, the resentment persisted, and 66 lives in this village were killed in 3 days, that is, the ghosts around. What a scum!" Cece couldn't help but cursed, then trembled. "You mean, there are 66 ghosts here?" All were angered by Chu Renmei. Su Jing said lightly, looking at the ghost and said, "Let others come over, I will send you to life." The sudden appearance of the Zanpakutō sword shocked Cece. Before Cece could ask in surprise, Su Jing had already begun the soul burial. One by one. Although Su Jing didn't say anything, Cece guessed it. It should probably be the scum that killed Chu Renmei. "The knife, where did you put it?" "That Chu Renmei, what are you going to do?" Cece followed up and asked. "Where it should be." Su Jing said lightly, then turned and walked out of Huangshi village. After finishing speaking, Zanpakutō has appeared. Have real ability. In the last few moments, Su Jing didn't have a soul burial, but directly killed it with the Zanpakutō. Zanpakutō put away and disappeared. Cece looked up and down Su Jing curiously. Where did he get such a long knife? I think you should not care about Chu Renmei right now, but care about your brother. Because he did see a ghost, and this Chu Renmei has a great resentment, and the death of one, I am afraid it is just the beginning. Cece followed every step of the way. Although she knew that Su Jing was the most powerful exorcist in Yuan Long, she honestly didn't believe in exorcism and catching ghosts, but she only knew it after seeing it with her own eyes. It turns out there is a ghost. It was a sunny day, but the light from the soul burial was still dazzling. Cece could see clearly in the light. There was an old lady with a kind smile on her face, and then it turned into brilliance. Su King, Yuan Long. No. Cece said nervously. Even if they disturbed her by playing a game of soul-seeking before, then, that person has already died, she won't kill her, will she? Chu Renmei's grievance is great. I once angered the villagers of Huangshe village before, and now the bones are being excavated. I am afraid that just one person can't eliminate her grievance. Su Jing said lightly. Seeing Su Jing's solemnity, Cece quickly took out the phone and called her younger brother. After the phone rang a few times, the phone was connected. Cece asked eagerly. She seemed to be relieved after a while, and then hung up the phone after speaking a few words in a low voice. They should be fine for the time being. Cece breathed a sigh of relief and hesitantly asked Su Jing, "Are you going to have something to do? I'll buy you a drink." Su Jing looked at Cece with a smile. Cece lowered her head and said in a low voice, "My brother and his girlfriend are in the bar. If it's convenient, maybe you can help them see. My appearance fee is not low." Su Jing said faintly, then turned around and walked back to her car, holding Cece's waist. "Get in the car." Su Jing started the car and left and went to the bar. Cece said. "The bar business looks good, with a lot of people." Su Jing hugged Cece's waist and entered the bar. Cece quickly found her brother and her girlfriend at the bar. "Your sister is here." In the bar, Annie said to Xiao Ming, looking at the man holding Cece with some surprise. "So handsome." Xiao Ming turned his head and looked around, also showing an unexpected expression. Cece and Su Jing walked over and sat down beside them, introducing them. "This is Xiao Ming, my brother, and this is his girlfriend Annie. This is Su Jing. Exorcist Su Jing. Su Jing of Jingli Perfume." Xiao Ming and Annie said in surprise, but their focus is completely different. "Sister, you guys." After the call just now, Li Qianxi just said to come over for a while, but she didn't expect to be with Su Jing, and the affectionate posture she just came in. He knew that the old lady probably didn't know Su Jing before, and, if they were close, there were only two people. One is his friend named Fameo, and the other is her boss and suitor named Jack. Although he has not yet agreed to Jack's pursuit, Xiao Ming feels that he will never leave the 10. Now Su Jing suddenly appears. Cece knew what Xiao Ming meant, and shook her head slightly before saying, "I just came back from Huangshe village with Su Jing. Although I didn't believe it very much before, Xiao Ming, you might really hit a ghost this time." Cece told her younger brother Xiao Ming about her trip to Huangshe village and about the beauty of Chu. Su Jing beckoned to Annie, "Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Xiao Ming's vision is pretty good. This Annie is very young and beautiful." It was just that his face was a little pale, and it seemed that he hadn't rested much. "A glass of wine," Su Jing said. "Okay." Annie replied, and quickly poured a glass of wine for Su Jing. "I said I saw a ghost, you still don't believe it." After hearing Cece finished, Xiao Ming first refuted, and then said. "Then, what should I do now?" Cece didn't speak but looked at Su Jing. Xiao Ming, Annie also looked over. Su Jing has the ability to go to the ghosts of Huangshe village, and Yuan Long Su Jing's name is unusually loud, he must have real ability. Su Jing didn't speak, but another woman came over from the side. This woman is wearing a thick coat. "Biggie." Xiao Ming greeted Annie. "I won 2 round-trip tickets to Hawaii." Biggie said excitedly as soon as he sat down. "That's okay. You're lucky." Xiao Ming said enviously. "So, did you go with Big B?" "Tentatively, but he is sick." BG said. Annie said with a smile. "Yes, I need to be strong to travel with you. But there is something wrong with you, you still wear a jacket on such a hot day." Xiao Ming looked at BG and said. Biggie frowned and said, "Yeah, I don't know why it's been cold and cold all day recently. By the way, who is this handsome guy?" Only then did BG notice the existence of Su Jing. "Mainly because I was too excited at the beginning, I patronized and shared the joy of winning with my friends. This is Su Jing, the exorcist Su Jing." Xiao Ming introduced, and after thinking about it, he wanted to tell her what the old sister had just said. Who knew that Biggie said at this time, "I'll go to the toilet first." After speaking, Biggie got up and went to the bathroom. Xiao Ming took a look, and his whole body was stunned for an instant. Everyone looked at Su Jing again. After Su Jing finished speaking, he got up and left. The elder sister and Annie are dark and normal, but Su Jing's mouth has a faint smile. Behind Biji, a woman with long hair and blue clothes was grabbing her waist and followed her all the way to the bathroom. "What are you talking about?" "Chu Renmei, it's the ghost, she's here." Cece and Annie instantly became nervous when they heard what they said, as if they felt a little bit cold around them. Cece subconsciously moved closer to Su Jing's direction. Cece hesitated. 1 million, is this too much, right? Su Jing smiled, "It's easy to handle. Your sister knows my charging standard." Xiao Ming said excitedly, "Sure enough, did you see it? She is Chu Renmei. 1 million, even if you smash the pot and sell iron, I can't get 1 million. Annie said with a wry smile. "Master Su, have you seen it?" Xiao Ming couldn't help asking. "What is 1 million?" Biji came back at this time, and when Annie said what had happened earlier, Biji was also stunned. 1 million saves a life, more. As long as you are still alive, you can make 1 million, 5 million, or even 10 million. But if you die, then how much money is useless? Su Jing smiled, took out a few business cards and put them on the bar. "Get ready to call me with money, remember, it's 1 million per person." "Well, it's the blue skirt. This is the first time I saw Li Gui wearing a blue skirt," Su Jing said casually. She followed Biggie. This. Xiao Ming looked at other people subconsciously. It's no wonder that Biggie feels cold, so, what should I do? The three looked at each other and were silent for a while. What? Coming out of the bar, Su Jing found that Chu Renmei's spiritual pressure had disappeared. Wei Wei was a little surprised, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. The beautiful things must be resolved, not only because of experience points, but also her plans that would affect her if she stayed behind. But the money that should be made still has to be made. After getting in the car, Su Jing was about to go back to the villa, but not long after driving, he saw a man walking on the corner of the street, looking back and looking good. As the car drove past, Su Jing took a look at his face. "Don't kill it from behind." It turned out to be a Zhen. This made Su Jing a little surprised, and subconsciously stopped the car and lowered the window and shouted. "Zhen." Zhen heard the shout and turned her head and glanced, and found that it was Su Jing's car. This surprised her a bit. She ran over in a hurry, bent over and said, "Su Jing, why are you here?" She bent over and the t-shirt naturally sank. The black underwear naturally has a panoramic view. Zhen obviously didn't notice this. Su Jing smiled and said, "Just came out of the hotel and was going home, how about you? The blood station has already been off work, right? Are you drinking?" A faint smell of wine, not heavy, but it can still be smelled. Zhen said, "Drank a drink with my colleagues at the blood station." "Where do you live now?" After Zhen was transferred to Yuan Long, it was naturally impossible to live in the same place, even Yi Qin changed places. "Just in front, are you going to sit there?" Zhen asked expectantly. "Okay, get in the car." Zhen hurriedly opened the car door excitedly and sat up. After talking about the location, Su Jing drove over. "I rented an apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Although it is not big, it is very clean and warm. Why didn't you rent a bigger house?" Su Jing asked casually after coming in. "I have all the money, and I am going to buy a house at that time," Zhen said, helping Su Jing pour a glass of water, and sat down on the sofa with Su Jing. "Are you accustomed to how to work?" Su Jing asked casually. Zhen nodded and said, "I'm used to it." Sister Yi Qing takes care of me very much, and the salary is very high. Many former colleagues envy me. That's good. Su Jing said with a smile. You are my noble person. You saved me twice and arranged work for me. I don't know how to thank you. Ajin lowered her head and her cheeks were slightly red, and she treated herself naturally. With a charm. Su Jing smiled and put his hand on Ajin's lap. Ajin was slightly stiff but did not refuse. Instead, she felt a sense of powerlessness and slowly leaned on the sofa. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. It's not easy to thank me. Just make a promise by myself. Ajin made it clear that she was going to send it to the door, so Su Jing would naturally not be polite. Recklessly up and down, Ajin slowly closed her eyes and panted slightly. At first, Ajin had ideas for Su Jing, and she saved herself twice, and even arranged an enviable job for herself. Today, I happened to have a drink again, and I also ran into Su Jing, which made Ajin inexplicably impulsive and boldly invited him to come to his home. Now, Su Jing is so proactive. Although Ajin is still a little shy, she has let go. After a while, Su Jing had already taken off Ajin's clothes, and Su Jing himself came to light up. Okay, it's scary. Ajin glanced quietly, blushing and whispered, I'll take a bath first. Whether to wash, just wash together in a while. After Su Jing finished speaking, he hugged Ajin directly to the bedroom. Wait, there's something in the drawer. Ajin's voice came out, and then it became moaning. The night is getting deeper. After the battle, Su Jing hugged Ajin and fell asleep. However, some people stay up all night. For example, Cece, such as Xiao Ming, such as Annie, such as Biggie. The four people are still thinking about the 1 million things Su Jing said. 1 million per person. This is not a small number for them, but, thinking of Chu Renmei, they can't help but worry, and it took a long time to fall asleep after tossing and turning. Early the next morning, Cece came to work at the newspaper. There are dozens of newspapers in Hong Kong, large and small, and the size of her newspaper is not particularly large. There are too few headlines, and most of them are headlines from other newspapers, so reading newspapers every day is also part of the job. Cece took a look at the newspaper and found a report in one of the newspapers. News of his death by jumping off a building. This kind of news is not uncommon, and there is nothing special. After all, social pressure, economic pressure, etc., there are still people who committed suicide by jumping off the building. The content itself is not surprising, but what surprised Cece was that she knew the deceased. Big B. Xiao Ming's friend, one of the people who played the game of soul-seeking together. It's also the only one who didn't appear in the bar yesterday, Biggie's boyfriend. Last night, BG said he was ill, and then committed suicide by jumping off the building at night. Isn't it normal? Suddenly, Cece thought of Li Guichu and Beautiful. Cece, what's the matter with you? Your face is so ugly. A man in a white shirt walked over, with long hair. This is her boss and her suitor Jack. Looking at Jack's white shirt, Cece thought of Su Jing. They are all white shirts, why do they feel completely different? I thought Jack was handsome before, but after comparing Su Jing, I found that. Cece shook her head and took the newspaper and said, this is one of Xiao Ming's friends who plays the game of soul-seeking. He may have been killed by a ghost, I was yesterday. Cece said about yesterday's affairs, and Jack's face was a bit ugly. Cece, these are all deceitful, when are they still ghosts and weird? Besides, if one person is 1 million, why doesn't he grab it? Jack said. Jack, I know you don't believe this, but I saw it with my own eyes, those souls in Huangshi village. Maybe he deliberately used some means to deceive you, making you hallucinate. Jack said. Cece frowned and said, forget it, since you don't believe me, I don't want to tell you more, I want to go out. Where are you going? I'll accompany you. No need. Cece finished, took her own bag, took the newspaper and got up and left. Jack opened his mouth, and finally he didn't say anything. Big B's death is not only known to Shan Qianqian. Xiao Ming, Annie, and Big B's girlfriend, Biggie, all know about it. As a result, Annie, who was already better, was recuperating at home, and BG also stayed at home to rest. As for Xiao Ming, he went to find hair, trying to see if he could solve the female ghost's matter. Sister, 1 million. And it's still the two of us. Where can I get 2 million? You know that I have yin and yang eyes, and I also understand metaphysics. Why don't we try? Maybe it can be solved. There are 2 people. Sister, you still think of a way to make up 1 million, even if I and Fameo can't solve it. I didn't participate in the soul-calling game, it should not be dangerous. As soon as Cece came out, she called her younger brother Xiao Ming. She wanted to discuss what to do, but Xiao Ming already had an opinion. At first, Cece was a little worried, but the pressure of 2 million is really not small, and in the end she can only reluctantly agree. 2 million. This is not a small number. What to do? Cece hesitated for a while, and calculated how much money she might be able to collect. It's a pity to count it, don't say 2 million in a short time, even 1 million is enough for her. After much deliberation, she still intends to find Su Jing first to see if there is any other way. Cece is not alone in thinking like this. Annie thought and acted earlier than she thought. Annie had nightmares for a few days before, and then she learned about the beauty of Chu. She felt that she might be haunted by ghosts, and then the death of Big B made Annie feel that it was very likely that she would be her turn soon. But 1 million. Where is she going to get 1 million? So she called Su Jing early in the morning to see if there could be any way to accommodate her, first, save her life first, and then slowly collect the 1 million. At this time, Annie came to the door of a room. This is obviously a residence, and it is not yet Su Jing's residence. When calling in the morning, Annie still heard that voice. Bang bang bang. Annie plucked up the courage to knock on the door. After a while, the door opened. But the one who opened the door was a very beautiful woman. For a moment, Annie was hesitating and didn't know how to speak. She heard the other person say, "You are Annie, come in, he is taking a shower, he will be out in a while, I have to go to work, let's go." After speaking, the other party politely invited Annie in, and then closed the door and went out. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Standing in the room, Annie was uneasy. Only the sound of pattering water from the bathroom made her feel a little at a loss. After a few minutes, the bathroom door opened. Su Jing came out wrapped in a bath towel, wiped her hair and glanced at Annie and said, "Is it here very fast, where's Ajin?" She seems to be going to work. Ajin should be the woman who opened the door just now. Big B is dead. Su Jing walked to the sofa and sat down, beckoned to Annie to sit down, and then asked. He jumped off the building and died. Annie said. So you came to me, are you ready for money? Su Jing asked. Annie's face was embarrassed. 1 million is too much. I live with my mother, and I usually work in bars. It's really. I can't make up this 1 million. Look, is there what other way? The other way? Su Jing raised an eyebrow and looked at Annie. Is there any way to be worth 1 million? Annie was silent. She also couldn't think of a way to be worth 1 million. Me, can I owe it first? I promise I will pay you back if I have money. Annie asked. It's okay to be late, I can give you 3 months. Su Jing said. 3 months. Annie couldn't help being bitter. Even in 3 months, she couldn't get 1 million, unless she borrowed usury, but if she couldn't change it, it would be worse than death. My monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan, So? You don't plan to spend your entire life to pay it back. Even if you can make 1 million in your life, I can't wait for you forever. Su Jing interrupted Annie. Annie gritted her teeth. Can I use my body to pay for it? Su Jing looked at Annie. Although Annie looked good, she was barely 6 to 7 points in Su Jing's eyes. I have no shortage of women, and you are not worth $1 million. Annie. Su Jing said lightly. What do you think? Su Jing asked rhetorically with a smile. After she left, Cece's phone came in, and Su Jing didn't bother to make another appointment to let him come directly. When she came, she was as surprised as Annie as how Su Jing was here. It seems a bit small. Is it really impossible? What you ask me to do, I promise. Annie asked unwillingly. Cece froze for a moment. Is anyone else looking for you? This is also the place where your gold hides your sweetheart. Thinking of Ajin just now, Annie was indeed a little ashamed. Su Jing's rejection made her desperate and decadent, and she was sitting on the ground not knowing what to do. No, it's just her own home. Su Jing said lightly, so, you should have considered it. But I see you, don't tell me, you don't have $1 million. Cece looked at the room after coming in and asked curiously. Annie was decadent and desperate, and left like a walking dead. She can't get $1 million, but she won't just let it go, maybe, can find someone else. After all, he is not the one who knows how to exorcise demons and catch ghosts, but he is the most powerful and famous, maybe others won't ask for that much money. Thinking of this, Annie hurried home to discuss with her mother. Su Jing still shook his head, you have nothing to attract me. As for the body, I have a woman who is prettier, better figure, and more temperamental than you. 20,000 yuan, 20,000 yuan a month, I can support one. The female slave plays casually, so I don't agree to your condition. You should go back and think about how to pool the money. She felt that she had brought out the best and most precious thing, but it was nothing at all in Su Jing's place. Not long after Annie was gone, Cece came. What did she say? Qian asked quickly. And also? She's my brother's girlfriend, you. The number of 1 million, coupled with the danger of life, is enough to make many people make decisions that they can't make in ordinary times. Although it hasn't been long since I first met Su Jing, judging from Su Jing's behavior, he definitely doesn't mind playing with women. Then. The only thing Cece can think of is that Annie exchanged her body. This makes Cece a little angry. What does it have to do with me? Su Jing asked casually, it's true that she is your brother's girlfriend, but can your brother spend $1 million to save her life? No. So what choice did she make? It's normal too. Of course, you don't need to be too angry, because I didn't agree. No. Didn't agree? Cece looked at Su Jing in surprise. Why? She's not attractive to me, and it's not worth $1 million. Why should I agree? If it's just a friendly match, it's okay to play as long as you want. If you want to use this aspect to repay debts, honestly, not just a woman who just spares her own body. It can be exchanged for money, especially 1 million. Su Jing said lightly. Although Cece felt that Su Jing's words were a bit direct, even a bit ugly, and a bit insulting to women. But when you think about it, these words really make sense. Even if you go out to sell, you still score a lot of money, 1 million is not so easy to earn. Especially Su Jing has no shortage of women. The women around him are very beautiful. It is even more difficult if you want to sell 1 million at your door. This is the sorrow of the poor and the reality of this society. Especially now in Hong Kong. We're to laugh at the poor but not at the prostitution. If it's you, I can consider it. Su Jing said with a smile. Cece said bitterly, I didn't expect me to be worth $1 million. Close to the subject, I am afraid you can't get the money out of your appearance. Su Jing said lightly. Cece nodded, I really can't get it out. It will take time for me to buy the car and house, and it may not be enough. Originally, I was thinking to see if there is any way, but now it seems Xiao Ming and my friend are investigating Chu Renmei's affairs. Maybe there is a way to solve it. Then I wish you good luck. Su Jing said lightly. Goodbye. Su Jing waved her hand and watched Cece leave. Ordinary people can't solve Chu Renmei's resentful ghost. Since they want to deal with it by themselves, they can deal with it. Anyway, Su Jing didn't plan to regain Chu Renmei so soon. He still counted on Chu Renmei to trouble the engineering team. Otherwise, he has solved Chu Renmei's troubles, but the engineering team that caused the trouble has nothing to do with the land, and Su Jing can't bother to do this kind of thing. After drying his hair, Su Jing put on his clothes and left Ajin's house. Drive back to Yuan Long, Jejia Building, read more at hotnovel.xyz. When I opened the door and entered the house, I saw Wang Jinjin was cleaning, and there was a white dress on the sofa in the living room. You're back. Wang Jinjin walked over and said happily. Su Jingjing nodded. What's the matter with the clothes? Newly bought? Yes, I just bought it. My mother's company is going to hold a cocktail party in the evening saying that we can take the family with me. My mother wants me to accompany her and buy clothes specially. Wang Jinjin explained. I don't know if you will come back, so I just took it and wanted you to see. Is the Nido group's cocktail party? The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised, remembering that it was this time that Kazuo Yamamoto learned of Wang Jinjin's existence in the TV series. Put on me and see. Su Jing walked to the sofa and sat down. Wang Jinjin nodded happily and took off her clothes in the living room, and then put on this white dress. White dress with sleeves, shoulders exposed. After Wang Jinjin put it on, she turned around in front of Su Jing. How is it, does it look good? Not bad. I have to say that since Wang Jinjin put on contact lenses, her whole temperament has changed a little. This skirt is really pretty on her body. When is the reception? Su Jing asked. It's 7 o'clock. Wang Jinjin said. I will accompany you. Really? Wang Jinjin didn't expect that Su Jing would be willing to accompany them, but hesitated. But, what should I say? Just tell your mother that I'll go too, I know people from the Ridong group. Su Jing smiled. Yeah. Wang Jinjin didn't ask too much. Looking at Wang Jinjin, Su Jing not only thought of Kazuo Uemoto. In the TV series, Kazuo Yamamoto knows that Wang Jinjin is as long as Yuki Yamamoto, and then launches a pursuit. But now. Su Jing smiled suddenly and waved to Wang Jinjin, come on. Wang Jinjin blushed, and immediately realized what Su Jing was going to do. After all, I have been familiar with Su Jing for so long, and sometimes Wang Jinjin can understand his meaning with just a word or a gesture in his eyes. Coming closer and squatting down slowly, Wang Jinjin quickly leaned over and moved. Wang Jinjin is in a white dress, while Ouyang Jejia is in a red dress. They look like sisters. After resting for a long time, Su Jing got up to exercise, practiced, and then, took a shower and changed clothes, and the time was almost there. Before long, Wang Jinjin and Ouyang Jejia came down to find Su Jing. After a long time, Wang Jinjin sorted out her skirt. Time flies. Tsutenkaku. The pavilion, as its name suggests, is indeed very tall, at least hundreds of meters, which is considered to be the taller building in Hong Kong. Okay. Su Jing lazily responded. Su Jing, Wang Jinjin, and Ouyang Jejia came to Nido Group and took the elevator to the venue. It is like a high tower, with a spherical building at the top. Fortunately, there are no wrinkles, otherwise it will be in trouble. Wang Jinjin whispered. I'm going up first, I'll come down to look for you then. Seeing Su Jing following, Lin Guodong was slightly surprised but didn't behave too well. He just said hello and then went to greet others. The location of the reception was at Kazuo Yamamoto's residence. As soon as I entered, I saw a lot of people already inside. There are men and women, there are company employees, there are also some wealthy celebrities or partners, etc. It looks very high-end and lively. As soon as I entered, I saw Lin Guodong walking towards him. At the reception, people came and went, and Ouyang Jiejia, as an employee of the company, felt that he should also do something to greet him. Su Jing, trouble you to take care of Jinjin, I'll go there for a look. Ouyang Jiejia said, then turned and went to the distance. Su Jing smiled and stretched out his hand to take 2 glasses of wine from the waiter, handed it to Wang Jinjin, and walked to the window. What a beauty! Looking out from the window, you can get a glimpse of the night view of Hong Kong. Yes, it's really good here. Su Jing said with a smile, I can consider buying this place when we are coming. It's probably difficult. Wang Jinjin didn't answer, but a voice came from behind. The voice of Demoto Shingo. Su Jing and Wang Jinjin turned their heads and saw Tang Benjin was standing behind him, with 2 people behind him. Kazuo Yamamoto and Baiga. Piga's face was a little pale, it seemed that Fahai's injury to her should not be clear, and the eyes that looked at Su Jing were also resentful. Kazuo Yamamoto was surprised and stared at Wang Jinjin in shock. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and he stepped sideways in front of Wang Jinjin. Kazuo Yamamoto was taken aback for a moment, and he came to his senses. Who is this? My woman. Su Jing said lightly. Although I don't know why Su Jing seemed to have a big reaction, Wang Jinjin seemed very happy when she heard this sentence. Kazuo Yamamoto frowned. She actually looked exactly like Yamamoto Yuki, and the impact of that moment made Yamamoto Kazuo think that he had seen Yamamoto Yuki. Hearing Su Jing's words, Kazuo Yamamoto not only raised a trace of anger. Mr. Su Jing's women, there are so many. Yes, is there a problem? Su Jing asked back. Kazuo Yamamoto looked at Wang Jinjin and found that Wang Jinjin was not angry at all. In other words, Wang Jinjin knew that he had many women who were willing to follow him. This made Kazuo Yamamoto very angry. But he restrained the anger. Kazuo Yamamoto looked at Su Jing and said, I wanted to find a chance to chat with you a long time ago. Let's change the place. Okay. Su Jing turned towards Wang Jinjin and said, you go find your mother first. Yeah. Wang Jinjin obediently left, while Kazuo Yamamoto turned and led the way. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Piga, Demoto Shingo followed. Came to the room inside. Su Jing smiled and sat down and said faintly, what do you want to talk about? You can talk about it. Although Kazuo Yamamoto wanted to talk about Wang Jinjin's affairs, he restrained him and said, Mr. Su Jing should be very clear about my identity, so I want to invite you. Join my great cause. Create a zombie world. Kazuo Yamamoto smiled, you know what I think. Yes, it is to create a world of zombies. Mr. Su Jing should not resist zombies. As far as I know, you have a group of zombies. If we cooperate, it will be very good. The power that will soon turn this world into a zombie will be ruled by you and me. It may be your ambition to rule the world. Maybe you want to make zombies no longer be considered monsters, so you have to create a zombie world, but what good is this for me? You should talk to Kwang Tianyu, but I don't think he will agree. Su Jing said lightly, besides, I killed Herman. That's because he is inferior to others. Kazuo Yamamoto said. Wang Jinjin is my woman. Su Jing said again. Kazuo Yamamoto's face changed, and he trembled. Emotional matters are hard to tell. Really? Then. Is Yamamoto Miku also my woman? Su Jing raised the corner of his mouth and asked. Boom. Kazuo Yamamoto's cup suddenly burst. You dare to face the future. Kazuo Yamamoto got up and glared at Su Jing. The spiritual pressure on his body skyrocketed in an instant. Su Jing said lightly, one is your most beloved daughter, and the other is a woman who looks exactly like your wife, but they are all my women. Kazuo Yamamoto, even if you can hold it back, I won't cooperate with you. Are you going to be my enemy? Kazuo Uemoto shouted at Su Jing in a deep voice. Otherwise, would I still be friends with you? Su Jing got up and said lightly. Tangmoto Jinwoo and Baiga stood in front of Su Jing for an instant. Get out, you are not ready to fight with me here. Me, Ma Shaoling, and God, these are all people who can stop Kazuo Yamamoto. Are you sure you want to start the war now? Even if you go together, you may not stay. Get me. Even if I can't kill Kazuo Yamamoto, one of you two will definitely die here. After speaking, Su Jing got up and moved forward. Demoto Shingo and Baiga hesitated, and immediately heard Kazuo Yamamoto say, I hope you can reconsider clearly and let him go. Boss! Baiga couldn't help but yelled. Kazuo Yamamoto did not change his mind. In desperation, Piga and Tang Benjinwoo had no choice but to let go. Yes. Then let's start. I want to see that the rich and powerful people in Hong Kong have become zombies. For my use, what should he do? Kazuo Yamamoto said in a deep voice. That's it. Then I'll figure out a solution by myself. Demoto Shingo bowed his head in response. But before that, it needs to be upgraded. I asked Uncle Chio. There is no good barrier on Uncle Chio. Ma Shaoling said. Boss, don't let it go. If you really want that woman, I can help you. Before Baiga finished speaking, Kazuo Yamamoto waved his hand fiercely. No, how is the plan going? Kazuo Yamamoto's Ryatsu is indeed very strong. As a second-generation zombie, his strength is much stronger than that of the third generation. After Su Jing came out, he found Wang Jinjin and Ouyang Jiejia. After a while, there was nothing else to do, so he took Ouyang Jiejia and Wang Jinjin away from the reception. It can be activated at any time. Tangmoto enlightened. His Tsutenkaku is pretty good, I really want to get it. Su Jing smiled and said, how is the enchantment thing? Time is still too slow, Ma Shaoling has not rested yet. Back to Jiejia building, Ouyang Jiejia and Wang Jinjin were sent home. Su Jing called Ma Shaoling directly. How? I saw Kazuo Yamamoto today. Su Jing said straightforwardly. Since asking the uncle's normal Taoist enchantment is not good, let's see if the system can get any useful ghostly magic. According to the current situation, if you want to quickly upgrade to get a lot of experience points, you can put it aside for the ghost. Unless you kill directly to the underworld, the scattered ghosts are meaningless. And from the perspective of experience points, killing zombies or vampires is more than ghosts. Su Jing called Jillian over. She had the Anti-Magic Alliance's task before. After solving it, she seemed to find that other clues had not yet come back, and the number should not be too small. Jiao, how is your situation there? Everything went well. I just discovered a large number of vampires entering the country. I'm following it. Jillian responded in a low voice. Large batch? How many are there? At least thousands of them. I don't know what they are doing, so many come all at once. Jillian said. Great, tell me the location. Su Jing was excited when he heard that there were thousands of them. Just relying on Jillian herself, when will 1,000 be killed? This is the value of experience delivered to your door. After Jillian said the address, Su Jing went straight out. He drove in the direction Jillian said. About 20 minutes or so, Su Jing drove to a mountain-top mansion. Looking from a distance, I can feel that the amount of Ryatsu is densely packed, and many of them are about to explode. Awesome! Su Jing jumped out of the car and found Jillian not far below the mansion. Tell me what's the situation? Su Jing asked after coming over. Jillian whispered, the specific situation is still not clear. The previous task was solved. Several vampires found them along the clues. It seems that this should be a family or a branch. I have investigated and this villa is in the previous paragraph. I bought it over time. The head of the household is a foreigner, very low-key. I think they might want to station in Hong Kong. The Anti-Magic Alliance said that the situation of vampires abroad does not seem to be very good. Good job. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and said, "Has the Anti-Magic Alliance been notified?" "Not yet, I have been following them since I found them." Jillian said. "Okay, someone from the province is robbing the blame." Su Jing smiled and said, "You stay here to deal with the fish that slipped through the net, and don't let it go if you fight for one." "Are you going in alone?" Jillian was a little worried. After all, there are too many. More than 1,000. Rest assured. It's not the second or third generation, just ordinary vampires. Even if there are many, there is nothing to worry about. Reaper mode. The Death Tyrant was installed, Chiban Sakura slung around her waist. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In the night, Su Jing's figure flashed quickly, and several ups and downs had arrived in front of the mansion. Leap slightly. Su Jing lightly jumped directly onto the wall. The evening breeze moved the corners of the clothes slightly, and in the moonlight, one could clearly see densely bats hanging from several big trees in the garden in the courtyard. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Su Jing jumped like this. With a click, it landed in the courtyard. In the dark courtyard, countless eyes were staring at Su Jing. Suddenly, a few people who appeared to be security guards appeared from all around. "Who?" "Those who want your life." Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and a cold light flashed suddenly. In the next moment, he had appeared behind the bodyguards. Zanpakutō pulled a knife, and the fire suddenly lit up behind him, and the bodyguards instantly burned and turned into ashes. "It's an exorcist." I don't know who shouted, and the silence was broken. In an instant, countless bats suddenly flew down from the tree and hovered in the air over Su Jing's head. Su Jing looked around and saw vampires appearing one by one in the courtyard. It didn't take long for a crowd of black and dark people to appear. At first glance, it seemed that the entire courtyard was full. Looking at it again, a group of vampires also emerged from the villa, beside the windows and on the roof. Vampires appeared one after another on all the walls, completely surrounding Su Jing. At first glance, they are all vampires. Su Jing can clearly see the pride and arrogance on their faces. "You are so courageous, it's a pity, you are dead." In the darkness, a slightly gloomy voice sounded. It seemed to be the head of this group of vampires. "You can't run away." "Run." Su Jing's mouth raised. "I'm afraid you will run away." "Huh, really a life and death exorcist, only one person dares to be so arrogant, you can see clearly, you are only one. And we have so many people. The one being surrounded is you." There was a sneer around. "Sound. There are so many people I like the most." Su Jing said with a smile, "Stop talking nonsense, let's go together. Court death. On." With an order, the surrounding vampires rushed toward Su Jing in an instant. Overwhelming, like a black cloud pressing a village. "Wow!" Su Jing's figure suddenly disappeared, but appeared in the crowd the next moment. The Zanpai knife slashed down, and the head of a vampire flew out and turned into ashes. The surrounding vampires rushed violently, but they rushed out. Instantly released, Su Jing's figure quickly flashed around, and every time he appeared, a vampire would be beheaded. Piles of flames lit up. Su Jing suddenly appeared in midair. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Boom! The fiery red ball of light suddenly fell into the courtyard, followed by a loud bang, and the screams remembered that the surrounding vampires were entangled in flames and instantly burned. Beginning to solve. Spread it. Senbon Sakura. Su Jing landed abruptly, and the blade of the Zanpakutō knife in his hand instantly turned into countless petals. In the darkness, the petals floated down, and the vampires rushed over when Su Jing stopped. The corners of Su Jing's mouth raised, revealing a smug smile. Pouch! 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 The sound of cutting sounded, the petals all over the sky seemed to be fluttering with the wind. In an instant, the vampires who rushed up stopped in an instant, and then they saw their bodies burning. One by one, like candles lit one after another, instantly illuminating the courtyard, just like day. At this moment, the remaining vampires were stunned. Seeing Su Jing wearing a black suit in the light, holding a knife handle and surrounded by petals swinging in the wind, no one dared to move forward for a while. What did he do? Petal. It's petals. Just when these vampires were shocked, they suddenly yelled in response. The petals surrounded Su Jing as if they were alive. Seeing the vampire finally reacted, Su Jing sneered. Suddenly, the petals surrounding them instantly changed their direction, and violently scattered towards the surrounding vampires. Pouch! Pouch! The tiny pink petals are extremely sharp and cut through their bodies as soon as they touched the vampires, and immediately afterwards, they saw the wounds start to burn rapidly, and their self-healing ability was fully exerted at this time. No effect, the body was completely turned into ashes in just a few seconds. Don't panic, avoid the petals. The leader-like guy shouted loudly, and at the same time directed the vampire in the distance to rush towards Su Jing. The petals stopped abruptly at this moment, and then flew back to Su Jing's hands in an instant, turning into a blade again. He can only attack, not defend, let's go together. This discovery made the leader very excited. In an instant, countless vampires rushed towards Su Jing again. Ha ha! Swastika! With a bang, Su Jing's spiritual pressure rose rapidly. Senbon Sakura King Yen. The knife is gone again, the difference is that even the handle of the knife is gone this time. The vampires who rushed over only felt the violent tremors of the ground, and they suddenly drilled huge blades out of the ground, forming 2 rows. In an instant, dozens of vampires were directly penetrated and their bodies instantly turned to ashes. The vampire standing in the middle is not only fortunate, but fortunate that he stands in a good position. After a pause, the group of vampires rushed over again. But at this moment, this huge blade suddenly shattered. 1 is 2, 2 is 4, and 1 is 8. Each blade shattered and produced countless blades. It is impossible to estimate and count the number of these blades. The vampires found themselves unable to avoid it, as if watching the cherry blossoms falling in the sky, they could only stand still. Countless blades are composed of no dead ends, all-round attack. These vampires have only one thought. Are you going to die? Puff 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 sounded, the fire blazed to the sky. Outside the mansion, Jillian, holding the gray cat, looked at the skyrocketing fire inside the mansion, and was stunned. She knows that it is the fire that burns when a vampire dies, but, how can a vampire die? Now it looks like a raging flame enveloped the entire mansion. It was shocking. How many vampires have to be killed at this time to achieve such a shocking scene? Jillian was shocked and couldn't help but murmured, and then ran towards the mansion violently. With a strong step forward, her toes lightly tapped on the wall, and Jillian jumped directly over the wall agilely. As soon as she entered, she was already shocked. In the huge courtyard, I saw only a pinch of ashes. Countless blades are spinning in the air, and vampires are burning one after another. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. What? The vampire leader was completely frightened, and a feeling called despair spread in his heart. In an instant, he turned into a bat, and flew out into the air with his wings waving. He wants to run. He must run. Otherwise, he will die here. Moon. Gray cat. Jillian snorted softly, and the Zanpakutō in her hand instantly turned into ashes, leaving only the hilt in her hand. Jillian swung the hilt of the knife fiercely at the vampire in the air, and in an instant, the ashes turned into a slash. Pouch. The vampire leader split in two instantly and fell from the air. It burned slowly before it hit the ground, and in the end only ashes were left, blown by the wind, and disappeared. Puff! The blade slashed across the neck, and the vampire's head fell to the ground, burning with the body, and then turned into brilliance and plunged into the beads. After returning the knife to its scabbard, Jing looked at Jillian. "Didn't you let you wait outside? Anyway, you have solved it," Jillian said with a grin. "Go and check if there is anything of value in it," Jing said casually. "Yeah." Jillian nodded excitedly and hurried into the villa. Jing walked to a deck chair not far away and sat down. Shenben Sakura is really a mass attacker, thousands of vampires have been dealt with so easily. This should be the largest number of kills by Jing in history, and it can be considered the easiest. If he had just passed through the formation, he would definitely not just rush in like this, and it is even more impossible to kill him so easily. Jingshan took a breath, calmed his emotions, and then glanced at the panel data. Harvest. An absolute bumper harvest. Host, Jing. Lingzi, 10,260. Duties, Captain of the 13th Division of the 13th Division of the Hotei Division, Deputy Captain of the Division 12 of the 12th Division. Zanpakutō, Shallow Fight, Gunslinger, Sleeve by Shue, Frozen Cloud, Bingluan Maru, Hongxia, Grey Cat, Senben Sakura. Ghost Road. One of the bound roads, Sai. Tai Dao for this rope. 8 of the Dao Rebuke. Tai Dao number 21, Red Smoke Escape. Tai Dao, 33 Flashes of Mouth. 37, Hanging Star. Breaking 1, Chong. Broken Road 4 by Lei. 8 Yao Shuanjia. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Number of draws, 10. Items, Death Tyrant Outfit, 13th Division Team Badge, 12th Division Team Badge, Soul Awakening Hand Armor, Deputy Captain Armband, First Layer of Hell. Squad Attribute, Purification, Soul Burial Ability Enhancement, Reform, Transformation Ability Enhancement. Experience, 2600/3900. The 12th Breakthrough, Fuhua. The addition of Transformation to the squad's attributes has strengthened the ability to rebuild. Should it be because the 12th squad is a technology development bureau? What really surprised Jing was the last one, the first little hell. What is this? Reply. Is there still this in Reaper? The 11th Broken Road, Lightning. 58 Breaking Path, Tanlon. Although a big change was expected, Jing was a little surprised after seeing it. Judging from the number of draws, should I be promoted to level 9? In terms of his position, he successfully became the captain of the 13th squad, and there was also a deputy captain of the 12th squad. Looking at the posture, he was going to rise all the way from the 13th squad. The number of Lingzi has successfully broken through to 5 figures, but most of this has been increased because of self-cultivation. The system improvement is negligible. 54 Broken Path, Abolishing Flame. Broken Road 20, according to the Celestial Sphere. Skill, Instant Step. Broken Road 32, Yellow Fire Flash. Jing thought about it for a while. There seemed to be hell among the gods of death. This hell is not the corpse soul world, but the real hell, but there are several layers of Jing that I really don't know, and I don't know if this first layer of hell is the hell among the death gods. The most important thing is, where is this first little hell? Jing's thoughts just flashed, and he felt the beads on his wrists become hot, and one of the beads, the first bead commonly used before, lit up. The first level of hell, could it be it? Jing not only had a bold idea. After all, this bead is very special. It doesn't seem to match the Reaper system, but it seems to be one body again. Thinking about it, it's really possible. If this is really the first level of hell, then, the enchantment problem that I had considered before, seems to have been resolved. After all, there is no more suitable barrier than hell, right? However, he has no idea how to use it and how to release this first layer of hell, but it is not suitable for research here. Anyway, it really made a lot of money this time. Jing let out a sigh, the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be reduced. Boss. Jillian walked out from inside. Are there any gains? Jing asked. Jillian hesitated to say something and stopped. You'll know when you come in and take a look. What is it? It's hard to say. Jing got up and followed Jillian to the villa, and then came to one of the rooms. As soon as he opened the door, Jing was a little dumbfounded. The lids of the boxes in the whole room were opened, and inside were all kinds of gold, jewels, and antiques. The array is dazzling and countless. This is issued. Although Jing is not particularly short of money now, the gold and silver jewelry in this room still shocks him. How much does it cost? Jillian shook her head. I don't know, but at least it has to be several hundred million, over $1 billion, right? I just checked and these things have not been processed yet. It is very likely that they have just been shipped not long. According to this situation, it is very likely that this family of vampires migrated to Hong Kong from abroad. These should be their accumulation over the years. Cover it. Jing said to Jillian, took out the phone and called ACI directly. ACI, come over with Agia and get 2 trucks. Jing called ACI and ordered. About an hour later, 2 enclosed trucks drove into the courtyard. Is this your newly bought mansion? Are you driving here to move? ACI asked curiously. Moving? No, it's moving money. These boxes, move in carefully. Jing smiled and said to ACI and Agia. Although the 2 were girls, they were zombies. It doesn't take much effort to move something there, read more at hotnovel.xyz. But even so, it took almost half an hour to be considered as all moved away. Jiao, go back to the villa with them first. Jing gave an order, Jillian got in the car, and then the 2 trucks drove away. 31 Broken Road, red cannon. The 32 Broken Road, yellow fire flashes. Jing successively released the art of breaking the road. It didn't take long for the entire villa and the mansion to burn slowly, like a sea of flames illuminating the darkness. With such a big movement, there should be police and firefighters coming soon. In the flames, Jing left quietly. A big fire should be enough to wipe out some evidence, not to mention that there are no corpses in the villa, and even if someone thinks something is wrong, there is no evidence. In the end, nothing else. First send experience points, then send money. Jing really loves these vampires. When driving back to the villa, the 2 trucks in the villa were still parked in the yard. How did this car come? Jing asked ACI. As said, this is our own car. Own car? Yes, Jingli perfume is used for delivery. Esteo. Jing was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jingli perfume delivery to use such a large truck. It seems that he really didn't pay much attention to its development. However, since it belongs to me, I can rest assured. While it's still dark, move things in and put them in your basement room with ACI and Agia. Jing greeted, and everyone started to get busy again. Although Mei and Xiaolan didn't know what happened, they followed to help. When everything was settled down, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Jing asked them to go to rest first, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Jiao, stay with me tonight. Jing stopped Jillian, who was about to go back to the room to rest. This time, thanks to Jillian. She wanted to upgrade quickly, she found thousands of vampires, and also made such a large sum of money. And Jillian didn't notify the Anti-Magic Alliance, otherwise, I don't know what happened to the money. Not only Jing was excited, but Jillian was also excited. The 2 of them had been tossing for a long time, until tiredness struck, and then they fell into a deep sleep. When the next day was approaching noon, Su Jing and Jillian came out of the room. In May, Xiaolan, in the living room, Az and Ajia are gone. Where are they? The company has gone back in advance. Su Jingjing nodded and didn't say much. He thought for a while and said, May, Xiaolan, you two should do nothing during this period. Check out the things in the basement room. What is it? Money. Su Jing said with a smile. Money? So many boxes, all. Wu Yue and Xiaolan were stunned. Su Scenic Spot nodded, gold, jewelry, and antiques, you can count the quantity. Where does this come from? Mei asked with some worry. Su Jing smiled, don't worry, there will be no trouble, just count the number. Wu Yue nodded with Xiaolan again and again, letting them both take responsibility for such an important matter, which shows that Su Jing trusts them. Jiao, stay here first, pay attention to see if the group of vampires have any accomplices. Su Jing confessed to Jillian. Jillian nodded and said that she knew that if any fish slipped through the net was not their last night, this is also possible. After the account was properly made, Su Jing went directly to Huangshi village. Now that there is the first level of hell, Su Jing naturally wants to figure out what is the purpose of this first level of hell. If it's just the same as before, if the soul is killed or the soul is buried, and the brilliance is drilled into the beads, then it doesn't seem to be of great use. Driving to the villa above Huangshi village, Su Jing found Bingqi. As soon as Su Jing came in, Bingqi realized that he seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Just sitting down, Bingqi turned over and sat on Su Jing's lap, hooking Su Jing's neck with her hands. Su Jing smiled and stroked Bingqi's leg, and asked, how is the progress? Everything else has been done. Now this blockbuster movie belongs to us. It's just that the engineering team is still in trouble. I quoted them several times. The price was far above the market price, but I still refuse to agree. I don't know what I'm doing, they dug up her body, and she won't bother them. Bingqi said slightly annoyed. Su Jing smiled, she should be busy solving other things. Didn't some people die here before playing the game of soul-seeking? Now 2 have died. I guess the situation of the others will not get better. Su Jing said with a smile, they found me, but they can't afford to want to be themselves. Investigate. Investigate by myself? I seem to have seen 2 people go to Huangshi village during the day, and they left after a short time. Bingqi said. That should be it. Even if they make a clear investigation, it is impossible to deal with this Li Gui. This Li Gui's grievance is very strong, and it cannot be solved by ordinary exorcists at all. Bingqi said. Then it depends on their own luck. Su Jing said with a smile. Yeah. Bingqi nodded, looking at Su Jing with a pair of eyebrows, but with charm, her 2 small hands slid on Su Jing's body dishonestly. Just when I was about to untie my belt, the phone in my pocket rang. Bingqi helped out the phone and handed it to Su Jing, and Su Jing answered. Hey. Su, Mr. Su Jing, Master Su Jing, I am Annie. Biggie is dead. On the phone, Annie's business trembled, obviously restraining her fear. Oh. Su Jing answered flatly. Can you see me again? Annie asked, read more at hotnovel.xyz. It looks like you are ready for the money. Then come. My villa above Huangshi village, come here directly. Yes. Annie hung up. Hearing that someone was coming soon, Bingqi didn't continue, just lying in Su Jing's arms. About half an hour later, the doorbell of the villa rang. Snapped. The door suddenly opened, and Annie was stunned for a moment to realize that there was no one. She walked in tentatively, and the door slammed shut again, which made her nervous instantly. I walked through the hallway with trepidation to the living room, and then saw Su Jing sitting on the sofa in the living room, and Bingqi in Su Jing's arms. A red dress, beautiful face. Not only does Annie feel ashamed, it's no wonder that Su Jing didn't agree to her previous proposal. Have you considered it? Su Jing asked with a smile. Yes. Annie took a deep breath and said slowly. Did you make a decision because of Biggie's death? Yes. Annie didn't expect to turn around, and immediately went to the market to bow again and again. Thank you so much. What about interest? Su Jing said lightly, if you are lucky, I am in a good mood today. Therefore, you don't have to go out to borrow a loan shark and mortgage the house to me. As for the money you pay back slowly, when will you pay it back? You. Su Jing was stunned until she didn't stop her, watching her take off her clothes 3 times. What do you think? Su Jing asked indifferently. Really? Then I knew that the exorcist spell was useless. I have decided, 1 million. I will borrow loan sharks. Annie said. I know there are many beauties around you, and my conditions are not so good. If you want, I can do it any time. Annie lowered her head. Those who play usury are all underworld societies. If you borrow money, there will be a way to get the money back, or sell yourself to make money if you don't. Even these underworld societies use this method to make money, loan sharks, profit rolling. I'm afraid you can sell them for a lifetime and don't even want to pay back the money. I didn't agree to use my body to pay for the account before. Now I intend to use my body to pay for the interest. Su Jing chuckled lightly, looking at Annie's flushed face and said, all right, I agree. Not yet, better than dead. Big deal, I'll go. Annie hesitated, and she reached out and took off her clothes. Go pick up. Speaking of Biggie's death, Annie's shoulders shook slightly, and she said with a trembling, I went back to discuss with my mother after I left last time. We have found an individual exorcist. Listen. It's also very powerful, and it's very cheap. At this point, she couldn't help taking a look at Su Jing quietly, and when she saw that Su Jing had no business, she continued, he gave me a few spells, saying it was an escape. Ghost exorcism, I thought it was useful at first, but in my room I could see a woman downstairs driving a man into the car. At first I didn't care too much. But then I found that every time I look out the window, I can see this scene. Until the last time, this woman actually followed the man in the car, and I can see clearly that it was BG. And the man in the car turned out to be his dead father. But BG simply don't live downstairs in my house. Later, I heard the news that BG was dead. She strangled her mother with a rope at home, and then committed suicide by swallowing a knife by herself. You spend money to save your life, I collect money to save you, and get what you need. There is nothing wrong with what you want and what you want. But now you are doing it like this, it seems like I am forced to be a PR*******, and you have to go out to pick up customers. Su Jing said lightly. Annie shook her head quickly, no, I didn't mean that, there is really no way. Then what? Su Jing asked. Loan usury. Are you paying it back? Hearing Su Jing's promise, Annie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jing was lucky to be able to agree to let her repay the money slowly. If she really wants to repay the interest, I'm afraid she really doesn't know how long it will take to pay it back. Although, this is a bit sorry for my boyfriend Xiaoming, but my boyfriend can look for it again, his fate, if it's gone, it's really gone. Annie also has a score of 6 or 7 overall, but she has no outstanding characteristics, no long legs, and is not a big boss. Although she looks beautiful, she is not amazing. There is no special attraction, so Su Jing did not agree before. But since it's just interest, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she doesn't even know how long it will be for the 1 million. If interest is added, let alone. As for her as Xiaoming's girlfriend. Sorry, this Su Jing really didn't take it seriously, he didn't propose these conditions, nor did he persecute them. Su Jing beckoned, and Annie walked over timidly. With Bingqi here, Annie couldn't seize the opportunity even if she had any thoughts, not to mention that Su Jing's thoughts were not on her. Therefore, apart from moving her mouth, she can only add to the fun by the side, which made Annie breathe a sigh of relief and a little bit disappointed. The loss was because Annie was like this herself, and it seemed that she couldn't attract Su Jing. In fact, if Bingqi was not there, Su Jing might have ed her. But with the little fairy Bingqi here, Annie has become less attractive than I'll get the house book. Annie put on her clothes and said, ready to go back. At this time, the phone rang suddenly. Annie's call was from Xiao Ming. As soon as it was connected, I heard Xiao Ming's excited voice. Annie, I have figured out what's going on. It's water. It's the water we drink. I found a villager in Huangshi village. He told me that Chu Renmei didn't kill people before because he gave Chu people the beauty. I put on a bracelet that was consecrated in front of the Buddha. The bones of Chu Renmei were thrown into the water pool near Huangshi village, and the bracelet was also dropped. Her grievances passed through the water in the pool into the tap water pipe. You drank tap water during the soul-seeking game. The water in the pipe will cause hallucinations and they will be killed. I am now going to the water pool. As long as I can find the bracelet and put it on again, it should be fine. Annie, did you hear me? Xiao Ming said excitedly for a long time but found that Annie hadn't answered, so he couldn't help asking. I heard it. Annie answered quickly, and she regretted it for a moment when she heard Xiao Ming's words. Are you sure? If it's too dangerous, you still don't go. Annie said worriedly. I haven't drunk pool water, there will be no hallucinations, it should be fine. Xiao Ming said confidently. Then, be careful yourself, if you are in danger, don't do it. Annie said, and then hung up the phone. If the matter is not resolved by me, the previous conditions will be invalidated. Su Jing said lightly. Thank you. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Annie finished speaking, turned and left. Not long after Annie answered and hung up, Cece also received a call from her younger brother Xiao Ming. I heard that Xiao Ming had figured out what happened. She was entangled by Chu Renmei because she drank the lake water in Tonli. She was immediately relieved. Before, she was worried that it was because of the result of the ghost game that the Li ghost was entangled by the Li ghost, even she might all are dangerous. In fact, when Xiao Ming said that there should be no danger if she did not participate in the fun of the soul-seeking game to investigate, Cece was a little worried. This is why she was still thinking about making up 1 million. She was afraid that the ghost was too grieving, so she didn't. Those who paid the bonus directly killed everyone. Now that it was all right after drinking the pool water, Cece was relieved too. I don't need to collect 1 million anymore, and Xiao Ming doesn't need it anymore. Fortunately, I didn't get there at the time. Cece thought like this in her heart. 2 flowers bloom, 1 on each table. Leaving aside other things for the time being, Xiao Ming and Mao Fa have already arrived at that pool. The pool is not particularly deep, but it can still be less than a person's height. Are you sure you want to go down? Actually, we can call the police or think of other ways. Fameo persuaded Xiao Ming from the side. Xiao Ming shook his head, now that I figured out the reason, it should be fine. On the one hand, Xiao Ming has jumped into the pool. Then dive in quickly. Diving into the water, Xiao Ming looked for the bracelet, and soon found the bracelet among the sand and stones, dived in excitement and prepared to pick it up. At this moment, a figure with long hair and blue clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. He thought of something. Someone died. Hurry up, call the police. No. Furry was taken aback and shouted. Harry pulled Xiao Ming's body anxiously and went ashore. During this process, he closed his mouth tightly. After he got ashore, he saw people from the engineering team in the distance hearing the sound rushing over. Even if he goes down, he is better than Xiao Ming down. Shocked, Xiao Ming subconsciously opened his mouth and drank a few sips of water, and then saw Chu Renmei stretched out her hands to pinch his neck. Xiao Ming panicked and wanted to break free, but this arm was getting harder and harder, harder and harder. After diving into the water, Fameo quickly saw Xiao Ming. What happened? Fameo took out the phone to call the police, and gave Cece a call to notify him, then held her breath and jumped directly into the water with a plop. It's too late. Although Xiao Ming has never drunk pool water, Xiao Ming has yin and yang eyes, and he can see the beauty of Chu people. Even if Chu Renmei can't use hallucinations to influence him, Xiao Ming will still be affected, as long as Xiao Ming panic drinks a sip of water, then. At this moment he regretted a little. Xiao Ming pinched his neck with both hands, nothing happened. The engineering team yelled, and a man with a big belly resembling a boss came over with a water glass in one hand. What's the noise? Isn't it the death of a person? Make a fuss and leave one person to call the police, and the others will go to work quickly. Don't you want the salary? I forgot such a crucial thing. On the shore, Mao Fa anxiously waited, only watching the waves in the pool calm down a little bit, but Xiao Ming hadn't appeared yet. The consciousness gradually turned to darkness, and he didn't know anything anymore. Furiously glaring at the boss of the engineering team, what is meant by a dead person? Is there no sympathy when it is so ugly? What do you look at? It wasn't me who killed me. Someday will not die these days. I tell you, hurry up and move the body away, don't affect our project, bring bad luck. The boss of the engineering team turned towards Fa Mao. Disgusted, he waved his hand, took a sip from the cup and turned to leave. Fuzzy wanted to get angry, but looked at his water glass with a sneer. Before long, the police arrived. Cece and Annie, who received the news, rushed to the front and back. Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming, who was lying on the ground pale and obviously silent, Cece and Annie were stunned. Although I had guessed the result on the phone, I still couldn't believe what I saw with my own eyes, and they shouted and rushed forward. Who called the police? What happened? The police also came to inquire, and Fa Mao hurriedly explained the situation. There was Chu Renmei's body in the pool, Xiao Ming went into the water and so on. After the police heard it, they were a little bit suspicious. It was obvious that Xiao Ming's body was choked to death by himself. Although it was a little weird, it couldn't prove that he was hitting a ghost. Besides, there are ghosts. Although many people believe in ghosts, those who believe in it will naturally also unbelief. The police here were still somewhat suspicious, but suddenly heard a scream in the distance. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously and saw that the cup in the hands of the boss of the engineering team had fallen to the ground and was broken. At this time, he was pinching his neck with both hands, and it looked very horrible. What's the matter? Go and save people. The police stunned for a moment, and hurried over to help, and the engineering team members, although they were dissatisfied with the boss, they naturally wouldn't let the boss die. As a result, a few people passed by, and they couldn't break the boss's arm, and watched him suffocate to death with protruding eye sockets. Death, exactly like Xiao Ming. Now, no matter the policemen or the workers in the engineering team, they are all dumbfounded. A wave of fear slowly grew. Boss, what should I do? A policeman whispered, this seems to be really dirty. I don't know what to do. The policeman, who was a little suspicious at first, is also a little confused now. Seeing the death of the boss of the engineering team, even some scalp tingling. First, take it back to the police station and follow the normal procedures. After giving an order, the police soon brought the two bodies back to the police station, along with family members and so on. Although the death of the two was weird, after the inspection results came out, it was confirmed that they had strangled themselves, which was a suicide. Of course, this result is not important anymore. After all, I know what's going on in my heart. Fumeo, Cece, and Annie came out of the police station, silent for a while. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Cece got up and said, Xiao Ming's business first, let it go, that Chu Ren is beautiful and there is still a solution. Annie, you. I have already told Master Su. Annie bowed her head. Cece was silent for a moment, and said, then go to him and let him solve this beautiful beauty. It is a revenge for Xiao Ming. I will not go, I will stay to deal with Xiao Ming's affairs. Although the case is qualitatively closed, there must be many follow-ups. Harry feels guilty because of his carelessness, and wants to stay and help. Cece nodded, and then drove with Annie directly to find Su Jing. The two came to the villa and found that Bingqi was alone at home. Where is Master Su? Annie asked. Go to the water pool. Bingqi said faintly, when you left before, didn't you say that Xiao Ming was going to the water pool to solve Chu Renmei's affairs? After you left, you haven't come back for a long time, so he planned to check it out. Xiao Ming. Cece didn't speak to Annie, her expression gloomy. As soon as you look at this expression, you know that something happened to Xiao Ming. Bingqi couldn't help but said, you can do as many things as you have the ability, this Chu is by no means an ordinary ghost, dare to solve it by himself. Now it's too late to say this. Cece also regretted it. After she figured out the reason, she should persuade Xiao Ming to pool together money for Annie to let Su Jing take the shot, instead of letting Xiao Ming solve it herself. Let's go find him over the pool. Cece said to Annie, and then left to the pool. Because of the accident during the day, the engineering team has naturally stopped work, but the lights at the scene are still on. The two came here with a little fear, and walked close to each other arm in arm. Then I saw Su Jing. Su Jing stood by the water pool, as if chatting with someone, and his tone was calm. Qianqian has seen Su Jing look like this, knowing that he should be chatting with ghosts. Su Jing. Cece yelled. Su Jing turned his head to see Cece and Annie a little surprised, and said casually, why are you here? Are you talking to that Chu Renmei? Cece asked. Annie is pinching herself. After becoming a ghost, he naturally understands the beauty of Chu people better. Except that Cece couldn't see, the dead Xiao Ming, Su Jing and Annie who had drunk the pool water all saw. Seeing Chu Renmei, Xiao Ming couldn't help being a little bit afraid, after all, he was killed by Chu Renmei. Suddenly Annie screamed and hurriedly hid behind Su Jing and looked at the water pool. But in the eyes of others, Chu Renmei just stood in front of her. Xiao Ming, where are you Xiao Ming? A figure appeared quietly, it was Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming, Cece and Annie were a little excited and rushed over, but it was a pity that people and ghosts had different ways and they could only rush for nothing. Sister. It is the beauty of Chu people. Su Jing shook his head, your brother. Sister, I was too arrogant this time, I thought I could solve it. But don't be sad for me, he has promised to help me die. Xiao Ming said. Cece looked at Su Jing and nodded in thanks. Chu Renmei didn't seem to put Su Jing in her eyes at all. After she appeared, she came to Annie in front of her. Annie only felt her hand stretched out to pinch her neck, and she couldn't break free in horror. On the pool, a figure with long hair fluttering appeared. Xiao Ming. Cece was stunned, and ran over with Annie in a hurry. What? Ha! The Zanpakutō suddenly appeared, and the light of the knife slashed directly towards Chu Renmei. Chu Meiren's reaction was so fast, she drew away in an instant and appeared in the distance. The long hair blocked the face vertically, and the spiteful look in the hair was faintly visible in the moonlight. Ahem. Annie seed Chu Renmei leaving, she was finally free, she sat slumped and coughed and panted, and Cece hurriedly helped Annie up. Chu people are beautiful and miserable, and it is normal to have grievances. Such a horrible ghost basically cannot use normal thinking to communicate. It is almost a kind of instinct to harm people. No matter how terrible the death, it is also past. Su Jing slowly raised the Zanpakutō knife and released it instantly. Under the moonlight, only Su Jing's figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared behind Chu Renmei. Cece, Annie, and Xiaoming opened their mouths in amazement, and saw that Chu Renmei's body gradually became illusory and turned into a ball of brilliance, and then, slowly got into Su Jing's beads. Is this over? Seeing Chu Renmei disappear, the two of them couldn't help but murmur in surprise. How about it? Su Jing turned and walked over, and said toward Xiaoming, "It's your turn, I'll send you to life." Xiaoming nodded subconsciously, looked at her sister and then at Annie, and then came to Su Jing. The soul burial begins. In Xiaoming's relieved yearning expression, the light lit up, and then gradually returned to calm and disappeared. Finish. Su Jing withdrew the Zanpakutō. Cece and Annie were silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Su Jing didn't say much, just turned around and walked back to the villa, and the two naturally followed behind silently. Go back to the villa and sit down. Cece and Annie seemed to be getting better, and Annie took out the room book and handed it to Su Jing. Su Jing glanced at it and handed it to Bingqi, letting Bingqi take it down. Chu Renmei has been resolved, Xiaoming has also passed away, and the matter is over. Su Jing slowly said. It's not too early now. If you are willing to stay, there are many rooms here. If you don't want to stay, go back soon. The two looked at each other, still planning to go back. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After all, there is still something behind Xiaoming to deal with, but after all, seeing Xiaoming pass away with his own eyes, the sadness has faded a little bit. In the next few days, Cece and Annie were both dealing with Xiaoming's affairs, and Su Jing didn't pay much attention to it. And because of the death of the boss of the engineering team, Bingqi's acquisition plan went smoothly. After all, this evil thing has been spread. Even if it didn't spread, the family of the boss of the engineering team would not be able to continue the project. Sell it for cash, the price is a bit cheaper than before, even Bingqi didn't even contact and cut the price. Finally, this piece of land was successfully obtained. In this case, including the villa, the land of the engineering team, and the original newly built villa, etc., this large area has all belonged to Su Jing. Of course, Su Jing also invested a lot of money back and forth. This is just the price of the land. If you want to include the renovation, if you build it here, the price may be incalculable. Of course, Su Jing didn't intend to turn this place into a mansion, but only planned to enclose the circle and turn it into a private venue. This is also due to the fact that this place is considered to be in Yuan Long. If it is in other places, I am afraid it will not be so smooth. After relocating the engineering team, Su Jing returned to his villa. In the villa, Mei and Xiaolan have already counted. Hard currency plus antiques with fluctuating prices, a conservative estimate of 1 billion should be no problem. 1 billion is no small amount. Su Jing's current assets together can definitely rank in the top 10 in Hong Kong. Can't these things stay at home forever? Wu Yu asked Su Jing anxiously. There is too much money, which makes Wu Yue and Xiaolan a little nervous at home. Su Jing smiled and said, "It won't be too long, I will deal with it. The hard currency of gold, someone should be able to solve it. As for antiques, Su Jing thinks of Laura, so she can let her help out from the auction. But now, the most important thing is to deal with Kazuo Yamamoto. Continuously upgrade, Su Jing can draw a lottery again. As for the first level of hell, you can try it when you have a good circle over there." Ring ling ling. Su Jing's phone rang, and it was Su Zulin after it was connected. "What you told me last time really happened. Yesterday the police department had a meeting and senior police officers from all areas would attend, but I refused. As a result, I received the message. Up to now, the people who participated in this meeting have not returned." Su Zulin said eagerly as soon as the phone was connected. Kazuo Yamamoto has started to act. Su Jing raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't worry, don't go anywhere in Yuan Long during this time. My people will stare at you. If there are outsiders entering Yuan Long, you will know immediately. It is good. Lottery." Su Jing is very clear about what Kazuo Yamamoto is going to do, but he was not sure about solving Kazuo Yamamoto before. In addition, he did this, Su Jing was actually a profiter. What the hell? Bound Dao again? Draw out 3 binding Dao in a row. Will you solve it? Rewarded, 9 bound Dao, collapsing wheel. But now, Su Jing feels a little sure that he has a battle with Kazuo Yamamoto. Reward, 9 bound Dao, blow. After all, there are too many zombies, he can get experience points. Of course. Continue to draw. Lottery. 2 9 of Dao bound. Su Jing was a little surprised. After checking the situation of these 2 Dao, he discovered that although the numbers of these 2 Dao are the same, even the chants are the same, but the released handprints, names, and effects are completely different. Blow, it is the palm of the palm to release a red light beam to bind the opponent. Benglin is the release of a yellow rope-like spirit from your fingertips to catch the opponent. It is somewhat similar to this rope, but there are also differences. Su Jing originally thought that he had been lucky recently. He upgraded quickly, got a windfall, and solved the problem of the land. But looking at the lottery, it doesn't seem to be a good one. Su Jing said affirmatively. Get reward, 26 of bound Dao, Chu Guang. 3 consecutive binding Dao made Su Jing a little bit depressed. It was not that binding Dao was bad, but facing a powerful enemy like Yamamoto Kazuo, it would be difficult to defeat him by binding Dao alone. There are still 7 chances to draw a lottery. Su Jing intends to stop doing something else for a while, and then draw again when he comes back. After thinking about it, Su Jing called Laura. However, the phone rang for a long time and no one was connected. It is estimated that it is busy or exploring. Hanging up, Su Jing called Winnie again. Where? I'm at home. Wait for me. Su Jing hung up the phone and drove to Winnie's house. Although Su Jing didn't have a cold with Winnie, he still looks good in shape and appearance, not to mention that since he was taken care of by himself, he would naturally just want to play. Come to Winnie's house. Winnie had finished the bath obediently and wore a pajama. Yes, very obedient. Su Jing smiled. Have fun today. Yes, what are you going to do? Winnie asked timidly. Take off your pajamas and lie on the ground. Su Jing said with a grin. Winnie obediently followed suit, and Su Jing took off her clothes, then came to Winnie and fell down. Limbs support the ground. Su Jing looked down at Winnie below and said, I haven't exercised today, so let's do push-ups first. After Su Jing finished speaking, he started doing push-ups. As soon as she went up and down, Winnie opened her mouth, and soon her faltering voice rang intermittently. Shame. Too shameful. This kind of exercise is too shameful. Ling-ling-ling, ling-ling-ling. The phone is ringing. Su Jing got up to find the phone and found that it was Laura, and sat on the sofa casually to get the call. Winnie got up, walked over hesitantly and leaned over. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Have you called? Laura asked with a smile. Yup. Looking at Winnie, who lowered her head and worked hard, Su Jing remembered Laura's mouth when she arrived. I bought some antiques recently, do you have any way to help me operate it? Very troublesome. I don't know, I got it from a group of vampires. I may go to Hong Kong sometime later. I will meet and have a look at that time. If there is no problem, I can help you send it to the auction house. If there is a problem, I know many black market merchants, but the price is lower. Laura said. The price doesn't matter. Anyway, it's for nothing. Of course, I won't let you be in vain. Whatever you do is counted. Su Jing smiled. Okay, then I'll be talking at the time, I'm busy here. I heard it, the sound is very noisy, are you at sea? Su Jing smiled. Let's do this first. By the way, if you are coming recently, you'd better bring a lighter, Hong Kong is not too peaceful. Got it. Putting down the phone, Su Jing patted Winnie. Winnie quickly got up and sat on Su Jing. Exercise, continue. Winnie was a good horse, and she rode a circle so that Su Jing didn't want to leave right away. She simply stayed. Since Su Jing wanted to stay, Winnie had to prepare to cook. I have to say that, apart from her unbearable loneliness and her character, Winnie was indeed a good one. Get the hall, get the kitchen, and get a bed in the middle. After eating, Su Jing smoked again. This time I finally got the Zanpakutō. Reward, glazed peacock. This Zanpakutō knife Su Jing happened to know when he arrived, Iasegawa Yuki's Zanpakutō knife. Iasegawa Yuki is a narcissistic and beauty-loving person, and the Zanpakutō knife like the peacock-colored glaze is quite special. It can be regarded as the Zanpakutō knife of the Ghost Dao system, which can absorb the aura of the opponent. The characteristics are very good. However, Su Jing felt that this Zanpakutō knife might not be useful to Kazuo Yamamoto. After all, Kazuo Yamamoto's strength comes from blood. Although he also has Ryatsu, his state is different from that of a regular cultivator. However, this Zanpakutō knife can be given to Bingqi. Regardless of Zhang Bao and Zhang Sheng, Bingqi is the only ghost around her. Whether she followed Jillian to understand the situation of the anti-magic alliance before, or was responsible for the acquisition of the land this time, she contributed a lot. The most important thing is that this little fairy is also quite like Su Jing. When the first layer of hell is released, no matter whether he can achieve his goal or not, someone needs to guard the ghost, and Bingqi is also the best candidate. She is still a ghost after all, and she can communicate with the underworld. It's also troublesome if you don't have the strength. Continue to draw. Rewarded, Captain Level Death Tyrant Outfit. Captain Level Death Tyrant Outfit. Su Jing was a little bit surprised. He remembered that the captain's Death Tyrant was because of the addition of a long Haori. Didn't expect the system to send out a complete set. Unable to see it, Su Jing went straight to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. But Su Jing is even more curious to know if there will be a team logo behind him. The sudden sharp drop made Su Jing a little surprised, and he didn't release anything. 200 souls, enough to release a lot of ghosts. It would be nice to hide it. With a thought, Su Jing had already put on this captain-level Death Tyrant outfit. 1 minus is 200. Just as Su Jing was puzzled, she suddenly found that in the mirror, the number of words on the back of his clothes was missing. Su Jing murmured, and immediately felt the sharp decrease of the spirit in his body. This is also normal. After all, he is the representative of the squad, but Su Jing didn't like it very much. He carried a number behind his back. Inside is a black Death Tyrant costume, outside is a white Haori, black and white intersect, it feels really good. Su Jing is still very satisfied with this. Gone. Sure enough, there is a team's logo behind it. It has something to do with the sharp drop of Lingzi just now. Wait, is this the attribute of the 12th Squad, Reform? It is possible that the 12th Squad is a technology development bureau, and it is normal to transform some things. Su Jing quickly thought of it. When it comes to the new squad attribute, it should be the reason if nothing unexpected happens. After all, this is not the world of the god of death. Wearing this body with numbers on the back will make people envious. This is a deadly world with numbers on the back. Since it is confusing, it will also make people feel very different. Then it stopped. Su Jing. Su Jing. Winnie's voice came from the living room. After dinner, Winnie went to the kitchen to clean up. As soon as she came out she found that Su Jing was missing, so she called out a few times. Exit the death mode. Su Jing walked out of the bathroom. I thought you were gone. Winnie explained when Su Jing came out of the bathroom. Do you want me to go, or do you want me not to go? Su Jing asked casually. It's so late, it's not safe to drive back. Winnie whispered. Su Jing smiled and said, it's finished. Come and take a bath with me. Yeah. Winnie nodded, took a shower with Su Jing, and then returned to the room. Naturally it was another fierce battle. When Winnie woke up the next morning, Su Jing had already left. This gave Winnie a feeling of emptiness. Sure enough, Su Jing just treated herself as a plaything, and refused to stay warm for a while in the morning. In fact, if it weren't for something, Su Jing wouldn't get up so early. At this moment, Su Jing is in the Zanpakutō. According to Su Jing's plan, he was going to leave after lunch at Winnie's place, and then went back to continue the lottery. But early in the morning, Su Jing received a call from Kazuo Yamamoto. Invite him to the Zanpakutō. Su Jing guessed what he meant. He is now controlling many senior executives and rich people in Hong Kong. It is estimated that he wants to threaten himself like Kwang Tianyu in the TV series. Came to Zanpakutō. Su Jing met Lin Guodong. Mr. Su Jing, the boss is waiting for you on the top floor. Lin Guodong said normally, and then helped Su Jing drive the elevator. Kwang Tianyu is on it too. When the elevator shut down, Lin Guodong whispered. Oh. Su Jing was a little surprised and sensed the pressure. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Sure enough, Kazuo Yamamoto, Shingo Demoto, Pika, and Kiss God. Kazuo Yamamoto also looked for Kwang Tianyu. Is he going to threaten the two together? Or intend to threaten us against each other? The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised. The elevator jingles, it's here. The moment Su Jing stepped out of the elevator, he had entered the death mode. The captain-level death tyrant is dressed on his body. The sleeve-length white haori looks like a windbreaker, which looks unique. The top floor should be where Kazuo Yamamoto lives. Once inside, there is a Noda's living room, on the sofa. Kazuo Yamamoto sat, Shingo Demoto and Baika stood behind him separately, and Kazuo Yamamoto sat opposite Kazuo Yamamoto. Hearing the sound of the elevator, everyone looked over. When I saw Su Jing's appearance, I was a little surprised, especially Su Jing's state. Su Jing, why are you here? Kwang Tianyu asked in surprise, then turned to look at Kazuo Yamamoto. What do you want to do? Kazuo Yamamoto smiled, motioned Su Jing to sit casually, and slowly said, Kiss God, Su Jing. You two are unwilling to cooperate with me, and you want to fight against me again. Then I can only change the method. I have turned the police and the rich into zombies. Today, I can still control it, but what happens if I can't control it? People in Hong Kong will know that they are actually zombies. Zombies are messing up. It won't be long before this world will become a world of zombies. Kazuo Yamamoto. You are delusional. Kwang Tianyu stood up fiercely and shouted. Kazuo Yamamoto chuckled and said, Vision. I have already started to do this, can you stop it? Do you know how many zombies there are? Even if you know, what can you do? Kill them. By then you will be a murderer. Besides, God, you stared at Kazuo Yamamoto angrily, but had to admit that this hand was indeed very powerful. If their identities are not exposed, then God will become murderers, saying that they are zombies. No one believes it. If their identities are exposed, it means that they have begun to make chaos. By that time, I don't know how many zombies will be born. If you don't want this world to become a zombie world, you can. Since you don't like Wang Jinjin, you leave her. I can help you find any woman you want. As long as you agree to leave Wang Jinjin, I will give up this plan, and even I can destroy other zombies, and then take Wang Jinjin out of Hong Kong, find a place where no one lives. In the future, If she still doesn't want to forgive me in the future, I can let her choose where to stay. Kazuo Yamamoto said slowly. Kazuo Yamamoto frowned slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with Su Jing's attitude. He could see that Su Jing really didn't care. Kazuo Yamamoto, I am a zombie, I don't care about the life and death of human beings at all. What does it have to do with me? Su Jing said with a sneer, you want to use this to threaten me to give up my woman, Kazuo Yamamoto. If it were you, would you agree? So. I can only change it. Kazuo Yamamoto shook his head and looked at Kwang Tianyu. He doesn't care. What about you? Don't you always feel that being a zombie is painful? Would you like to see the world become a zombie? The world? Killing Su Jing, the promise I just made is still valid. Kazuo Yamamoto looked at Su Jing. Su Jing knew Kazuo Yamamoto's dedication to Wang Jinjin. Su Jing shook his head and sneered, and sure enough. I guessed it again, it really didn't feel fresh at all. Hearing Kazuo Yamamoto finished, Su Jing said lazily, just like in the TV series, he really planned to threaten him like this. No surprise. Kazuo Yamamoto looked at Su Jing. If you leave Wang Jinjin, I will give up this plan. I am a human being or an exorcist, so I should care. I should give up my woman for this. Su Jing sneered, I am not that noble. Don't say you will definitely fail, even if you can success, I don't care. Think carefully. If you refuse, the whole Hong Kong and even the whole world will become a zombie world, said Kazuo Yamamoto. Because God, how do you choose? Kill a person, save a world. The future of Yamamoto is in Yuan Long, you have the ability to take her back directly. As for Wang Jinjin. Su Jing he smiled. That's my woman, don't think about it.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.